What up, though, One Pride? This is the Roar of the Lions UK podcast, the podcast where One Pride goes worldwide. My name is Anthony Fitzpatrick, and we are here for Free Agency Frenzy. The second year we have done this stream. I did this by myself last year because all the guys were off. But yeah, it's the start of the new NFL season. Legal tampering is just about to open. And it's a great time to be a Lions fan because we all know Brad Holmes is gonna cook. Hope everyone is doing well today. A lot of people in the building already. Lisa De Lorenzo's in the building. Michael Lucci's, Mile Marker, my guy Mike is in the building. Hope you're doing well, Mike the G. The gold standard when it comes to doing all this Raw Roundup is in the building. Nicholas Earl. Hope you are all doing well. The hour changes over in America before it does here. So Matt had this stream planned for 5 o'clock here, which will be 1 your time, thinking it was going to be the start of free agency. And then suddenly realised, oh, hang on, that's not going to happen. He's still at work. So I have come on for an hour, hopefully, and then we're going to switch streams back to his because my computer does not stream as well. Hopefully this is all going to keep up and going nice whilst, for the next hour. So we'll see. If it goes a bit funny, we'll just go off and then we will be back in an hour. So you will have us today. But I wanted to come on and try and get the whole thing in there. So yeah, as I say, I hope everybody is doing well. Hope you're all looking forward to this. Got any questions? Just put them in the chat. I will answer them. Keep me going for a little bit. Obviously, I can see it in there at the moment. There has been one bit of big news today so far regarding the Lions, and of course, Graham Glasgow is returning. A 3-year deal for him, which excellent for the Lions, and I mean the money as well, phenomenal for what we're getting him for, because he's back for 3 years. It's a $20 million deal altogether with $9.5 million in guarantees. So I mean, that's fantastic. I don't know what you guys all think about that. I've seen the reaction everywhere has been overwhelmingly positive to this. I mean, who wouldn't love that deal? He's a big part of our O-line. He's come in, he's earned a new deal, came in as depth, solidified his place because Hal got injured, and we can't do without him now. He never wanted to leave the first time round. Don't think he wanted to leave this time. He's back for the next 3 years. That's big for us because Taylor's contract's coming up next year. Who knows what's going on with Jonah Jackson? That is going to be one of the big questions, hopefully answered today, because I mean, I don't know about you, but this guard market is crazy. Landon Dickerson's already become the highest paid guard in NFL history. $21 million a year for him to stay with the Philly Eagles. So the market's been set. A lot of teams around the NFL are desperate for offensive line, and it seems that they are going to pay a bag for them. So doesn't look like Jonah's coming back. That'll be a shame if he doesn't. He's been great for the Lions. This last year's just been a pain because of injuries and that. But if he is going to go and get a bag elsewhere, then I wish him all the best, because he's been great for us, Guys, he wasn't drafted. He was drafted in by the previous regime, but he's played really well. Had some really good years, few injury problems. But yeah, if you're going to go and get your bag, go and get it. Barbarka goes, yeah, he's going to retire a proud Lion one day. Hopefully Graham does. I mean, it was mentioned to me on Twitter earlier, maybe he wants to be a coach in future. And maybe when one day Hank Fraley doesn't want to coach the O-line here at Detroit anymore, maybe Graham could be that next guy, because he seems great with the youngsters. He knows what he's doing. He's really good. Maybe there's going to be a future in coaching here for him as well. Let's just see who's in on Twitch as well. Mike the Marine's in. Hope you are doing well. Subscribed at Tier 1. Been subscribed for 12 months now, a full calendar year. We really appreciate your support, Mike. Hope you are doing well. You got any questions or anything you want to ask while I'm on, then as I say, just put it in there. And as I say, hopefully the stream carries on going all right. We've got David Reinfort, who's also subscribed at Tier 1. They've been subscribed for 24 months, 2 years. We really, really appreciate that. I can't believe this pod's been going nearly 4 years now. It seems crazy how long we have been going. But yeah, we appreciate all of you who are in the building with us. Right, so, as I say, anything you want to ask? Go away. Fire away. and I will answer them there. Yeah, I think he's going to be able to be a coach. Marmarker, we'll see, but obviously he's got a few years left as a player yet. Hopefully going to be a big part of this O-line going forward. Raw Roundup goes, he's well worth the new deal. Of course he is. Offers you positional versatility. He's a great locker room guy, and he loves Detroit. I mean, what more do you want? You need guys like him on your offensive line. Probably still draft some guys. You need to keep that depth going, but this is one of the big puzzle pieces solved nice and early for us. Just depends again, as I say, what happens with Jonah, but looks like he's going to go and get himself paid. Any other deals that have come to your attention so far? And mainly just guys who've been re-signing with their current teams. Russell Wilson gone to the Steelers. Kirk Cousins looks like he might finally be leaving the NFC North to the Atlanta Falcons. I know they're meant to be in talks as soon as this window opened 6 minutes ago, so they'll probably be chatting away now, seeing if they can get a deal sorted. Seems like a backward step for them when they could have Justin Fields, but, who knows? GMs know better than I do, but for me, I want to see Justin Fields gone. I still think he's the better long-term quarterback prospect for the Bears, and I kind of want him out of here and them to draft Caleb Williams, but who knows? Mike says Swift looks to be in Chicago. I would not like that. Don't want to see DeAndre Swift back in conference. He is a great running back. He could do very well there because all the running backs seem to thrive well. Raw Roundup goes, Jonah is going to give us a 4th round comp pick next year. I think Brad is going to be thrifty in free agency but make a big trade. It depends. Certainly the money he's going to command will probably be huge at this point. We're looking probably 17, 18 million plus, providing we don't offset that by making masses of deals going forward. Then yeah, he could very well net as a big pick next year. Don't know if I don't know. There seems to be a lot of, about whether Brad's going to go big at the moment or whether he's not going to go big. Don't really know at this point in time whether he's going to go in there, but we will see with that. News that's just breaking, Saints linebacker Demario Davis, he's reworked his deal in New Orleans. They love to push their money down the way, not the way to do business, because it screws your team up going long term. So more pushing down the road there from the Saints. Here's the tweet I think Mike is referencing. Bears expected to make a major push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre Swift. I mean, it seems, I don't know, for me and my outlook on the Bears, it seems very weird they're going for a running back. You've got Khalil Herbert there, you've got Donta Foreman there, both of them have thrived in that system. They don't really seem to have an issue at running back, but they've been linked with Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, now DeAndre Swift. It seems they want to go really, really deep in their running back room there. So, interesting strategy from them. So, who do people want to see? Put it in the comments there. Who do you want to see come to Detroit? There are a lot of options out there. I know particularly we need a veteran safety. I think we need a veteran safety, and it just appears to have fallen into our laps that so many great veteran safeties have been cut from their teams in the run-up to free agency, almost like it's setting it up for us. I know a lot of people want Nino back. He's done. Justin Simmons, he's been cut. I would love Justin Simmons here in Detroit. I would, if Brad's going to make a splash signing, you put Justin Simmons in, you have him mentoring Kirby, mentoring Iffy, guys like this. It will be, for me, it'd be a dangerous room right away, and then you can go get your corners in the draft and you can revamp that secondary in the blink of an eye, and that's what we need to do. But is there anybody else you want to see here? And when you think Brad will go after, do keep it going, because going solo is difficult, just trying to talk consistently all the time and not get boring. Obviously, it takes a little bit of while for some of these deals to drop in, but as they do, we will let you know. Little ones, 49ers re-signing quarterback Brandon Allen. Obviously, Brock Purdy's the guy there, so just depths signing so far. Michael Pittman got his deal with the Indianapolis Colts, wide receiver, 3 years, $70 million, which can reach 71.5 max. 46 of that is guaranteed, and I don't think that's going to have any effect on our own wide receiver situation. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's about to get paid. He's going to get paid a lot more than that, but you're kind of seeing a barometer on the lower side of a wide receiver one, what they get paid. So do we expect that deal to get done today? It feels like Amon-Ra is going to be any time now. I would figure that we're going to get a massive contract extension before we get a big free agency signing. I just feel like that's how it's going. So obviously Goff's still to come. We don't know about that. It's crazy. But yeah, who knows with Brad. Raw Roundup goes, St. Brown is twice the receiver Pittman is. St. Brown's twice the receiver that most other receivers are. He's going to get paid really, really good money. If it's 28, 29, 30 million a year, I don't really care. I'm with Matt on this. Matt's long been a proponent that his number could reach 30 million a year, and people say for slots that's a lot of money, but for me, it's not. Not for what he brings to this franchise. He's cornerstone, and you pay your cornerstones cornerstone money. It's not just a receiver. He is the Lions, and that is what you're paying for with him. So he's going to get his bag, and rightly so. What other deals have been going down so far while we wait for the Lions to do? So yeah, we mentioned Landon Dickerson, Eagles guard. He's got a 4-year extension worth 84 million as a base, 87 million max. 50 million of that is guaranteed. So at an AAV of 21 million per year, he is now the most expensive guard in NFL history. The Eagles really going in there. Obviously, no more Jason Kelce. Is he going to go back to centre? Because they've got a few guys who could. It would be a lot of money to pay a centre over a guard, but you never know. They've done it. Are the Lions going to do it? Who knows? A lot of kicker news today. Bucks re-signed Chase McLaughlin. He got 4.1 million a year. And Greg Zuerlein got paid 4.1 million a year by the Jets as well. So a lot of kickers getting paid, and we still wait for our kicker. We've still got the money badger. I would love the day to come when we can talk about having a great kicker again, because that's all we've known before we lost Prater. My marker goes, yes he is. Amon-Ra all the way. Amon-Ra, yeah, just pay him what he wants. That will be, yeah, nothing is too much for there. My market goes, we're going to speak to cornerbacks who can handle the outside. I think corner's going to be possibly a priority. We may very well see a corner come today. Doing the stream last year, the first time I did this on my own, we of course we got the Cam Sutton signing. I think I've been on about 2.5 hours. We had nothing, not in terms of Lions stuff anyhow. There've been re-signings and that, but there were no Lions news. And just before I was about to call it quits, we signed Cam Sutton, got really excited, and yeah, look how that one worked out. We'll see if we can make a better splash at cornerback this time. Ken goes, Kelce and Cox retired, Slade getting old. Do the Eagles make the playoffs next year? I mean, they could. They keep investing in that offensive line. You know, the way they play, the conference they're in as well. They could make the playoffs. I don't know if they can go all the way to the Super Bowl. You kind of feel... It's like with the Bills. The Bills window's shutting now. You kind of feel like the Eagles window is shutting a bit, but they generally draft incredibly well as well. So if they draft well this year, they do well in free agency. They've got a bit of money to spend. They could soon put themselves on the right path again. Silver Surfer goes, so sure Brad Holmes is going to pay so much for Amon-Ra. I'm going to wait and see. I don't know what Brad's going to do. I have no idea. Is he going to pay that? I think he will. I think he'd be willing to pay more for Amon-Ra, because Brad's, I mean, for the first few guys as well, because when your philosophy as a GM is draft, develop, and pay, you've got to set a precedent, because these guys, especially when they're your franchise cornerstone guys, you're building grit culture here in Detroit. Amon-Ra's grit culture, Penny's grit culture. These are the kind of signal leaders for it. The guys who go out there and set the tone and do all that. So I think that, you know, you're going to pay a little bit more for them if they ask for it than you might usually be comfortable with. I think that's something you do, because you've got to set your culture, you've got to set the tone. If you start letting these guys go, or you start trying to undersell them, then your whole message of drafting, developing, getting these guys back starts to fall by the wayside. And we're built on our culture and our mottos of what we do here. So I think he would pay a little bit more, but again, I don't know him. But I would personally, if it was me, I'd pay him a bit more there. Roundup goes 4 million for a kicker. Jason Hansen was around in the wrong year. Oh god, yeah. Can you imagine how much Jason Hansen would get paid if he was playing now in his prime? Like he'd be getting like low end receiver money. He'd be getting something stupid. So yeah, that is yeah, he would earn a lot. Oh great, okay. So free agency is going to start with a kick in the face for me today. I said I didn't want to see DeAndre Swift back in the NFC North. Well, DeAndre Swift is back in the NFC North. The Chicago Bears expected to sign former Eagles and Lions starting running back DeAndre Swift as their new starter, which seems like a real kick in the teeth to Khalil Herbert and Donta Foreman. He gets a 3-year, $24 million deal negotiated by Trayvon Smith of Athletes First. Right. So, do you remember last year when we served Monty with his contract and we were told, holy overpay, why are you paying so much for a running back? Bears have just gone and done that as well. Go and give them crap for this. $8 million a year for DeAndre, that seems excessive. He's a great running back, but his injury history, I think they're overpaying there. And Nicholas Earl said it right. Monty's better. So we've got the better running back and we're paying what, Monty? $6 million a year, I think? I feel like we're paying him 6. I can't remember his deal. And we've got Jahmyr Gibbs as well. So like DeAndre Swift would struggle to make our roster at this moment in time. But the Bears are paying $8 million a year for DeAndre Swift. That is the first big deal going. Bears say they're rebuilding, but they've forgotten the most important part, creating a key youth core like we have. They're running for the hills. They're trying to get to the playoffs as soon as they can, and they're not doing the rebuild properly. But yeah, fair plays to DeAndre Swift. He gets his bag, $15.3 million guaranteed. So yeah, a fair amount of that deal is guaranteed. Probably got some good incentives in there as well. But again, I don't get that with the Bears. You've got 2 really good running backs who've done really well for you, and now you're going to add a starter to that room? That just seems a bit odd. Ken goes, Monty gets $6.7 million this year. Bargain. Like, absolute bargain. You're going to get 1,000 yards out of him, minimum. And you've got 1,000 yards out of him when Jahmyr's also got 1,000 yards. Like, the tandem is just crazy good. But, you know, they're for the Bears. They've done what they've done. They could have drafted a running back in the 3rd round, says Lisa. I agree. The Bears usually draft their running backs. They love to do that. It seems to be a bit out of touch with what they do, but it seems like they're setting for a push this year. Like, they're spending a lot of money, especially on that defensive line. Like, we know Chicago is the defensive line factory where that's usually what their defense is all about. They're spending big, so expect them to try and challenge us in the NFC North this year, and this seems to confirm that they're going to go for it sooner rather than later. Other deals, anything else come through while we are waiting? Like I said, if there's any questions or anything you want to ask, just let me know. Hey, Ash is in the chat on Twitch. Hope you're doing well, Ash. I know you're working. We'll be here later. You get to come and join us. You can keep me updated with all the little bits of breaking news and that. I've got it on my phone here. Mike goes, I would love to sign DT Wilkins. Your opinion? So obviously that is Miami's Wilkins. Now he's going to cost a lot of money. So we're probably talking 25 million a year, especially with Chris Jones's deal coming through, some of these monster defensive tackle numbers that have been coming out. He's going to command a lot of money. And we need to pay Aleem McNeil next year at the same position. So it's a bit... I'm not sure. We got a lot of big contracts coming up. So I'm not sure whether you go out and spend that much money on a guy. He's a fantastic player, don't get me wrong. And the Dolphins are in bother with their cap. They've only got like 46 players on their rostered up for next year. And they're 22 million over the cap. So he's obviously not going back there. They're struggling for money, but... as a player, he's great. For us, I just wonder if it's a little bit too much money, given that we've got guys coming up there, and everybody who knows me and my draft views knows that Jazane Newton should be the pick in round 1. So I would pair Newton and McNeil together and just watch things get ruined on a daily basis. Lost Oceans goes, so is Pickett just in a backup role now in Pittsburgh? Well, he's not going to be starting over. Mind you, I guess they'll have a camp battle. Russell Wilson, he's getting his money paid by the Broncos this year, so I guess they could call it a camp battle, but you've got to figure, no, he's not starting over Russell Wilson, is he? Unless Wilson's injured or, plays really bad or anything like that, I think he is destined to be a backup there going into this year, but who knows? Their system with quarterbacks been messed up a long time now. They'd have been better off probably going to try and draft a guy instead. Ash goes, Packers named in the McKinley sweepstakes, not good. Nope, don't want to see him there. Mike goes, good for Glasgow on re-signing. Yeah, he's been really, yeah. I just love having Glasgow back. It's great that was the first bit of business done. Get your hometown guys in, get them signed. Going to be great there. Dan Max in the building says, Ant-Man, hope you are doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're all good. Thanks for joining me. As I say, Matt's going to be joining me in a little bit. We're going to switch streams over because my computer doesn't run the streams as well, but it seems to be holding up well so far, which is all good. But yeah, we're going to be here for a few hours going through all the free agency frenzy stuff as the moves are made, because with Brad here, it's just an exciting time of year now. Every time we get to add talent to this team, we love it. Yeah, so the Swift deal, it's 3 years, 24.5, 15.3 million guaranteed. So yeah, good on DeAndre. He's back here. Gonna look forward to Aleem stuffing him every time while we play them this season. That's gonna be good fun. He's gonna want to come back and have his vengeance, but yeah, no, we're gonna beat the Bears twice this upcoming season. Let's go back. So other deals that were done before here, because sometimes it starts off a little slow before everything starts to pull in. What other deals did we have done today? So we've done the kicker deals. Right, so this is something that is making the rounds now, because I think it was Benjamin Raven tweeted this out earlier, but the Bengals got a lot of really good wide receivers, obviously one of the best in the league with Jamar Chase, but the other guy in the room, T. Higgins, has requested a trade because apparently they've not been talking to him about an extension. He's on the franchise tag, I believe, but he doesn't want to stay there. He wants a big deal. And it was tweeted out that the Lions should be running hand over fist with pick number 29 in the draft to the Bengals for T. Higgins. Question to everyone out there, would you trade pick 29 in the draft for T. Higgins? Would you give it up and get him? Because, I mean, in fairness, if you do, just speaking hypothetically, no money involved, Amon-Ra, J-Mo, T. Higgins, oh my days. That is one of the most elite trios of receivers you've got to get in the NFL. But then you've got to factor the money in, because he's going to want some really good money, and we're about to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown. We're going to be giving up our first round pick, and obviously Brad's strength is drafting guys. For me, it feels way too rich. He's a wonderful player, but I am not parting with picks for him, especially given he's going to command a lot of money. We can't afford to pay two receivers massive contracts right at the same time, and Amon-Ra is going to be huge. Don't want to do that. Getting the consensus here, Lisa's saying no, Jim's saying no, Joseph's saying no. Ken goes, depends on who else is sitting there. I mean, theoretically, would you draft a receiver at 29? It's not on my radar, to be honest, quite frankly. It's probably 5th or 6th or 7th in terms of positional needs I'd be looking at 29. Obviously, BPA, stuff like that maybe, but I'm not really that interested right now. Obviously, we might get Josh Reynolds back. That's one of the ones today. Is that going to happen? Who knows? But Jim goes, the draft is in Detroit. We want our number one pick. I mean, obviously we do. We want as many picks as we can, right? It's in Detroit. Guy's going to be there. So come see us if you get the opportunity. The Brits will be invading for the draft. But yeah, we do want our picks. But I guess if the right guy's there, they'll take it. If it was a DT or a corner, good enough, and we were talking about maybe moving the pick on, would we? Who knows? It doesn't seem like he will, but it's a possibility. But it looks... so, yeah, I'm just getting no. Silver Surfer goes, hell no, I'd draft Xavier Worthy instead. And hey, good on Xavier Worthy. His cleats are going to Canton, Ohio to be in the Hall of Fame because he's got the new 40-yard record, 4:21. He, without even taking a snap in the NFL, is going to be enshrined in the NFL Hall of Fame until someone breaks that record, which is likely going to happen there. Other news, anything else coming through? Dion Dawkins has signed a new deal with the Buffalo Bills. I'm never ever going to leave the Bills. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? They're cutting everybody. Jordan Poyer gone, Tre'Davious White gone, Mitchell Morse gone to the Jaguars. That happened earlier today. But yeah, the Bills, it seems their window's closed now. They've gone in and now they're having to pay the piper because they were way over the cap and they've just obliterated the secondary completely. So they're going to have to rebuild that from scratch. The offensive line has gone, the center's gone, the right guard's gone to Chicago, who seem to be buying everybody up at the minute. I mean, it's funny, they traded for him and then they could have got the center for free. Gotta laugh at the Bears for doing that. Jim goes, we'll see you in Detroit. I'm hopeful I will be in Detroit. Just it's coming up close and there's a lot of money involved, but I'm hoping I shall be there. But I will be in Detroit this year, definitely. If not at the draft, definitely in the season. Raw goes, the Bears' lack of urgency to address their trenches makes me happy. It does me as well. You ain't going to win playoff games without trenches and they've just not addressed them. So go spend all your money. You aren't going nowhere. Big quiet in the NFC North other than that. Not heard much from the Vikings. Obviously, Kirk Cousins is apparently holding up the league until he decides where he's going to play, which I think is a load of hogwash, but it doesn't appear like he's coming back if someone gives him good money there. The Packers have been quiet. I guess they're like us. They're quite young. They've got a lot of talent there already. Don't know whether they're ready to unleash everything just yet. No. It is a quiet start so far. Let's have a look through Twitch there. Big Aries goes, swift in a system and healthy is dangerous. They signed vet running back for the rookie quarterback. I mean, if the Bears go rookie quarterback, that is true. Getting that depth in there will be great for them, so we're going to have to see there. But yeah, their running back room is deep now. It's just have they going to have an offensive line to be able to run behind. Yeah. Scott's gone there. Big Aries goes, Cam wasn't a bad signing, just not cornerback number one. True, maybe not. Does the deal look... I don't know, the deal still feels a little heavy, but, you know, maybe it won't be as bad. When we have a proper corner one in the room, maybe we'll see the best of him. Lost Oceans in relation to the draft goes, I'd rather go offensive line or defensive line at 29. I think that's what the Lions will do, personally. Mike goes, no on Higgins, I want a better defense. That is true. You're spending a lot of resources on your offense, and then if you go and give up your number one pick for a wide receiver as well, then yeah, it's you've got to build your defense at some point. We've got to keep putting assets in there. Now, if you're going to spend in free agency, it feels like that's where the money has got to go this year. Were there any other deals earlier in the day we can quickly go through while I'm waiting? Don't think so. Nothing huge. So yeah, it has been a very quiet start. Just bear with me a moment. No. Right. Big Aries goes, break is over. Hopefully I'll catch you in a bit. Thanks for joining, Big Aries. We will be on for a while. We will be switching streams in a bit, but if you're on Twitch, we'll just come straight back on to Twitch. Anywho, when Matt gets in the building, he'll be here in about 25 minutes time, depending on how long it takes him to get back. Mike goes, yes on Espinoza. I mean, or Epinoza, is it? Ash was talking about him on our Discord chat earlier, thinking maybe that might be a deal that's going to get done, possibly. Good player, fit our system. We'll have to see what happens with him, but certainly wouldn't say no if he did. Carlton Woods goes, R.E. Higgs, no, got to use your draft picks as relatively cheap and allows dollar to be spent elsewhere. Yeah, that's the big thing I've got with this T. Higgins thing. We can't be paying two big wide receiver contracts at once. That's just silly. We've got Sewell to pay, Hutch to pay, Goff to pay, Decker to pay, McNeil to pay, all these guys to pay. We can't double massive contract positions at this point in time. And yeah, we've got no first round pick either, so we won't be picking till pick 60. Brad's best attribute is his drafting, which keeps our costs down. Jeff Hurley is in the building. giving us a $10 super sticker. Thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate you as always. It goes towards the Ant-Man to Detroit Fund. I will, hopefully by hook or by crook, get there. Do not worry, but I will be in Detroit at some point. So when I am, I will come and say hi to you all. I'm looking forward to it. Carlton goes, been at work all day. What's happened apart from Glasgow with the Lions? Not much, apart from the deals that have been made in recent days. This is the only piece of news Lions-wise related today. DeAndre Swift is back in the NFC North with the Chicago Bears. So that's going to be fun next year. When I get him on, we'll go and see what Bears fans are saying about that. But I'm pretty sure they always used to laugh at him, call him injury prone. They were never very nice towards him. So there's going to be a lot of tweet erasing going on in Bears land right now as they pretend that he's now all of a sudden an absolute world beater. Ken goes, Lions are lucky we have not been looking for a quarterback. Feels strange to say, but we're much better off than New England. Oh, we're a lot better off than Patriots. We're a lot better off than most teams. We've got a really good, solid team. We've got a lot of cap space in relative terms to get all our new contracts signed up, and we've got 4 picks in the top 100. So we've got the potential for another really exciting draft class to come. So we're in a very healthy position. The Patriots, their drafts have just been hilarious the last few years. They don't have a quarterback. Oh, that's one. Mac Jones to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Very weird. They've traded him. So they're obviously going quarterback this year. I don't know who their preference is in this draft, but it's certainly going to be a guy unless they decide to go veteran. But they're not close to competing. So they should draft a new quarterback and build a team around him. It would be silly for them to go bridge quarterback at this point or try and get a veteran in like Kirk Cousins. That's just not going to happen. Mile Marker goes, can you say something about potential centres coming out of college? Off topic, but... Well, obviously the big centre news coming out, everyone likes Powers Johnson, the Oregon centre. You've got Zach Frazier coming from West Virginia, who's a stud. This is if you need a starting safety in the NFL right now, which we don't, there's some really good picks coming out this year. Those two especially, they're amazing. I love Zach Frazier. That West Virginia team has been very fun to watch. Trench-wise, they're amazing. Like, they have very fierce trenches. The dude, I think he was the one who played through a game with a broken leg. He's like Frank Ragnow reincarnated. So, if you're going to spend your pick, Zach Frazier, if you're going to bring him in, do a Landon Dickerson, put him at guard, potentially. That might be something the Lions look to do. I think Powers Johnson's going to be gone way too soon. He's going to go in the teens, but there's some good centre prospect coming out this year. Maybe it's in play at 29. I know I've got my eye on it. They might go for one of the guys there. Won't be what I'd do, but certainly if we want a long-term solution to the position, I say we draft a guy to develop this year. There's a few I'd have my eye on there, but I'd get a draft centre in a day 3 pick probably, and develop him while Frank's still here, because I think we've still got a few years of Frank yet. Ron DMG goes, I'm hoping to hear us signing a cornerback, D-end or DT today. We seem to be moving on from a lot of players on this roster. Need to get some replacements. I mean, yeah, you get a lot of turnover on NFL rosters, and, we've got the likes of, are they going to keep Kamish? Because there's a lot of money to be saved if you want to cut that deal. One of the few that you can cut where you are going to get big savings. I think it's about $4.7 million you get, so are they going to stick with him? Obviously, no more Romeo, no more Charles. We've lost a lot of depth. The D-line is thin. We've only got 3 defensive tackles right now. We've got McNeil. We've got Broderick. We're still waiting for Broderick to develop at this moment in time. He's a project. He will come good, but you're right. The depth is thin. I think we've got 3 guys on the roster at the minute, and the edges, again, we're still waiting for guys to emerge. So I would say if we're going to go for a position, one of those is likely to be in play. Corner, who knows? I would think we'd draft one, but, free agency could be a place to get one as well. So we'll see with that. Not many deals going through at this moment in time, so we'll just keep going as we are for now. Kirk. I love all these things about Kirk saying he's holding up free agency at this moment in time. No, he's not. No one cares where Kirk Cousins goes. He's a 1 year, 2 year stopgap for a team at most. Even if someone signs him, they could still draft a quarterback. That's where you're at with him right now. He's coming off a serious injury as well. People seem to have forgotten. He's been injured. He's not healthy. He's going to be down. He's going to be regressing at this point. So he's not a long-term fix there. Lisa goes, they won't cut Commish unless we have more edge help. I wouldn't cut Commish either. I'd give him another year to see whether he's, because he earned his deal here. He did. And, you want to stick by him. You saw glimpses of what he could do towards the end of last year. So I don't think they will. It was just if they were going to cut somebody, he's one of the viable candidates, where you save your money from. But I don't think they will either. Jim goes, is this the year Will Harris finally gets cut? I'm not going to say anything because I'll jinx it and then I'll be stuck with him longer. So we're just going to leave it at that. I don't think he's back though. I mean, they're getting brutal with corner this year. Obviously, Jerry hasn't been tendered. So if we want to talk about Lions news that's already happened over the last week, so I guess I've not been here in a week now. Jerry's not coming back, which is a big shame. I really love Jerry Jacobs' story, his ascent to this team here. He was one of the OG guys on this team, the guy who sort of represented Detroit in its new grit mentality. Undrafted free agent, comes in, fights for a spot, gets a starting spot, works his ass off, plays really hard. And to be honest, for an undrafted free agent, I know people will say he's been burned and he's struggled as quarterback one. Hell yeah, but for an undrafted free agent, he's given us an unbelievable amount of production for a guy like him. And he's always done it with a smile on his face. He's been great with people. And I would have loved him to be here. Cornerback 5, 4, 5, 6, that guy who you can bring in. Because there's a lot of facets of his game he's good at. You bring him in against the run, on screens he's very physical, he can blow them up. There's a place for him here. But obviously they're just getting brutal with the corner position now because for years and years and years we've struggled. And we just don't seem to have been able to find a funk out of it. We've paid big for free agents, which just didn't work. Under Quinn, we've tried to draft guys like Akuda, just not worked. At some point you've got to get brutal. So I think Harris is going to go down the same road there. Just you need to provide something tangible to the team at corner because we can't afford such a lack of production. It hurt us last year. We can't afford it again. So I think he's gone. Carlton goes, good buyer's market for vet safeties. Yeah, I said this at the top of the show when we started. We need a vet safety. I know a lot of people say safety is not a need for this team, but it is. It really, really, really is a need for this team. You look at the safety room in a box. We've got Kirby, who's coming off a rough second year, and we can't guarantee it's going to be a great third year. It should be, but we can't guarantee it. And Iffy, who was broken out as safety this year, but has got half a good season behind him. When you look at it in that box, you've got two young guys who don't have consistent production at the position and have not yet cemented themselves as cornerstones at the position. If that's the case, you always have to keep building and drafting until you hit. You can't just stop and wait and assume they're going to be great. That's the thing I've got here. We need a veteran in that room. Now Tracy's gone. You need a guy who's going to come in, probably be a starter, because we do run a lot of 3 safeties, so we can get a veteran in and we can still play the other 2 as well. But it's critical this year that we get a high-level safety in who's a veteran. And as you say, the market is fantastic. Fantastic. If Simmons came here, I would be over the moon. That's the one I want. If there's going to be one guy who comes here, that is the one I want. Oh no, we've got further news from the NFC North, and this time it is the Vikings. Vikings are signing edge rusher Jonathan Greenard, him of Texans fame. So, Daniil Hunter, is he gone? The Vikings bringing in Greenard, who is not a premium edge, but he's a very good edge rusher. Are they going to bring him in to complement Daniil Hunter, or are they going to bring him in to replace? But, you know, the Bears have made their splash with Swift so far. Jonathan Greenard has made his way to the Vikings. And I think, if I'm right, that may upset Ash. Did you want Greenard here? I think he did. It may upset him a little. I think he's been a great story there for them. He's struggled in a room with not a lot of help until Will Anderson arrived this year. And his production has been fairly good on that team. I really like that Texans team and how it's been built. So, yeah. We know the Vikings like their edge rushers. They go big on the D-line when it comes to the edge position. They've got their next guy in there, so that is fun. I don't like that move. I like him. I think he's a good player. I think he's an underrated player. I'm not looking forward to seeing him in the NFC North last year. Thanks, Lost Oceans. He goes, loving this live content as I work and lurk in the background. Appreciate you being in the building with me. Appreciate all of you who've joined. There's quite a few of you in here at the moment, and I'm just glad the stream is holding because we're nearly at the point where I can get Matt in and we can run it, and there's absolutely no danger of it going south. So yeah, what do we think? Greenard to the Vikings. That's an underrated good signing, that is. I hope he does well, just not against us. And it's all over now. The new stud pass rusher for the Vikings. I don't think he's a stud just yet, but I think he's on his way to being a stud. Just had a message from Ash as well, who says Pollard to the Titans. So I'm assuming that is Tony Pollard, who is making his way there, the running back from the Cowboys. So there's your Derrick Henry replacement. You need a guy who's going to be able to run the football a good amount during the game, take a lot of punishment. He certainly can do that. He ain't Derrick Henry, but it's a good start for them. I would expect them to draft again as well. I know they got the running back in the draft last year who I really liked, and he's been good, but I expect them to keep going more and more and more there. Run DMG goes, safety depth competition is definitely needed. Simmons is my guy. Simmons is my guy as well. I'd love to have him here. Yeah, I think he'd just be terrific for our young guys, and I still think he's bang on in form at the minute. Exactly the type of guy who would benefit us. Lisa goes, Matt, streams have not been great. Yours is just fine. Well, I'm glad mine's fine because I had to stop doing the college ones because they kept being funny and I need to get it sorted. But maybe it's sorted itself out. The ghosts in the system are gone. Who knows? Run DMG goes, Shut Me and Hunter is out the door. Yeah, I think that means Daniil Hunter is gone. Is he going to come to the Lions? No, let's not do that because he's going to require a lot of money as well. But yeah, NFC North is making moves. DeAndre Swift to the Bears. Jonathan Greenard to the Vikings. We just need the Packers to make a move. Now, no, I'm joking. We need the Lions to make a move so that I can react live to a signing on stream. I had to wait 2.5 hours last year. If I've got to do it again, I will. Because I'm that dedicated to doing this. It's just really good fun coming on during free agency frenzy because so much happens. Yeah, it's just a lot of good fun to do this. I'm surprised more people don't come on and do shows during here. So, in fact, let's have a little look at him, Jonathan Greenard. I don't know exactly what his stats have been. All I know is from afar, I've been enjoying what he's been doing for the Texans. Let's just check PFR because they're really good. So he's at last year. 12.5 sacks last year for him. 15 games started, 1 forced fumble, 12.5 sacks, 88 tackles, 15 tackles for a loss, and 22 quarterback hits. So, I mean, yeah, 22 quarterback hits, 12.5 sacks, 15 tackles for loss. Guy's been a monster on that Texans team, and I guess I don't know about their situation. I find it odd that they've let him go, but obviously you've drafted Will Anderson last year. Dude's a machine, but yeah, you would have figured it would have been nice. It would have been nice if he'd not ended up in the NFC North. So, you know, I don't want him here. DeAndre Swift's here, Jonathan Greenard's here. Watch Justin Simmons go to the Packers. Now, I'm joking. No, we don't want that to come into existence. I don't think he's going to be cheap either, Colton. I don't know what the deal is at this moment. I imagine they're paying him good money. It would be funny if they're paying him Daniil Hunter money, but I guess he's a lot younger than Daniil Hunter, so I guess they won't feel as bad about making that deal. So yeah, we're still waiting for things to happen in regards to the line. So yeah, that's confirmed by Ian Rappaport. The Tony Pollard news. Former Cowboys running back is off to the Titans, who are just going to continue to be a run-heavy team first and foremost. I feel like he'll do well there. If they shore up that offensive line, he should be able to do really well, and he's got a good 1-2 punch to work with there as well. What's Schefter doing? So Jonathan Greenard's deal is up. 4 years, 76 million, that includes 42 million guaranteed with the Vikings. So what's that AAV? That's 19 million a year on his AAV. Obviously these contracts, they can be gotten out of, stuff like that, but still a good amount. 42 million guaranteed over a 4-year period for him. 76 overall if he completes the contract and gets it all. That's, hey, well done, Jonathan Greenard. Good payday for you. 19 million a year is nothing to sniff at. So you've got your answer there, Colton. 19 million. Is that expensive? Is that cheap? I mean, if he keeps on with that kind of production coming into the NFC North, then that's going to look cheap in the very near future. So with the cap going up, these deals soon become cheap, even if they're expensive now. We all know these deals soon get overtaken, and he'll soon fall down the list of highest paid players again. Yes, you did all stick with me last year, Malmarker. I really appreciate that. It was good fun last year. We had a lot going on, so a lot of big deals there. Altori goes, "Lol, good luck with that, Swift." Yeah, I do like DeAndre, but as much as I want him to fail miserably in Chicago, I want them to spend all that money on him. I want them to annoy the other running backs there, Donta Foreman to get no carries, Khalil Herbert to get no more carries, for them to bring in an outsider over guys who've produced for them, upset them, and do it that way. That's, I'm petty. What can I say? I'm petty. Like Luke. Petty. So yeah, NFC North making moves so far. So yeah, Tom Pelissaro seems to be saying Daniil Hunter's going to get money elsewhere. Would you do it in Detroit, anybody? Daniil Hunter? I mean, Daniil and Aiden, that kind of feels like a move you're going to make if you're going to give him 1 year or 2 years, a lot of money, a front-loaded deal, and just go, right, we're going for it. Let's absolutely go for this. Because if you pair Daniil Hunter with Aiden Hutchinson, then a lot of teams going to be in trouble next year. So we will see with that. I've just been logged out of Twitch. What has gone on there? Just give me a moment. I'm back. Hopefully the stream has not gone dead. I don't know what's gone on there. I've just been logged out of Zoom. I assume Matt's nearly ready to get going, so that might be what that is. So let me know if I'm still going. I just don't want that to have logged me out the system entirely. Carlton goes, "What's the over-under on games played for DeAndre Swift next year?" I would set it at 9.5, 10.5. Let's go 10.5. I'd put the over-under at 10.5 and I would hit the under. I don't know, but I mean, guess he might be working in rotation next year. So I mean, he might not get a starter's workload, because again, you've got two very talented running backs. I'm pretty sure they've just paid Donta Foreman. You've got Khalil Herbert still on your contract, who's really good. So he's going to be in rotation. Maybe they're just going to run the ball a hell of a lot next year. Silver Surfer goes, "I'd bring Jacobs back and Vildor immediately." Yes, I would pay Kindle Vildor. Absolutely. I think he would certainly be. I like him as a depth guy. I like him. We need cornerbacks, ones and that, but as depth, I think we've got our depth pieces here. They've just been elevated into positions that they shouldn't be. It's not their fault, but I think we've seen way more from him, like to certainly guarantee that as a depth piece he would be great here. And I would love to see Jerry back. Let him test free agency. If someone wants to pay him a bag, then go for it. But if he's not going to, then hang on just a minute. Let me get Matt. Let me see, because I don't know whether my stream's going to last or not forever. So let me send him out an invitation. We'll get him in and then we'll decide what we're going to do, because it's an official show today, so we can kind of play around with it a bit. Let's go on to... Let's get him in here and then we'll see what's up. Turn this one for now, because everybody's in here with us. Right, sorry about that. Hopefully he will be in the building with us in a moment. So Tony Pollard's deal with the Titans, 3 years, 24 million. So pretty much identical to what happened with DeAndre Swift. 3 years, 24 million. We don't know the ins and outs of the deal just yet, but it seems pretty similar. Schefter says 4,940 yards, 28 touchdowns in 5 seasons, bearing in mind he played back up to Zeke for a while, so that's good production. And like I say, he's joining Tyjae Spears now at the Titans, and I think Tyjae has been hella underrated by this league, so that's a good punch. No Derrick Henry, but you've got a lot going on there with the Titans, so that's a good running back room. So good money from them there. Silver Surfer goes, Hunter is gone, but where? I mean, I don't know. I think we could be a legitimate target for him because, you know, we've done business with the Vikings before. You know, I think we're going to, you know, Hunter will want to come to a contender. He doesn't have a Super Bowl win. We're in a window right now. I think a lot of players are going to want to come here. Players we wouldn't expect. Maybe they might take a little bit of money less, who knows, but we will see. And speaking of underrated signings coming into the building, we have the most underrated one of them all, should be the highest rated. Matt is in the building. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, mate. Just, it's been a whirlwind few days for me. I've been to Frankfurt and back, so with work, which is fun. So I'm just trying to get myself back into the swing of things. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just try to keep everything going here. Obviously, doing solo stuff, it's just like you try not to bore people to death by just speaking monotonously all the time. So, but there's plenty of deals going on. I don't know. I'm guessing you've seen, but like the NFC North is active at the minute. Swift's back. Jonathan Greenard's here with the Vikings,
and David Bakhtiari's gone.
And Bakhtiari's gone. That's not surprising though. His knees must look like, you know, bubble wrap by now. Like, he's on the hook for a lot of money. So, but I'm just saying, isn't it funny? Like, all the Bears fans were laughing at us last year, like, oh, how much you paying David Montgomery? And now it's like, well, you're paying DeAndre Swift more and Monty's better. Like, well done, congratulations, folks. You rank hypocrites now, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, we got the best running back trio in the NFL now, or something like that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Swift will be a good player. He'll always be a good player, but he won't be a great player ever. So that's why we got rid. And he'll be fine. He'll do a good job, and he'll burn us for a touchdown or two in his Bears career, I'm sure. But whatever, don't care. Hey to everyone in the chat who's saying hi as I came on. Also to Michael Lucchese, who I think is Raw Roundup, and well done for you launching that. I've seen that's gone really well, so congrats. Pulling for you. Need to push you out on all the stuff that we can to assist you and do all of that, but it's good stuff. Anyway,
yeah, sorry, Matt's much better at that than me, so not doing this deliberately. He just knows how to do stuff. I'm just the non-pretty face around here, so it is what it is. But yeah, if you are a Lions fan, go and remind a Bears fan of all the rubbish they gave us last year when we signed Monty, and return the favour to them now, because it's absolutely worth it. Like 16 million of that's guaranteed, so they're paying him a good chunk of money for what they're getting. Silver Surfer goes, it's Justin Fields that worries me, not Swift. Yeah, I want Fields gone. Unpopular opinion maybe, but I want them to draft Caleb Williams. I want Fields gone because he will be a stud one day. I just don't want it to be in Chicago. I want him to go and flourish like a bird, fly into the sky elsewhere, just not with them. But if Kirk Cousins messes that up because he goes to the Falcons, then I'm going to hate him forever. Swift won't get as many touches in Chicago like he did in Philly. No, he won't. Like, it does seem odd, doesn't it, Mike? You think they've paid Donta Foreman to stay there. Like Khalil Herbert, they love, who's got good production there with them. And then they've gone out and paid for a starting running back. Like, you don't need that, guys. Like, you really don't.
I mean, Donta Foreman's gone now, I think.
But didn't they just give him... I thought they gave him a new deal in the off-season. Like, really early on. I
don't think they have. I think he's still available. I could be wrong. It still says he plays for the Bears, so I must be wrong.
I thought he got a new deal. All right, well, while I'm waiting, let me just see. But I'm sure they gave him a new contract because of how well he played.
I'm having a look now over the cap. It says that his deal ends tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's my bad. Maybe not then. Maybe he's
But
not
even
going
then,
that
they
way.
have Herbert and they have who's the person?
Roshan Johnson. I
Roshan
forgot
Johnson
Roshan
and
Johnson.
Sayers.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Swift won't be a starter, but they're paying him starter money because Swift is a second and third down back. I won't call him a first down back, and I won't call him a third down back because he's bigger than that. But he's not an all three down guy. He's just not.
No, he's not. But it's going to be interesting. But I mean, I'm not looking forward to seeing Greenard with the Vikings. So like, I've really liked what he's done there this year. Maybe it's because Will Anderson's there and he's got help on that line. But let's say it's 22 quarterback hits, 12.5 sacks. Like, dude gets in the backfield. Considering that D-line doesn't have studs all the way over it, his production's been insane, and we know the Vikings love their really good pass rushers. Sorry, go on.
Shall we, so that we can get an audio show out, as well as your stream maybe not holding up, shall we at 5 o'clock, in 5 minutes for the US guys, change over to the other one and just start that and hit play on the audio, record on the audio show, and then we'll get something out.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I say, this has held up really well, so I don't know what's sort of happened, because usually it's jittery and terrible and whatnot, but it's been all right so far. So
looks like it's worked so far. So yeah, maybe you'll be okay.
Yes, Ken, that's right. Bakhtiari's gone. That's not good for us because he's been clogging up a big amount of their cap with that big ass contract of his. Obviously, they're going to take a hit this year, but he's gone. They've got a lot of good O-line there, so yeah, he's done. We will see with that. Roll Roundup goes, they graded out pretty well on the ground, but a lot of that was because of fields. The IOL is awful. It's very deceptive, that Bears O-line. It's not as good as it's made out to be, especially in pass pro. It's terrible. Like, it's good running the football, but when you come up against a team who can stop that, they're not very good.
No, they're not.
Fields has... I saw that astounding stat the other day. He's played, 40 games? I think he's got 3 games over 250 passing yards. It's like... anyone else at any other team, that is... See you, you're off to the CFL. It doesn't matter how good you are with your legs. Like, you're going to go and play in Canada. Or, like... But with him... I hate saying this about him as well because I love him, but I hate Chicago even more so. My hate wins out for that one. Silver Surfer goes, Lions ain't going to spend any big money, I believe, but I remain curious. Yeah, I kind of figure that's where we're at, but this is the first year, I'd say, Matt, like where, like the last 2 years we've known, we've been building. Now we're at a point where, are we building or are we competing? And, like, only Brad knows that. Is this where he's going to maybe just throw a little bit of caution to the wind? Because he's not really handed out big deals yet. He's given the deal to Frank, which I missed up, which I forgot about earlier when I was debating this in Discord, but he's not at the point where he's been dishing out the big contracts, where he's been getting uber aggressive towards going towards a Super Bowl. This is the first year. Like, does the tack change a little bit?
It could, but the members of our Discord probably saw Tom Wilkinson making the case that you ideally like to pay all of your free agents, and while they don't all need to be paid this year, in 2 or 3 years' time, you could be looking at paying Branch, Laporta, not Ragnow, he'll be gone, Sewell, all of these guys. Yeah, and then Goff, where does Goff factor into that? If you pay all of them, maybe you can't afford Goff. Aleem. If you pay some people now, in 2 years' time, you maybe can't afford to re-sign all the guys that you want to from the current team. So you've got to make a choice. Do you invest now and lose people later? Or do you just say, we'll take some vets as depth right now to supplement exactly what we have and just try and run it back without putting at risk the future? I've got 50 seconds left on my clock. Do you want to move it over?
Yeah, so do I just end the one on...
Yeah, and the one you're on, guys, in the chat, I'll put again the link that we're moving to now will appear there in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks everyone who's joined in this first hour. It's been a little quiet so far, but we're going to be back any moment now. We're just changing to a more secure stream. Mine's been good, but I just want to make sure it lasts the whole way through, and plus then I can focus a little bit more on some other bits, and I'm not running the stream as well. So we'll see you in a minute, but thanks everyone who's joined, and we'll see you very, very, very shortly. One Pride.
Hey everybody, once again, we're going to get started now
Oh.
on the show. What's up?
Oh no, it's fine. I nearly got fake shafted. I've not been fake shafted yet.
Thank God. Good. Right, everyone, hey again, we're going to start recording for the audio show now, so I'm just going to go quiet for 5 seconds, then introduce the show. If there's anything we've gone over already that Ant has talked about, apologies, but this will be for the audio show people. Keep your questions coming in, because this is basically just a 2-3 hour long mailbag show with breaking news. That's basically it. So we really need you guys today. So keep bringing the energy. Love what you've done so far. And I'm going to go sign up for 5 seconds, and then we're going to go. Welcome to another edition of the Roar of the Lions UK podcast, episode 259. Time to tamper. My name's Matthew Turner, alongside Anthony Fitzpatrick, who's been doing the pre-show. And if you weren't watching that, what are you doing? Go and check out YouTube right now for the replay on that. And how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I love free agency frenzy day. It's a lot of good fun, and moves have already started. So going to be interesting to see what Brad does. We're in uncharted territory with Brad now. Like, the last few years, I've been building this team from the ground up, and throw of a stone away from a Super Bowl last year. What happens now? We've not been here in this position with him. Is he going to go out and make a big splash? Is he going to stick to the plan of draft and develop and just put depth pieces around in free agency? Because there's a bit of money if he wants to. Are we going to see any of the big re-signings done yet? Because I'm surprised none of them have happened to this point. You kind of figure you want to get your big deals in the books, then you kind of know what you've got to work with in free agency. It just sort of helps your cap picture going forward. I mean, who knows? A lot could happen in these next few hours.
It looks like we've gone back up onto your pre-show stream, I think. I hope. So hopefully, I'm trying to skip through the ads. Yes, we're back on the same one you were on. So apologies to anyone who tried to move over. Never mind. Anyway, crazy day. Crazy day for being a Lions fan. Crazy day for fan of the NFL. Sorry, I was just trying to fix what was going on there. So whatever you just said has totally lost my mind. Tech issues. Lol. Free agency opens. Everyone leaves their current team. Everyone joins a new team. It's totally nuts, mate. Like, keeping track of everything as it's happening right now. I mean, the tampering period has only been open for an hour, and we've seen so many moves.
Yeah, exactly. NFC North, very, very busy. DeAndre Swift is back. Not going to be a source of consternation for anybody, that one with the Chicago Bears. Like, the Vikings have found their long-term replacement for Danielle Hunter. Like, Jonathan Greenard's had a fantastic season. He is building off his one big year of production. So is that going to be a big thing? So they're paying him $19 million a year. So they obviously feel that he's about to hit his prime. He's about to go out his way. And if so, we might not even know Hunter's gone. Or where does he go now? Because I think he's out the window. If they're paying $19 million to Greenard, they're not paying out for Danielle Hunter as well. So maybe Danielle goes, I've earned a lot of money in my career. Maybe I'll take 1 year with a contender who's not too far away from where I am right now. Maybe go chase a ring. Put yourself in the window for next year's market. I don't know. It could be. Who knows? But that'd be a move that goes, if you paired Danielle with Aiden, you'd be like, yeah, this is, and you've got Houston, that could be something.
It would be an incredible move. Like, if we could pull off something like that, I'd be absolutely jumping for joy. But, I mean, this is his last chance to cash in. Like, I just don't see him taking a cheap deal when, theoretically, he could get 3 years at $23 million per. Why would he take a 1 year, $15 million deal? Like, I just don't see it. I would dream of that, because that would be a defensive line that would be the envy of any in the league. That would be fantastic. But the sacrifice is real. Everything that happens for the Lions today, anything major coming in that isn't a re-signing, is a major move, which will have major consequences. You know, this isn't a regime which is going to push everything into the future to keep it all as it is. They are very much of the opinion that they are going to make sure that we're a sustainable team going forward. And that means every action has consequences. unless they make a massive pivot from who they've been in the past.
Yeah, and the trouble is now you're seeing other teams are making like the Bears are quite obviously trying to supercharge their rebuild. Like they've missed the most critical aspect of a rebuild. They've not got their young core yet. Like a cornerstone young core like we've got. They don't have that. Their trenches nowhere near ready, and yet they're signing these guys to big deals. They're paying money on positions not necessarily so premium, and it's like if they were to suddenly jump ahead of you in the pecking order, that's when the God damn it, we don't want to wait sort of thing comes in. So you've got to be careful. And now, obviously, Ryan's just put it in. Like, why are the Vikings looking at Snead and Wilkins? Like, they're not in a position to be spending so much money. They don't have a quarterback. Why are you loading up your roster when you don't have a quarterback? Like, the most critical that you're going to have to pay Justin Jefferson the best part of 40 million a year very soon. Even if you get Kirk back, you're going to be paying him 40, 50 million a year. Like, you're not in a position to be loading up at this point.
The answer is that they think they found a solution that is exceedingly cheap.
Yeah. Like, you get Kenny Pickett, trade for Kenny Pickett.
I mean, so I really thought that they should have been one of the teams in for Mac Jones. I know that sounds insane, but for a 6th round pick on his money, it's pocket change. And actually, I know that it seems like a little while ago now, but there was a world in which Mac Jones led that Patriots team to a winning record. Like, he's done it before. It was a while ago, but it's going to be better than paying Kirk 50 million and everyone else. Because the thing is, if they invest money now and bring Kirk back, they are deepening how big their rebuild is going to be without any possibility of winning the league. They cannot win the Super Bowl. They're just not good enough.
No, we said they should have tanked it last year. And like rightly so, it's like you're coming into the last year of your veteran QB's deal. He's got you over a barrel. And now they've put themselves at what, 12 in the draft. It's tough. Unless you're going to go for JJ or someone like that, you're going to give up a lot of resources to go up and get not the premier guy. And, you know, I don't know. It does feel like, and maybe Brad and how he's assembled his roster is making the other GMs in the conference make mistakes. Like they are trying aggressively to get back in front of us, and in doing so, are compromising the future of their own teams. So maybe in the long term, you've just got to stick to what's best. But I mean, obviously, you've just come in, but you've not had your say on the Glasgow deal yet. But like everyone's like amazing. I'm assuming you're not really differing on this.
No, absolutely. And there's loads of re-signings that the Lions have made since we last talked. So I want to go through all of them. But Glasgow, 3 years, 20 million, 9.5 guaranteed. Terrific deal. I mean, we paid him 4.5 last year, if my memory serves. This is 6.5 per, basically. Six and 2/3 per. He wanted a sizable pay increase. We've given him a 50% pay increase, but a lot of people would talk about it being 100%, and it's well under that. Now, devil's in the detail. A lot of people saying they think it's going to be an effective 2-year deal with an expensive 3rd-year option for Detroit. I'll be surprised. I would have thought this actually would be quite a kind of streamlined 3-year deal. Maybe there might be a void year on the end of it to make it kind of like 5 million per for the next 4 seasons with the void deal. Void year deal. I don't know. But we needed a guard back. We need at least one more. And then we need depth. Because Colby is not someone I'm comfortable going in with as guard 3. I just think that guards get injured so often that one injury means Colby starting the entirety of the year. That's not a Super Bowl winning route. So
no.
I'm comfortable with Colby as guard 4. But at the moment, he's guard 2. So we need 2 more. This is the first one. We need 2 more. But yeah, great deal. What about you? You haven't had your say for the audio listeners, so what do you make of Graham?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think I vaguely remember being along the lines of, meh, when he signed last year. But he's earned his stay this year. Like he's got his way into being a starter. He obviously, continuity on the line is a big thing. Taylor, Frank, and Graham have worked together for a very long time, which gives you maximum continuity in league standards. Obviously, Sewell's been in the team 3 years now. So even if we do have to go and get another goal, we've got four very experienced, very well associated guys on the line, and we're betting one in, and that's it. I mean, hell, even Jonah might come back. I know that big, massive deal to Landon Dickerson has set the market for him, but there's still a part of me that hopes all this, everyone who's been talking about him being a money grabber, all this sort of stuff is like, what, actually, Graham's come back on a reasonable deal. He wants a ring. It's like, do you want money or do you want a ring? Because, if you are in Jonah's circumstance, you could go, right, well, maybe I'll sign for a year or two. I'm still a very young dude. I'll sign for a year or two on a little less than I think I'm worth on a Super Bowl caliber team and go get myself a ring, and then I will really just cash the market in. Maybe, but money usually speaks in these circumstances. And if teams are offering stupid amounts, then good luck to him. But I'll always thank him for what he did here.
Absolutely. I absolutely love Jonah. I think that he is worth every penny. However, I don't think I'd want to pay him more than 10 million per. That's where I'm at. I think I'm just in this place where he has been a healthy player up until the last 2 years, and then the last 2 years have been probably average for an offensive lineman. I won't say he's been an injury-prone player, because I don't think that's fair. But the last 2 years have given me pause on giving him top-tier guard money. And with all the other deals we have coming down the track, if we pay Jonah, if we pay Jonah the money which everyone thinks he might get paid, which is like 13 to 16 million. It's a choice between him and Aleem. And I don't think you can do both. And frankly, this guard class is so stacked, I'd rather draft his replacement and pay Aleem than I would pay Jonah and let Aleem go.
True.
You may not see it as a straight like-for-like sort of, you can only do one, but for me, that's how I see the cap being in the next year or two, so...
This isn't Highlander. There can only be one.
There can only be one. Yeah.
Oh, Titans have signed Lloyd Cushenberry. So, new center, new running back. They're trying to fix that offense. Need someone good for Pollard and Tyjae Spears to run behind. There's your start. But O-line are in big. I mean, how funny was it? The Bears got the Bills backup center, and they had to pay for him, and then Mitch Morse gets released the next day.
Yeah,
I thought
ridiculous.
That was hilarious. And like his deal is stupidly low with the Jags. What is it, like 2 years, 10 million? It's like I know he's not an elite center, but I'm thinking that's still stupidly good value for the Jags.
Yeah, I really love that deal. I think Mitch Morse is a good player. So 5 million per is great. But the difference between an elite centre and a good centre is massive, and the pay reflects that. So it is what it is. And even then, Frank Ragnow's valuation on over the cap last year was 7.5 million. He's being paid for 13, 14. That's how the league sees these players. Even the elite centres are not worth that much according to contract value, apparently. So that's what the league thinks about players in that position.
Yeah.
Just is what it is. Let me run down the rest of the players that we've signed since we last spoke with everybody. Shane Zylstra, not back on the exclusive rights tag. We've just given him a $1 million deal with no guarantees. So he can be cut for free, like if he was an exclusive rights free agent, but he's come back. Mosley on a 1-year deal worth 2.2 mil, and he can also get up to $3 million with incentives. Brock Wright, tendered as a restricted free agent at the right of first refusal tender, so that's up to, is $3 million with no guarantees. And then Craig Reynolds and Donovan Knight, both running backs, back on the exclusive rights free agency tender. That means it's about $800,000 or something like that, and they can be cut for free as well. So Brock Wright, Craig Reynolds, Donovan Knight, and Shane Zylstra can all be cut free of charge if they don't make it in camp. What do you make of all of those re-signings?
I was just laughing the other day at the argument in Discord about Brock Wright and his money. It's like, Jesus Christ.
It's a lot of money for a tight end too, whose production is limited.
It is, but maybe again it shows to their faith in him and what he can, and maybe that like this year he will be, because Mitchell's obviously still on his rookie contract, so you can't afford to give him a little bit more and see how things shake out. Like, I mean, it's 1 year. At worst, if he's bad and James Mitchell is good, this time next year, his contract's off the books. James Mitchell's still on his rookie deal, and Sam Laporta is still the best tight end in the league on his rookie deal as well. It's like, I feel like it's something you can do when you've got two of your three tight ends are on rookie deals. You can overpay by $500,000 on the other one. I just feel it's inoffensive there, but I think a lot of depth signings, a lot of bits like that. I don't mind any of the deals that have been done really. So like it's the inoffensive stuff, it's the big stuff that we're looking out for now that's happening, and the thing that's like everything that's going round at the minute online is DJ Reader right now is the Lions are in for him. Lions are big on him. D tackles, the noise won't go away. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, DJ Reader's the big one going round right now.
DJ Reader is basically the only defensive tackle I want. Because Christian Wilkins, somewhere between $25 million and $30 million a year.
Ooh,
like
Gabe Davis to the Jags.
Hang on a minute, they already have Christian Kirk. Why are they paying Gabe Davis, for God's sake?
3-year deal.
What an awful bit of business by Trent Baalke.
I know. So you're like you're a much bigger stats guy. You can read these better than me, but Seth Walder's had his say on the DeAndre Swift thing. Apparently he's negative 0.3 rush yards over expectation per carry last year. That's bad, isn't it?
Yes.
I know it's in negative anyhow, but that's like, it doesn't sound much in negative standards, but that is pretty bad by running back standards.
Well, the reason that running backs get rushing yards over expectation is two reasons, basically. One, they're elusive, so they don't get touched. Oh, that's three reasons. Elusive and they don't get touched. Great contact balance, even when they get hit, they stay up. 3, they fall forwards. So they just get a couple of yards when maybe they're not meant to, even if they get stopped. And actually 4, their vision is elite. So even when they look like they're going to get stopped, even without elite side-to-side ability, lateral ability, that they manage to make them miss anyway.
I want to know his
Swift doesn't do any of those things.
I want to know his yards before contact.
But that's an offensive line stat.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, people saying, oh, he gets 1,000 yards, but I bet a lot of that came yards before contact because of what the line did, not of what he does.
Yeah. No, I definitely think that would be true.
So he had 1,083 yards, 582 of them were after contact. So that's nearly half his yards came before contact. That feels like a lot for a running back.
Yeah, huge.
So, yeah, that's... Oh, I'm just... Commanders signing Dorrance Armstrong.
It's all happening.
It's all happening. We're not getting the big deals just yet. Like, it's just we're waiting for the safety market to explode. I mean, like, Justin Simmons would be. I would love Justin Simmons here. I don't know about you, but I would love that for a flyer for us to take for our safety room. We need a veteran safety. I would pay good for one and then go corner in the draft.
Cornerback in the draft.
Yeah, but I would get. I would just say I'd get a veteran safety like Justin Simmons now, and then I would go corner in the draft and do it that way.
I want us to do what our GM always does, which is fill all the holes in free agency and then take best player available. That is how you build a winning team, and that I don't want to shoehorn us into getting a cornerback in round 1 because, frankly, I'm not sure there will be someone I'm comfortable with. At 29, if we manoeuvre about a little bit, fine. But I'm not sure if I want Kool-Aid at 29. I'm not sure if I want Rakestraw at 29. I might go for Kamari Lassiter, but he may not be a scheme fit. There's lots of players maybe in that sort of realm where I'm like, I'd be okay taking him at like 40. But 29 seems really rich for these guys. And then defensive tackles, there's only one. That I want to take in that range. It's the guy that Ant's been pulling for since 2 years ago. In Jazane Newton.
Oh, Jazane Newton. Yeah.
He'll be there at 29. But will he last even longer? Don't know.
He shouldn't. Like, the league should be fined for gross negligence if we get him without having to move in the draft. Like, if you put Daniil Hunter and Jose Newton on this line next year, it's like it's over. You're done. We're gonna win. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
That is how good that line would be.
yeah.
It would be. It would just be amazing. Oh, I've just seen Brenton. Big shout out, Brent. I hope you're doing well, recovering from your various medical bits. So hope you're good.
Someone's just said TJ Tampa. The thing about Tampa is that he's raw. His adjustment will be a few years. So
Depends where you take him.
Yeah, I think the suggestion is I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lions Basement Bands podcast. Do you want him in the first? Do you want him at 29? Because it's going to be interesting. I am still absolutely fine taking Rakestraw at 29, but I would be more comfortable taking him later. People are going to ping him for his slow 40 time, but his play speed is so much faster than that. And you have a look at how sticky he is in coverage. He's everything that we're going to cover in a cornerback. It just looks like he's going to be fantastic in man coverage. So I would love to see us have Rakestraw. But again, it's another player that I would like to take in that sort of late 30s range. I'm so good. I am so okay with us trading down. And I am okay with us trading up, but it has to be for a massive splash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Curtis Wilson. No Chop Robinson, please.
See, I'm biased. I've always been a CAD fan, and I'm always of the opinion that CAD's around one pick, and no one else would do it but me. But I'm Team CAD in the Missouri corner situation.
I am happy taking both. Abrams Drain, I would like to be. I will take him at 59 if he's still there, and if I have to trade up from 59 to get him, I will. I'm okay with that, but I don't want to take him at 29. I think that's too much.
You could be right. Absolutely.
So, a couple of other bits of news that we haven't addressed. One was Chase Lucas is gone. One is Jerry Jacobs is gone. And one is Jalen Reeves-Maybin is NFLPA president. I think there's two honours in the NFL.
Christian Wilkins has gone to the Raiders. 4 years, $110 million. 84.75 guaranteed. I'm glad I'm not paying that contract.
So that's $27.5 million per.
Ooh, my days.
That's exactly what we thought we was going to get paid, though.
No, someone was saying 25. That's 27.5 per year AAV.
Yeah, that. But
wow.
I thought
the Raiders. So, why are the Raiders doing that?
When we talked about what he could be signed for, about 5 minutes ago, I said it's going to be between 25 million and Chris Jones' contract, and it's coming dead in the middle of it. So
yeah, that's good. That, but God, the Raiders are another in quarterback limbo. Like, what are they Josh Jacobs, they might have just let walk out the door. You need a quarterback, and you're going to pay him that much. Mind you saying that, like Wilkins and Max Crosby. Like, that's unfair. Like, they're like, we need to go and kill Patrick Mahomes. How do we do it? Oh, yeah, let's sign these guys. Like, they're working to try and kill Patrick Mahomes with the Raiders. I did not see them as the team doing it.
But they are the team that throws money around and doesn't really think about having a plan. But also, the Raiders looked better when they sacked their old coach and brought someone on. Like, the team looked okay for the second half of the season with the existing team. So, I don't think it's...
Did Chris Jones get that much guaranteed money? 85 million? I feel like he didn't get that much guaranteed.
No, he didn't get that much guaranteed, but he got 31.75 per.
Let me just have a look, see what he got. He got 4 years... No, he got 4 years, 80 million. Christian Jones... He's getting way more. He's only getting 20 million a year.
No, he's not. He's getting 31.75 million per.
Is this his old deal? It might be his old deal that's not been redone yet. 5 years, 158. Yeah, that was his old deal.
Just quickly on Jalen Reeves-Maybin being. Oh, sorry, go on.
He got 95 million guaranteed.
So, but over 5 years,
yeah,
so it's 20 million per guaranteed. So, yeah. Anyway, for me, there's two awards. in the entire NFL which are bigger than MVP. One is Walter Payton Man of the Year. Two is NFLPA president. Because if your peers elect you to represent the entire staff, playing staff, against the league, they trust you like hell. And I just want to give a shout out to Jalen Hughes-Maven, because what an honour. He's been part of that structure for a little while, but the players trust him. He's one of the most stand-up guys out there, and the leadership he brings, it clearly shows.
Yeah, absolutely. His career renaissance gets bigger and bigger. Hopefully he can take another step forward on the field as well. But he's on the ascendancy at the moment.
He really is.
God, I mean, yeah, the big deals are coming now, and it's like these are huge. These are like we're not going to do anything like this, but a lot of teams are willing to do so. Cap's gone up. I think it's kind of loosened the shackles of a lot of these teams who are like, oh, you know what, actually, we can now. We'll kick a bit more money down the line. We'll put a bit more in this year. We'll be a bit more reckless. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something. We had a few mailbag questions come in, by the way, before we started, so I just want to get to them. Losphobia on Discord asks, Ant, what position do you want to spend the most on in free agency compared to using the draft? I think we've kind of covered that a little bit, but what's maybe weak in the draft that you think you can get in free agency?
Ooh, that's good. Because kind of right. So what's safety? I will pay a lot of money in free agency for safety. I'll not really go in the draft for safety. I'm not as enamored with the safeties this year. And for anyone who watches this show, I am the biggest safety guy out there. I have been for years and years and years. So when even I don't like them, there has something to be said about the quality coming out this year. There's some decent ones, but not. We need a safety one. We need a veteran safety. We don't need a draft safety this year. So, like, safety would be the discrepancy. I'd spend more on that on free agency than I would the draft. I'd spend a lot on the draft at corner, and I'd spend the first round pick at DT in the draft. So I can't say otherwise. But it'd be safety for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. There are safeties I like in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
They're all day 3 picks. I think
Exactly.
I would be willing to go for Cameron Kitchens if he falls significantly, because I feel like that's another one of those guys that just tests not that great, but the instincts on the field are so much better than what he's shown at the combine, and who cares about the combine? So that's someone that I could be tempted into, but we'll see. I just feel like it's a bit barren in free agency, generally speaking. There's not a lot of classes I really like. I mean, I would be avoiding guard like the plague, because I think that you can just get them in the draft. I think you could draft 2.
For me, you like to teach. You like to teach habits to your offensive linemen. You don't like them to come in having played a different. You want to get them from the go, and like that's all our guys are homegrown. Taylor's homegrown. Frank's homegrown. Penne's homegrown. Graham's homegrown. Jonah's homegrown. Like, I think you get your best continuity when you get them set in your ways and what you want. I don't like bringing in high prices from elsewhere who then struggle because they've worked different schemes, they have different habits. Like, I feel like molding your offensive line from the draft is the best way to go. You've got to put a pick in there this year. I know a lot of people in the chat have been saying at 29. I mean, it's not personally what I do, but I could get with it if they did. Personally, I'd spend 62 on Christian Haynes, but again, biased. But if they did it, I would understand why. You've got to get them in, especially now. We're pretty much experienced across the board. This is the best time to get them in, and no pressure to get them in the team. Work them in slowly, the way you want. Perfect situation to be in, really. So, maybe we will pull the trigger on it this year.
Yes, so Brent's asked about Zach Zinter. I would be in on Zach Zinter with anything after our first 3rd round pick. I will take him with the second, 3rd round pick, or on day 3. That's fine.
I'll pick him on day 3. I just don't like the injured ones. Unless he could do
I
some form of testing
I
before.
I think he might do some pro day. Potentially.
Mm,
I think the chance is there. The problem that Zack Zinter has is that the class is absolutely stacked. So why risk it? Because you've
yeah.
got Cooper Beebe, Dominic Pooney, Christian Mahogany, Christian Haynes, Bortolini could play a bit of guard centre, Mason McCormick. These are all guys who are really viable guard options to go ahead and start. So
Yeah.
why take a risk on someone who's coming off a complex multi-bone break?
Yeah.
It's difficult.
Serious injury, so you've got to be careful.
Michael's asking where we're having a look at news, and yeah, it's just having a look at
All
Twitter,
over.
and also, I mean, the other thing, let's mention it. We have a lot of guys in our Discord channel who are also monitoring all of this stuff as it happens. So if it doesn't happen that we see it, then it might be that someone else sees it. So if you want to come and join the community as well, links in the chat right now. Just trying to keep a track on it as much as we can. It's a bit weird, but I'm going to say defensive tackle as well is a position that I'd like to spend in free agency rather than the draft. If Newton's available, I reserve the right to change my mind. But at the end of the day, when you have like DJ Reader and Tyre Tart, Javon Kinlaw, Shelby Harris, few of these guys where I'm just like, you don't have to pay them a huge amount of money. DJ Reader probably will be, but the rest of them are all pretty cheap 1 year guys. I'm happy doing that for a year and kicking the can down the road because there's not a huge amount of defensive tackles I'm okay with in this class.
I just think, yeah. Well, no, the DT class in the draft in general is terrible. Like, it is. It's not very good. It's like last year. It's been barren the last couple of years, but those couple at the top are entirely worth it. And be where we're picking. So from that regard, but if you're going down to day 2 or 3 and you don't have one, then you're in a lot of bother. So
I mean,
I think the trouble is the deals that have been set now, like they've set the market, and guys are going to be like, right, I'm going to go and get my bag with this. Like there's those 2 massive deals that have come in now. So guys like Reader are probably going to just be pushed above our price tag, maybe. And that's why I'd still expect the safety to come in, because safeties are getting screwed and their market's crashing. So if we offered Justin Simmons a competitive deal here on a Super Bowl team, because I believe he doesn't have a ring yet, which is also a prerequisite for players for me. I don't want them to have rings. I want them to be desperate for a ring, so they give everything here. Like, that would be a perfect situation for us. And it's probably not going to cost us the earth either.
Yeah. All right, another question. Dan Mack on our Discord channel as well asks, what's the best plan for the offensive line for the foreseeable future, including draft prospects, free agents, and who we will re-sign? So just general plan for the O-line. So Decker's obviously in a contract year. We need some guards. We've kind of talked about that. Do you need to get some insurance center? What do you think is going to be the long-term future of Panay? There's lots of question marks.
Yeah, and you've got to start addressing those questions this year. You've got to draft offensive linemen because, like you say, there's too many question marks here. Frank's long-term health, Taylor's long-term contract situation, Glasgow, we've got to be right guard for a few years, but my bet is that 3rd year is minimal or team-friendly, and I don't know if he sees year 3, and like you've got Panay to pay, you're going to play him right tackle, left tackle, what you're going to do. Like, for me, if I'm attacking it this year, I take 2 picks in the draft. 1 high, I would get my other guard, and I would, because you can plug and play him this year, get him in, get him ready. Everyone knows who that is. And then I would draft a development tackle, and I mean tackle, to prepare to prepare for depth for one, but if long-term something is to go wrong with Taylor, he's injured or, just costs us too much, etc., I would be ready for that. I would pick them in day 3. Like, I would be thinking of someone like Tylen Grable would be amazing for that. I think Tylen Grable's the perfect development left tackle for the Detroit Lions coming out of the draft, given the systems he's played in, how experienced he is, and how we don't need to rush him into this team, and you start developing for the future. You've got to do it now, but one of the picks has to be high because you need starters. And yeah, we're not going to be able to pay everybody. I say long-term overall. So yeah, I start with the draft now. I'm not doing any free agents. I like to draft my own lineman and I like to develop my own lineman. So let's do that. 2 guys in the draft.
I would be pushing that out to potentially 3. I want insurance, interior offensive line, centre and guard. And I want a starter at guard. And I want left tackle insurance. So that's 3. At the end of the day, I am not moving Penei Sewell. Not ever, not now, never. Because he is a top one offensive tackle in the NFL. If you move in position, does that move him down to top 10? It can't be that smooth. Maybe he learns to play left tackle better than he did in his first season where he wasn't fantastic. But you are disrupting something which is already as good as it gets. Let's just draft the left tackle. Just plug and play. Just when Decker goes, get someone else. Why disrupt the flow? If you find the right tackle, who is only a right tackle, then I think there is an argument for moving Sewell. But I wouldn't be seeking it out. I would be trying to get a left tackle. And then whatever happens, happens. We had a question
on that Gabe Davis contract.
No.
3 years, 39 million, potential to go up to 50.
I mean, he's not been overpaid as much as Christian Kirk, but apparently
that would be difficult to overpay Christian Kirk. That was one of the worst contracts ever.
It was, but even 13 million per for a player who has been shockingly bad in Buffalo, and people like the fact that he does big touchdowns. But talk to any Bills fan about Gabe Davis, and you'll hear the same story, which is basically can't catch, effort is lacking. He's basically Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That is who Gabe Davis is, with a bit less speed. Why do you want that? Just ridiculous. We had a question on defensive tackles and just whether we like Fisk and Sweat. I know that you were a Sweat fan. Are you still a Sweat fan?
I mean, I wasn't a Sweat fan. I never had an opinion on Sweat, really. Like, that Texas team that I've not really watched either of them as much as some of the other guys I like, so I can't really comment on them. Fisk is good. He's had a really good offseason. I try not to get suckered in by the offseason and stuff, but obviously he's worked Group of 5, Power 5. He's a very powerful man. Like, he'd be a good player, but like, I'm just all in on Jazane this year. I'm looking for those final pieces to get us to a Super Bowl, and for me, Jazane's the one who fits it. Sweat, I mean, he's a good player, but I've never really had too strong an opinion on him.
Well, apparently, Lloyd Cushenberry has gone to the Titans.
According to the centre.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've got him and they've got Tony Pollard, so they're revamping that offense.
Fair. That's not the worst signings ever. I like Cushenberry.
Yeah, it's a solid centre. So, like you say, it's a solid centre. Solid centre, and, solid centre is better than no centre. Bad one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
yeah,
there's some good centres coming in this draft, though.
Dan Pask also on Twitter asked about the safety market. You've kind of mentioned the safety market already. But let's have a look specifically at who is a free agent then, because you've already mentioned one player you want, but I wonder whether there's just a plethora of them that you like. So obviously Kevin Byard has gone to Chicago for $7.5 million per. There's also Jamal Adams, Justin Simmons you mentioned already, Buda Baker. Is he available? That says that he's available on Spot Track.
Yeah. Did they cut him?
I thought that he was still at Arizona.
I thought they said they were cutting him.
Maybe. Eddie Jackson, Quandre Diggs, Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Jordan Whitehead, Jaron Kearse, Jalen Mills, who's more of a cornerback, but he's listed as safety. Darnell Savage, Sean Gibson. Let's skip over Will Harris. Xavier McKinney, Terrell Edmonds, Geno Stone, Jeremy Chin. There's so Adrian Amos, Ryan Neal. There's so many of them.
Apparently, the Packers are big after McKinney.
Yeah,
they're meant to be on him there. But again, Simmons just feels like the guy to me. He's in good form right now. Like it's like the Bears. They've bought Bayard. Like he's on down years. He's old, and they're paying him 8 million. It's like you may as well have just paid Eddie Jackson. I know he's paid more, but you probably get more from him. Like, and again, that's not a signing that a young aspiring team makes. That's one that's desperate to get there now. Like, I don't know what they're doing with it, but Simmons for us is perfect. He's 30, so he's still got mileage on the clock. Exactly what we need. Vet safety. I think he's going to be available for good money because the safety market's diluted completely. I think you can offer him competitiveness, and plus we've got an open Super Bowl window now, which brings that price down a little bit to very nice levels. But the safeties are, I don't get why they're getting discarded. They're very critical to your system. Like I find every position's very critical to your system, but when you got bad safeties and people are just launching down the middle of the field at you all the time and you're just so vulnerable with it all, it's tough. You've got to have a good pair of safeties there. Like we've struggled. I mean, I know we've had bad corners as well, but I think it's just the first place teams going, oh, where can we save some money? Oh, let's just do safety, whatever. But I think we're going to benefit from it. Like, hell, double dip. Go for Simmons and Nino. Just really, really go all in on the position. See, I'm not as high on bringing Quandre back as others. I'm done with the guys of yesteryear thing and move on. I don't know. I'm not sure I'd have him back.
I mean, it all depends on the money, doesn't it? Because he was on big money in Seattle. If he wants to come back on big money, it's a no. But he's still got gas. So, he's still got gas in the tank. I really think that if he took a hometown return discount, that he would be exactly the sort of player who we could say you're in a rotation to at his age, and he'd be good with that. I think that would also be a good marriage. Exactly what you were saying with Simmons, I think applies to him. Carlton's just said, Matt, you forgot that Tracy Walker is a free agent, should be cheap now. That, I think, for me, is who I feel like Ant not means, because Ant is saying what he means. I think for me, what Ant is saying, that's what it means to me. I am over Tracy Walker.
Yeah, I'm over. He's just not recovered from the injury sufficiently.
Yeah,
so
and
you've got to...
and I absolutely love him. I'm going to put that out there too.
I do.
I love Tracy Walker, but he's the past.
Yeah, like he'd need to go somewhere else, prove himself, and like work his way back here at this point. So it's yeah.
All right, we've got another question from Mike the Marine on Twitch, who says, would you upgrade at Sam linebacker in round 3 with Barnes in the last year of his contract? Who do you like at Sam linebacker? Wilson, Watson, Wallace, ? I will say first off the bat, Mike, that Barnes, I think, has actually progressed outside of that Sam linebacker position, that he started there a bit, but actually ended up playing a lot of Mike in our system. So I don't think that Barnes' contract really impacts this. Having said that, I would try and upgrade at Sam because I'd like to see more of Houston on the edge. Because Houston and Jack Campbell were the guys playing Sam linebacker, and I don't want either of them playing there. So, absolutely I want someone to come in and play Sam, but as to who, I've got no idea. The guy that everyone's talking about for the Lions is Andrew Van Ginkel in that role for about $6.5 million per. I would be okay with that. But there are also draftees who are potentially available in that spot who could be day 3 picks. I think that the Detroit Lions Breakdown podcast with Eric Schlitt and Joe Kania, they mentioned Wallace from Kentucky.
Yeah, I don't like him. But...
yeah. Eric is all over him. So we'll see.
We could be really greedy. Really, really greedy and just draft Peyton Wilson in the first round. That'd solve that issue.
He's a Sam, isn't he, in our system?
Yeah.
It would be an interesting choice. I think that.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go day 3, you're going to develop a guy. You're going to give Barnes year 3 to solidify that role. So if you're going to go down that route, then you go and take someone like Jalix Hunt or something like that. Someone who's got all the credentials in the world to do something like that. And develop him over the next year and work him in case Barnes doesn't work. That's the way I'd go anyhow.
There's 2 players who I want as Sam linebackers in day 3. One is Edifan Ulafosho.
He's an inside linebacker.
I think he could play it. I think he could play Sam.
So put it this way, I had Edifan in a mock draft 3 years ago or 2 years ago. I followed his career very, very, very closely. He's an inside linebacker.
Okay. The other is Dallas Gant from Toledo.
Toledo. I've been told off for that before.
What, for Toledo?
Yeah, it's Toledo.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I do it to annoy them sometimes. Like some places, it's like I used to call it Maryland, and it used to really annoy them. It's Maryland. Put you in the damn thing then. See, Dallas Gant used to play at Ohio State for ages. Like he's like a special teams extraordinaire. So he'd be the guy you work in through special teams and stuff like that. He's very tall though. Like he's 6'4" or something like that. He's very tall. So
Ash just tried to correct me by saying the Sam Eric likes his Braswell from Bama. That was the first guy he mentioned. Then he went on to mention others. I'm pretty sure. But go back and check if you want. I know your memory is probably better than mine. He does like Braswell from Bama. I like Braswell from Bama. And actually, Sam fits him quite well. But where he's going to get drafted, you want him to play more than a part-time role. Because Sam is a part-time role. And he's going to be drafted in the 2nd round, probably. So, I'd rather he was on the field. More than that.
Seen that list of largest free agency running back contracts in the last 8 years?
No.
The list is Le'Veon Bell, Chris Ivory, Jerick McKinnon, Lamar Miller, Miles Sanders, DeAndre Swift. Like, some are like, yeah, who, yeah. It's not a very good way to go about.
It's not a good way of doing business.
I remember that Le'Veon Bell deal once. That seemed like a steal at the time, and then it's just like, no, it's not. Drew Semple gets $3.5 million a year from the Bengals for 3 years. Good for him.
Right, Mike. I'm just getting to Van Ginkel in a minute, but I think you just need to invert your L and E. I think it's that.
Van Ginkel, isn't it?
Yeah, K-E-L. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So D3 linebacker takes Pittman's place in 53. I actually think Pittman might come back. He's just the sort of player that the Lions quite like. He's very good.
If I'd like to do a deal with the devil and him staying means Will Harris goes, then yeah, fine, whatever. It's fine.
Will Harris isn't coming back.
I'm waiting for that, like, I don't know. Who's a team who likes terrible corners or something? Like the New England Patriots signed Will Harris for 4 years, $20 million or something like that. That tweet will hit like crack.
I called Will Harris to the Patriots a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, hell, they did a rebuild job on Jelani Tavai, so...
Who's now one of the league's better linebackers. He just needed to be put in a system that appreciates his talent. He's not untalented. We just didn't know how to use him.
Exactly.
And
we
he was
overdrafted him.
But he's a stand-up player. He's a really cool, nice guy. And he deserves to be successful.
He does.
He never deserved the hate he got from Lions fans because our team was bad.
Yeah.
Edgar Cooper out of Texas A&M. Like him, there's upside there. Don't think he's a starter, at least in the first year or two. Could be an okay Sam as a part-timer, potentially. Brent has just said...
He's a hybrid, so... He could.
Michael Lucci's, i.e. Raw Roundup, and for the pod listeners, go and check out Raw Roundup on YouTube. Love Mike's stuff. Just said, did Matt just call Tavai one of the league's best linebackers? Well, PFF have. And I know that people don't like PFF, but if you had a look at Tavai in Detroit, he was crap. If you have a look at Tavai in New England, he has been very good. So... is it that he is limited, but what he does very well? Or is it that he's bad? Well, I would just argue teams fail players. We failed him. Now he's in a system that appreciates him. He looks great.
It's a centre day today. Commanders have got Tyler Biadish.
I mean,
Lots of centres.
it is because centre is a really important position that's undervalued by everyone except the actual teams.
Exactly. Like, centres are going early in free agency, so they must be worth something. They're getting snapped up like hotcakes. Commanders are just in trouble, though, till they take... I want Sam Howell to work there, but I want Sam Howell out of Washington so someone competent is able to work with him. Like, he is an NFL quarterback. It's just they don't... They are physically incapable of developing a quarterback. But at least they've got a centre to protect him now. They just need 4 other positions on that line filling in.
Ken's just put a mock draft up for us, so let me read it to you. Byron Murphy, 29. I will say I do not think Byron Murphy will last that long. I really don't. I think he's going top 15. Adissa Isaac at 61, edge from Penn State. Chris Abrams-Drain, cornerback, Mizzou at 73. Malachi Corley at 92, the wide receiver from Western Kentucky. 163 is Javon Foster, tackle from Mizzou as well. 207, Tanner Bortolini, interior offensive lineman from Wisconsin. Austin Reed at 247, quarterback, Western Kentucky, opinion, ? What do you think?
Tyler Bortolini is like my favourite day 3 prospect for OL. And he's Ryan's as well. Like, Ryan absolutely adores him. I absolutely adore. He is the long-term successor to Frank Ragnow. Like, if you want to go center long-term, if you want Ragnow's replacement this year, Tyler Bortolini is it. It's going to cost you a day 3 pick. And that's it. And that will be stupidly good value for him. He should be going day 2, really. But you sit him in this system, you don't even have to play him. You just get... Like, the guy is everything that Detroit is about. So he's spot on with that. Like, I would pick Bortolini there. And, like, if we were going to do the 3 picks, I'd take Grable and Bortolini day 3 for our offensive line. I think that'd be terrific. Obviously, I love Cad. Cad's the corner. I've done extensive stuff with it on him. He's great. Cerebral. Everything we need at corner. Love it. Malachi's the Yak King. He's stupid. He had like 400 yards more yak than any other receiver in college the year before last. Like, dude gets the ball and he just keeps getting yak. He had nearly 1,000 yards of yak alone. But for what we need, he's, again, another development guy. You're getting him from small school again, but obviously he knows Broderick very well because they've played together. And long term, he'd be a very good piece on the outside here. So I like the day 2 and 3 there. I just net sold on Adissa Isaac and Byron Murphy. Again, the whole Byron Murphy thing is just I prefer Jazane Newton. Like, everyone else has got a mark against him because they're not Jazane, because I just love him that much. But I love some of those picks in there.
So I think if Byron Murphy ends up coming at 29 because Jazane is gone, I'm good with it. Because he is exceptionally good as a pass rusher. And we just go to a 4-3 as opposed to being a 4-3 under team, play with 2-3 techs, allow Aleem and Byron Murphy to go to work, and you've got a great interior defensive line. I think that's fantastic. I just don't think he's going that late. I'm not in on Isaac. I don't like him. Chris Abrams-Drain, I let Ant speak on that one. Malachi Corley, I think, is a bit redundant in our system. I don't think he's better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. So, it's always good to have backups there, but then you're relegating our... Oh my God, why... I am so scrambled from my travel that I just can't even remember the current Lions roster. Who is our kick returner? Who's our backup slot?
Khalif Raymond.
Thank you. We have Khalif Raymond. We don't need to relegate Khalif Raymond to being a special team only player. So I don't want Malachi Corley. Foster, I like as a backup offensive tackle. Bortolini, I love as an interior offensive lineman. Austin Reed, I hate. I don't hate him. I don't like him as a prospect. I think he's someone who is going to end up not on a roster. So I don't see why you draft him. He'll be on a practice squad, I suspect.
Yeah, or he'll go to the UFL.
He could be a UFL player. I think that would be really good for him to just get reps in a professional
Those
system.
sort of quarterbacks need exposure there, because then on the back of his performances, he will get onto a roster somewhere. Plenty of quarterbacks go that route, and I think that would be his route.
Raw Roundup says free agency is broken, Matt. No, so I went to Frankfurt on Thursday, returning Saturday morning, and it's completely thrown me. I'm at work again on a Monday, having only had a one-day weekend, and I'm all over the place. It was fun, enjoyed it, but it was a lot. Yes, Lisa's saying that we have had visits at wide receiver with Xavier Legette and Tez Walker. I like both of them. I think Walker has... So I was in on Walker, then I was out on Walker, and now I'm back in on him again. So it's a roller coaster. Do you like either of them?
So Xavier Legette, the problem I have with Legette is he's 1 year production, and because he used to play at slot and then he went outside because he's not had a sheer volume of reps in college. He's underdeveloped. And because people are saying like he could be a first round pick or high second round pick, you are going to be spending a very high pick on him. And for a guy who's not developed at this point, I don't like the fit for us. Like, if you're willing to sit and wait for him to come good, then great. But like, he's the exact type of receiver we need. But like, his route running is just not there. Because he's been an outside guy who's just done a lot of go stuff, a lot of deep balls down the field, and is not really nuanced beyond that. He will be in time, but for what I'm giving for him and what I'm getting right away, no, I just don't want to do that. And the same with Tez Walker. It's like, I think that would be more one to Ryan's focused on him a lot more than I have. I just go back off the Shrine Ball stuff and some of the stuff, but yeah, Joshua Cephas is my wide receiver. Again, I sort of locked in on my guys I like now, and that's where I am with them. And Josh Cephas I get for a day 3 pick, and I will probably get a similar timeline to these two when they develop. And he's got to be really good. So
I'm not saying that Eric Schlitt listens to our show. He may do. We're a big fan of his.
I don't think he does, but I'll be honoured if he did.
I think there's a chance. But you have talked about Josh Cephas quite a lot. And then up on the wide receiver part of the draft combine stuff that Detroit Lions Breakdown did. And Eric says one guy who wasn't at the combine, who I really like as a borderline late day 3 UDFA prospect, is... and then said your guy. And I was like, hang on a minute. Who else knows about Josh Cephas? So I just thought it's interesting, but evaluators that I trust seem to coalesce around similar prospects, and not a lot of other people do.
Oh, wow. Jonah Jackson, gone to the LA Rams. 3 years, 51 million, 34 million guaranteed.
So 17 million per.
So yeah, the Rams have Jonah Jackson.
And they re-signed Kevin Dotson for basically the same money.
Jesus
so they've invested
Christ, that's 16 million. They're spending 33 million a year on their guards now.
Shit.
Wow. So Jonah Jackson is gone. That's a shame.
He has earned every penny.
Yes, he has.
He's been a fantastic player for us. He has gone to war. He's fought through injury in recent years. Shame that he couldn't fight through the last one at the end, because it could have been something which took us to a Super Bowl. He wasn't able to. He leaves with my best wishes. He's a fantastic person. I hope he has only good things to say about the team since it changed to the current ownership.
Yeah.
Thank you to OnePrido427 subscribing on Twitch for their 11th month, saying Brad Holmes is cooking, trust the recipe, people. Which I absolutely love. Mike also asks a question. What is your opinion of Dollar General Brad signing free agents for today? I mean, so what do you think will happen?
I don't know. I mean, everyone says he's not had a good free agency so far. You've got to take into account the situation he's been in. Like he's known as Dollar Store Brad because he's had dollar store money to work with the last couple of years. Like that first year, he had literally nothing. You've had to go through the dregs. You've had to be frugal. You've tried to flesh out as much of the roster as you can, taking a load of swings on 1 year contracts, and he's landed on like more than enough. Like our depth is really good because of these deals he's given out. This is the first year where we've got a little bit of money and where the situation of this team is now ready to compete. It's not been the last few years. Not when it's come up to free agency. It's not been like this time last year, we were not considered to be contending next year. So
Right.
this is a different scenario now. Where is he at? I think Brad will do something bigger than we expect. He will not go right overboard, but I think he will do something bigger.
Two new deals to bring to your attention. First is Darnell Savage is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They continue to throw money at this class. No idea on the contract amount for that. But you saw me put my head in my hands because the LA Rams have made another signing. And this is what time? It's the tight end, Colby Parkinson. 3 years, 22.5 million with 15.5 million guaranteed for what has been a career backup. 7.5 million per. They're throwing money at this, the Rams.
Jesus.
That's a lot of money for someone who's never been the guy.
So quite clearly, they're putting emphasis on protecting Stafford this year and trying to get that run game going. So you've sealed up both guard positions. You've got a first round pick this year. I would not be surprised if that was an offensive lineman again. Like, I mean, what stopped them from beating us? I mean, you fix that line. Maybe they beat us. Maybe they're only a stone's throw away. They think they're there. They've got, because the window's closing with Staff now. Like, Staff is into his last few years. The window is closing, and it seems like they're going to go all in with him. They're going to ride or die him. I mean, fair play to them. But, you look at that conference, the Seahawks, the Cards are in all sorts of bother at the moment. Like, the Seahawks, no Pete Carroll for the first time in forever. They're in a bit of bother. The 49ers are going to have to start cutting players eventually. Like, they're losing guys. They see an opportunity to get to the top of the NFC West, and they're going to take it.
Oh, God, so much spending. So much spending. I will say that the Rams are able to do this because basically they couldn't spend anything last year as they absorbed lots of dead cap for stuff, which means they got that back this year, is what happened to Detroit after year one of this regime, had all the dead cap, and then it came off the books, and they invested money in the existing team and on cheap depth. They are going for starters, as Ant said. It's because they are trying to win now while they still have Stafford, which I think is a smart move for them. It
is.
It will mean that as soon as Stafford goes, all these guys are trade candidates.
Oh yeah, they're gonna blow up big time. Everyone's gonna get cut. I get Jonah back. Who knows? So Biadish gets 30 million as well. 10 million a year for him. 3 years, 30 million.
Yeah, that's a big payday.
It is. Considering Morse got half of that, I don't know if he's half the quality of him. I think that would be debatable.
So, how do you feel, by the way, on Graham Glasgow getting 6 2/3 mil and Jonah getting 17? One is almost 3 times the other.
Yeah, but one's on his first pro deal, one's on his last deal in the NFL. Like, people will look at that and go, the value's... And you know what? The value for Graham's deal is great. But with cap going up in the NFL, you can spend more on your offensive line. Like, if Jonah stays healthy and plays the way he does, I don't think they regret that deal. Like, if you could guarantee me 3 years of a very healthy Jonah Jackson, I'd have been tempted to pay him that because I think he would have been completely worth it. But again, you've got to take in... Yeah, you can't really compare these. This is a last year deal for Graham. This is a last time deal for Graham. This is Jonah's first.
Oh, Bryce Huff is off the market. He's gone to the Philadelphia Eagles. 3 years, $51.1 million, and the Packers have signed Josh Jacobs, running back.
Hang on, how much money is Bryce Huff getting?
3 years, 51.1, 17 million per. He was rumoured to be getting 16.
Holy overpay.
PFF thought he'd get 16, so it's not far away from what their projection was.
Oh no, that's still an overpay.
He's been one of the most effective pass rushers in the past 2 seasons, under the radar. I think he was top 5 in pressures the last 2 years.
I think they're going to regret that deal. Jets doing stupid things.
Never
why
mind.
Why are the Packers signing Jacobs and not paying Aaron Jones? Like, that's the question I have. Like, Aaron Jones, I will be delighted to see the back of Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is a better dual threat back than Josh Jacobs is.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, yeah, we can respectfully disagree. I think Aaron Jones is a better dual threat back than Josh Jacobs. I think he's a better outright running back than Josh Jacobs. I think he's a better receiver. And I'm delighted that he's like disappearing into. Oh, hello.
Yeah, he's coming.
We've got a wild Tom in the building.
There he is.
I think it's just because I insulted the Pistons on Discord. That's why he's here.
How you doing, Tom? Oh. He's got to go and see a film, so he's only going to be with us for a few moments.
I'll let him have the spot.
Yes.
Then.
Awesome. I've got a little bit of time. I don't need to go till a bit later, but I was assuming it would be our normal time. So, more importantly, ignore this free agency nonsense. You've been insulting the Pistons. I haven't even seen it yet.
No, it was in a different Discord, not ours. It was in another one, but I felt like the force will have been disturbed. Hey, did you not see Troy threatening to belt a fan the other day? Like,
that is not. I mean, again, we don't want to go too far off topic. Well, I guess it's free agency frenzy. You kind of everything's off topic to some extent, but that was a weird look.
It was, wasn't it?
For those who did or didn't catch it, the Pistons GM, who in general is a very, I want to say, understated speaker. He's a very kind of calm man. He's almost like a bit of the anti-Brad Holmes. Like, you don't get any reaction, no energy from him. And then, he's just basically just shouting at fans saying he's lucky that he doesn't beat his ass. So I'm just like, okay, probably not the best thing to do when you are 1 win better than the worst record of all time in an NBA season, but sure.
I like how we've broken the rest of the NFC North, because we've been so good against the run game this year. So the Bears have gone and got Swift. The Packers have gone and got Josh Jacobs. They're like, we've got to do something about this. We can't not run the ball anymore. We've broken them into making stupid moves for running backs.
The Swift one's fascinating. A friend of mine messaged when it happened, just saying, almost asking for an opinion on it, not saying, like, I'm sure lots of Twitter's already saying that all Bears fans are saying that he's basically now Barry Sanders, and lots of Lions fans saying he's the worst player ever existed, which, of course, is somewhere in the middle. But I said I think he's probably the most frustrating player I've watched over the last few years. And one of the key reasons for that is everyone who's the other 31 teams' fans tell you how good he is, because fantasy football, he's pretty productive. And you see the highlights, which are brilliant. But when he's on your team, he can be pretty frustrating. You saw that on Eagles Twitter for a bit last year as well. Even when he was racking up yards, you got the same videos of him just hitting the back of his line rather than hitting the holes and not getting upfield. So, yeah, I mean, it's a fair chunk of cash as well. And I guarantee he'll have some big games this year if he stays healthy, because he always does. But it's a frustrating fan experience, as we all know. So
I'm assuming as well, seeing just what Jonah's been paid, you're glad that we didn't pay that.
I am. It's not even that I don't think he's worth it. I think it's fascinating because obviously they've just kind of backed up the Brinks truck for Dotson as well. But then you think about what's in their division, right? And you've got that Niners defensive line. You kind of have to invest here. Whereas they don't have superstar tackles. So if you're going to invest in the line, that's maybe where you want to do it. I think it makes more sense there versus here for some of the reasons I'm sure you guys have discussed in terms of where we need to spend our money, and especially getting Graham back. So it's a lot of money. I don't think it's like a really bad deal for the Rams, and I think he's a good player, especially if he stays healthy. I wouldn't have wanted to spend that for us though.
Mike Garafolo's just clarified the max value of the Bryce Huff contract. The max value is just over $20 million a year.
Really? What's the headline? Is there like a headline number? Is it
3 years, 51.1, so he can get 10 with incentives, basically.
Wow.
Or 9 with incentives. That's a lot of money. He's so productive. I really wanted him here. Not for that.
No, I think he's a massively underrated player in general, but he's been paid what he's probably worth because he gets after the quarterback. But yeah, I mean, you're hoping you can get more of a deal, let's say, than that if you're bringing him in.
It is going to be interesting watching our run defense this year because we need someone next to a lean. And I mean, so who do you like better, Josh Jacobs or Aaron Jones? Because we were just having this debate.
Oh,
I like the fact that there's no instant answer as well. Kind of proves the point.
He doesn't know who's on which side either, so he doesn't know who he's backing.
I mean, and this is probably because I'm slightly scarred by it to some extent. I think Aaron Jones has been such a good player the last few years. I don't know how many good years he's got left in him, to be honest. So again, if we're talking about if it's a guy to go out and play a game tomorrow, I might take Jones. If it's a guy I'm giving a contract to, I would, well, actually, you've got to pay him more. But as in Jacobs, I think is going to be the more productive player over the next kind of 3 to 5 years, would be my guess.
I can't disagree with that. I think that's a good summation of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's boring. I made everyone kind of okay with it, rather than I expected fireworks. Who was saying what? I also haven't. Has Jacobs gone somewhere?
Jacobs has gone to the Packers.
Ah, okay.
That's why we're asking the question.
Yeah, that's why we're asking.
Makes sense.
That's why we're asking, because I think Aaron Jones is the better running back, like in both facets. So I'm not as fussed to see him leave and Jacobs arrive.
Jacobs is a weird one because I feel like at times over the last 2 years he's been pretty underrated and pretty overrated at the same time. So if you go back a couple of years ago, because he obviously was a first round pick and probably didn't. He had a good rookie year, then was a bit flat for the next 2. So I thought he was pretty underrated then. He obviously had that big year then. And I just thought everyone was treating him as just a level above or a tier above where I necessarily had him. So, I mean, I don't think that massively moves the needle for the Packers, to be honest. I don't think it's one is significantly better or worse than the other. Different style players, but...
Mile Marker is channeling his inner Dr. Watson by saying with a $10 super chat, waiting, come on, Mr. Holmes. So,
I mean, did you see that massive deal Christian Wilkins got as well?
Yeah, that. So there was a little bit of chat in our in the Discord over the last 24 hours or so, and I was pretty out on Wilkins just because I don't want to spend that amount of money. And I mean, it's even more than I thought it was going to be. He's a really nice player, but he's getting like superstar money.
Yeah.
And I get that interior guys are getting a lot now, but if you look at, because I was looking at some of these contracts earlier, and Dexter Lawrence got something like 21 to 23 last year, I think. I would take Dexter Lawrence 100 times out of 100 over Christian Wilkins personally.
Agree. 100% agree. I love Wilkins, and Wilkins has come on strong in the last year or two. Like, he's ascended, but everyone loves Sexy Dexy. Oh, dear. Someone just saying in Discord, so who are the Vikings signing? Are they going to go for Barkley? That would make the NFC North so trench heavy. Just run game division. Black and blue is back.
That's what we've done we've sort of ran over everybody and they're like, right, we've got to start getting as physical as they are now. But I feel like we have a pretty good career average against Saquon Barkley. Everyone goes, oh, he's going to run over you, and then he just does nothing against us. I feel like we do pretty well to keep him bottled up. But,
yeah, I agree. We plan for him well, but I think that is, again, it's a sort of thing as to, does running back matter? And I think it's not that we necessarily play Saquon well. It's because we understand what the Giants are trying to do up front, and we counter that well. And so we put Saquon in a position where he needs to get yards over expectation. And he's a good running back at that. But if you put a running back in a bad spot more often than not, he's not going to burn you.
And there isn't much else, or there wasn't much else on that Giants team. Like, regardless of the contract he got, Daniel Jones isn't a real threat. And you're basically just like, sure, beat us down the field, show you can complete 30 passes and torch us. And you just, no one's respecting that. I know we had a little bit of a hot streak the season before, but yeah, no one's doing that. I could be wrong here, but I don't think of the Giants having a really strong or like even a above average offensive line. Obviously, they missed in Evan Neal. Thomas is a really nice player, but yeah, I mean, I don't think they're the kind of guys who are going to really bully you in the run game, and you're not threatened in the pass game. So I feel like if you're disciplined, you can scheme against it.
Mm.
God, that was a good little flurry of action, wasn't it? There with re-signings. Christ.
Isn't it weird? There's been nothing on the secondary yet. Like, secondary market's just non-existent right now. Especially with all them safeties out there.
Yeah, when did CD sign with us? It was definitely like a way into free agency, wasn't it?
Wasn't it like post-draft?
Yeah, I think it's. I feel like even last year, before the mass exodus.
No, it was before the draft because people were surprised we drafted Branch as well.
Right.
We got them all early. We got them all early. Like, we did Sutton on the day, and I'm pretty sure
Sutton was early.
And Mosley came not long after.
3rd of April.
But it wasn't immediate. And I feel like I remember last year, it was a similar thing with the safety market in general. Because I feel like there were some good players out there last year as well, but no one got picked up early. And then now it's basically like half the league, or like half the league's top safeties are out there.
It feels like the whole market's going to be cheaper, and they're all going to wait, and then the safeties are going to start coming off the board maybe in like a week.
You know, it's funny. You talked about that Colby Parkinson deal. Pride of Detroit are now comparing his stats against Jesse James, and that feels very apt. Remember the deal we gave him?
Yeah. But
we tried to forget.
I would say that Colby Parkinson is a legit inline blocker, and that makes him different from Jesse James in that he has something he's good at. Sorry to Jesse James for the shade, but I actually quite liked Jesse James at the Steelers before he came to us. Thought he was a good tight end too, and then he just got misused like every player gets misused with the Lions pre this era.
Imagine if the Packers did keep Aaron Jones and placed him with Josh Jacobs. I would actually be legit scared of that team.
Nah.
No, I think I would.
Nah.
That'd be a hell of a punch.
It would be a great 1-2 punch. I'd still take ours over theirs.
Oh yeah, I'd take ours, but I'd see them. They becoming legitimately like the Bears. They don't care about. The Vikings don't care about. The Packers, how they go about their business. Like, it should be us and the Packers competing again for the title this year.
In another deal, kickers come off the board. Will Lutz has gone to the Jags in a 3-year deal.
Kickers getting paid today, man. Zerloin got $4 million. McLaughlin got $4 million. Lutz is getting 3 years.
I love Greg the Leg.
Where's our kicker? I want a kicker.
Greg the Leg was my guy. Anyway.
How funny would it be if obviously all the chat over the last week has been all these big time signings for the Lions, maybe trade for L'Jarius Sneed, and our only signing is a kicker or something like that. I'm 100% in on it if so.
Been Nick Folk as well. I'd love Nick Folk here, actually. I'm surprised he's not been snapped up in the kicker.
The Lions have signed Randy Bullock to a $1 million deal.
No, because I would throw something through a window then. Like,
please don't promise something you won't do.
If Will Harris comes back, I would.
Make it happen. Let's go.
Psycho.
Just for the lols.
No.
I
love it how Colton's doing a tweet thread on it. Like, cares about kicker enough. He's updating it every time a kicker gets taken or paid. Bless him.
Fair. Oh man. So I think the funny thing is there's so many good players in the draft. I think that the draft is so much deeper than people are giving it credit for. That I just don't know if we need to pay anyone. I'm kind of okay with not. Like, whenever I do mock drafts on different simulators, I always get someone in day 3 where I'm like, I think they're a starter. Dwight McLaughlin, I always seem to get mid day 3. I think he's a legit day 1 starter. I don't even think there's a learning curve there. I really like him. I don't know if anyone watches Arkansas football. I don't think anyone does, to be fair. But
Don't.
I think
that's a tender subject. We're watching UCF now because that's where he's transferred to. So
I actually once snuck onto into the Arkansas Stadium. I don't know if I've ever told you that, but I was on a night out in Fayetteville, and we went past the stadium at like 3 a.m. and I was like, let's just go take a look. You can hop in there really easily. So me and a couple of friends just ended up running around on the field for 15 minutes, questioned what the hell we were doing, and then got on an Uber and went home.
Fair enough.
Nice.
That's great. I love it.
Simply younger times, I like to say. To bring it slightly back on track to what you were saying around spending in free agency, I've just pulled up our free agency from 2023. And if you think about the jump we obviously had as a team last year, Cam Sutton obviously added a lot of snaps, but didn't have a significant impact to wins, I would say. And he was a big spend. Other than that, you really only got Monty and Graham. So Monty 3 years, 18 mil, and Graham obviously 1 year, 4.5. Other than that, we didn't really bring in much that changed the team, if that makes sense. And the reason I say that is because you don't have to go out and pay someone 20, 25 a year to still generate wins if you do it in the right way. Like, no one sat here saying Cam Sutton turned us into an NFC Championship team. It's the couple of little moves, and more importantly, developing our players and drafting well. And I appreciate, again, we had more draft capital last year, etc., which we don't have this year. But yeah, I feel like we're in one of those quite dangerous team building years, which is, I'm sure we're going to make a semi-substantial move, and I trust Brad to make the right one. But this is the kind of year I'm nervous, which is, if you get this one wrong, it likely means you can't pay one of your guys, and that's a shame. Versus, I would rather play this slightly more cautiously. And I love I mean, even go back the last 2 or 3 years, the 1 year deals Brad has done, and a lot of them haven't worked. But like, it's those kind of deals. And even if we're going to paying someone, I would say, who's a bit older on a shorter deal, maybe a 3 year where you can exit after 2. Because in 2 years' time, that's when you're going to have to pay a lot of the existing guys. So that's when you can cut someone. He can help you now for 2 years and then move on. So yeah, I mean, I'm as we've been talking on Discord the last 24 hours, like I'm probably more out on spending big unless the right player is there. But I'm not going to kind of flip tables if and probably when we sign someone in that 20 mil a year range. I just am nervous of it because I think it's a bit like the whole, let's not revisit it, but the whole Gibbs, Campbell, positional value, whatever. If you miss, it's a problem. So you got to make sure you hit. And that's what I feel about free agency if you pay big money, is you've got to hit.
Yeah, you're right, completely. I'd say it is a critical year. You've got to be careful. Kind of, you could almost do with the draft coming before free agency. Then you kind of really know.
Yeah.
But it's more fun this way.
Yeah, I think DT's taking up, with all these running backs coming, with all due respect to the league, like DT's taking on more of a precedent. You've got to go and get one now. Because teams they're going to try and snap your spine in the middle. That's what they're trying to do. So you've got to, because like that Bears rotation now is 3 or 4 deep. Like Green Bay now have 2. I believe AJ Dillon could potentially be their running back 3 now. Like that's deep. The Vikings are rumored to be going after a big guy. So you've got to invest at DT now, be it free agency or in the draft.
Agree, and I think people get caught up in fit a bit more with DTs, and obviously Aleem, kind of we like him more the 3, etc. I think the Eagles, if you look at how they operate their defensive line in general, they don't care how many people they've got at a position. They just want to get good players in there they can cycle. And I feel we are definitely not at the stage where our line across the board is strong enough that you do it for need of a particular position, i.e., if another three tech comes up either in free agency or in the draft, and you think they're a good player who can help your team, I don't care that Aline gets snaps there too. People can get hurt. I would rather rotate people in. Like, I'd rather have the options there than thinking, no, we're set at three tech. We don't need a penetrating pass rushing defensive tackle. Who needs those? So yeah, I think that gets slightly overblown, especially in the interior. We have news.
Cousins gone. Atlanta Falcons.
It's done.
It's done. Wow. Oh, I don't believe it.
So
I'm just checking. I'm not being scammed with this. It's being tweeted by Tom Pelissero and Mike Garafolo, who sound like they should be in a band together. But anyway, sorry, I'm derailing myself. But a 4-year deal for Kirk Cousins, which takes him through 40 years old. Is he 36 now?
I hate Kirk Cousins.
You hate him?
If
He's
this
35.
stops Justin Fields going to the Falcons, I'm going to be...
Yes.
I want Justin Fields out the division now. And if Kirk has banjacks that, like, I'm going to hate him for all time because Justin Fields' list of destinations is getting very small. I would feel like it would be someone like the Raiders now. Like, the Raiders might have to save me. But
Yeah.
it's... Why? What are you doing?
I really wanted to see Fields in Atlanta just because I think it would be really exciting.
Yeah.
They're a better, I think they're a better team with Cousins there. And especially because of the weapons they have, I think it'll be exciting to see what Cousins does with Pitts, with what's he called, Drake London, etc. All these guys, obviously Bijan. But I just think Fields in that offensive kind of setup would have been so much fun. I really, as we talked about before, like as soon as he gets out of the division, I really want Fields to have success. So I want him to go somewhere that's going to set him up for success.
Wow.
I hope he's absolutely fleeced the living daylights out of them.
Are there any terms?
No terms yet.
There will be soon, but I hope it's like 4 years, 200 million or something like that.
In fairness, it probably will be, right?
It has to be. It has to be.
Because they're bent over a barrel, because otherwise they've got to go with Ridder. And you know what? I feel sorry for Desmond Ridder, because I think he's been had over a barrel there, and I don't think he's been given a fair shot, but he's going to have... they had some good cap space coming into this, so I think they're going to... Because if you give him 4 years, you've opened a window for yourself now. Like, you've opened a Super Bowl window. That's what you're saying. So they're going to have paid him some good cheddar to go and do that.
I mean, selfishly, I want him to have got a much lower contract because I think this is going to be a very key piece of negotiating, obviously, for the Goff contract. So, like, PFF had him at 2 years, 40 mil. I'd be amazed if it's that low. That would be great from a selfish kind of Detroit standpoint of wanting to try and keep Goff's number down. If it's 50, which it could be, and if I was to guess, I'd say it's probably more likely a 45 or something like that. Like that's going to be a tough look on our side.
I think that Cousins will have traded the length of the deal for the overall value, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this at something like 4 years. Maybe like 140, but fully guaranteed, or something like that. Maybe not fully guaranteed not for injury, or I have a lower amount guaranteed for injury because of obviously what he's coming off of. But
you reckon sub 40?
I can see teams just
32.5.
Yeah, maybe. So I said 4 140, didn't I? So I think 35 maybe. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I think teams are saying to him, "We want to pay you 20 million per. That's what PFF think you're worth." And so he's going, "I want 50." I was like, "Okay, we don't want to pay you 50, but how about instead of 2 years, we give you 4?" And he goes, "Oh, okay, I can come down to 35 if you're going to give me 4 years." I don't know. Just in terms of bartering, I can see that makes sense.
Yeah, in fact, I almost forget the injury he's coming off as well, which you kind of hope doesn't impact him, but like is
I
an
mean,
unknown, let's say.
I mean, you think of the team he's got there, like people try and put him in the same mold as Stafford, like he's that good. Well, I mean, you've now got Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier as your running backs. You've got many different threat. You've got Drake London, you've got Kyle Pitts. Like you have a stacked offense there.
You
You've
got
got
a
some
great
really good
offensive
pieces.
line.
Yeah, you've just paid Chris Lindstrom out, Caleb McGatt. Like, there is no excuse now for Kirk Cousins. Like, he's had every excuse in the book given to him, and he's never done a damn thing. If they go and really seriously invest in this defense in the draft or get something in free agency and open a window up, man's got no excuse now.
Just to throw out some other contract terms for quarterbacks, which I think are relevant. Cousins' current deal is obviously 35 mil, but then 40 mil, you've got Dak, but that was signed in 2021, so 3 years ago. Daniel Jones got 40 mil. I mean, Mahomes is 45, which is just a joke. But like Deshaun Watson, 46, Kyler Murray, 46, Russell, 48 and a half. I think Jalen Hurts is probably, or they thought he was a tier up on that at 51. But yeah, for me, it feels like it's going to be in that, it could be in that mid 40s.
Now, like, what does that do for Jefferson? Because he said his future there was linked to Cousins. Like, he said he wants Cousins to stay there. And now, is he just going to rinse them for all the money and be like, because I mean, his contract's going to be up near 40 million a year.
Yeah, he's going to rinse them for everything that they've lost out of from Cousins.
So does this now mean the Vikings are going to have to trade up for a quarterback? Or
Yes.
stay pat for one of the, or just stay for Penix or Knicks?
At 11, they're not getting JJ McCarthy.
I hope he goes there. I want like Michigan fans to have to decide their loyalty with him because I think they vastly overrate him.
How funny is it
feels like in conference?
Jonathan Grenard, 19 million per to the Vikings. Oh, we're competing. Quarterback goes.
Well, it does. It is kind of. It is kind of like hypocritical, isn't it? To go and absolutely load up on some big contracts on your defense and they'll be like, actually, we're going to reset the quarterback position. But they'll probably think they can get it done on a rookie deal. Like rookie QB deal, load up on a team, see what you can do. I want to see how much he's got. I want to laugh if he's absolutely rinsed them. But you never know with these things.
No, you don't.
I mean, it'll be his last payday, so
I actually, so it says 4-year deal. How do we know that it's actually not a 2-year deal that has a natural out after the 3rd year and it's just for contract purposes? Like the Von Miller deal, which was a 6-year deal, which was actually a 3-year deal. Like it could just be. Sorry?
No, sorry. I was just going to say the Cousins' previous Minnesota deal was when he did that fully guaranteed 3-year, right? But in general, anything which is 4 and above, there's got to be a team option year in there. I know it's not formally called a team option, but it basically is, right? It's an out. So I'd be amazed if it was a committed 4 years. You think it's got to be a 2 or a 3?
I tell you what, this means that the NFC South is firmly in Atlanta's hands for the next few seasons for me. Like, there's no competition down there, and that team is now easily the best.
So I think it's a good investment, right? And you've got those rookie pieces on offense, so therefore you haven't had to pay them yet. I genuinely think even if you overpaid to get Cousins, like now is the time to do it, to try and do something these next few years. The question is, are they actually good enough across the board to do something with it? I agree that they should be the best team in that division, and I guess that's enough. You get in the dance and see what happens, but yeah, it's I think as you said, Ant, it's hard to say there's many excuses left for him if he doesn't deliver.
No, and as Matt quite rightly says, he's going to a bad conference in the theory of things. But I still think that the books are legit in there. Mike Evans is back, Baker's back. Their defense is always really good.
They've lost key pieces on that defense, though.
But they replenish. They seem to find ways to replenish. So
you say that, but they've never had to replenish at linebacker before.
Yeah, I mean they draft them pretty well as well. They draft the D line well. They get the right bits in. I think there'll be a nice little rivalry between them now. Like the Saints are going to fall behind because they've hamstrung themselves to Derek Carr, and the Panthers, God knows what's happening there. They're just. I think Bryce Young is it, but it's going to be a while before they're back on track again.
They're run so badly that Bryce is going to fail because the team will fail him. I just don't see Bryce working out.
The Jaguars are signing Darnell Savage. Oh, yeah, you've done that one. Jaguars are spending money again.
Yeah. It's the same as 2 years ago. They had lots of... And I was listening to... I think it was The Athletic talking about the futility of what the Jags do. Every 2 years, they sign a huge free agency class, and then 2 years later, they cut all of them. And then they have money to spend again, which they waste on players on 2-year contracts or 3-year contracts who they cut after 2 years because they're crap. And they just go through this cycle of mediocrity.
Oh, Jeremy Reisman's just made my day. He tweeted out Cousins and Chase Daniel going in the maximizing dollar to talent ratio Hall of Fame. Thank you, Jeremy. He is. Kirk Cousins is going to get so much money for nothing. Like, he's got like the same career earnings as Stafford. Staff has a Super Bowl now, but it's crazy how much money he's managed to wangle. That's why he's always a running joke with me. He has wheedled so much money out of the NFL for doing nothing. Like, he's a solid quarterback, but he's not his money that he gets level quarterback.
Jeremy actually ended me with an earlier tweet saying, I'm sorry, our 4-year deal for Cousins are 3.5 of those void years. Which is just great. I appreciate it very, very much. Ash Soden has just speculated on what could happen. It says Harbaugh trades Herbert to Minnesota, takes JJ with the JJ McCarthy with the Chargers.
That is mine. I'm sorry, that is mine. I said that. That is mine. Because Harbaugh says that JJ McCarthy is the next rendition of Andrew Luck. Well, if he is, then you trade Justin Herbert and his big ass contract, and you go and get JJ at 2 or whatever it is.
I genuinely think JJ's going at 3 at the moment.
But that is my conspiracy theory. That one was. I think Harbaugh loves him that much. He'd be stupid enough to do it. And Justin Herbert's also overrated. So
I wonder if they're going to cash in on Jefferson and just say we don't want to pay you.
If you're the Vikings, that's exactly what you should. You should hit full rebuild right now.
But why are they paying Grenard $19 million per if they're going to do that?
Because he can be around for 3 or 4 years yet. He's still young. You get your edge because that contract will look good. If he carries on his level of productivity in 2 years, that contract will look really good. But I think if you're the Vikings now, trade him for 2 firsts or whatever you can get for him. You'll get multiple firsts and just go about rebuilding your roster. We said this last year. They need to hit the rebuild button. They were like we were for so many years, where you're kind of bad, but you're not bad enough, and you're not really committed to the rebuild. Like the Bears have not been committed to their rebuild. They're just fast-tracking their build now because they're impatient. They're not doing it right. Vikings need to just full-on cut it. Just be like, leave the NFC North alone for a bit. It's ours now. Because it makes no sense for them to pay JJ $40 million a year, which they're going to have to. Or at least in the higher upper echelon 30s. You could take him away and sign T. Higgins if you're that desperate to have a big receiver, and you'll still get change out of that. Oh, so Tom's look there. Tom's not a fan of the send 29 for T. Higgins one either, I presume. It's terrible, isn't it?
So I wouldn't do it.
No.
I think T. Higgins is still a pretty underrated player, especially as an ex, but Yeah, I'd just rather have the player on a rookie contract for 4 to 5 years personally, and trust in Brad. But it's not T Higgins hate. I'm not there, and
No, 'cause
also
you've got to pay him.
because of his position. Yeah, like as soon as you to get him through the door, you're not trading to take on a contract. You then have to pay him. Like you have to overpay after you've traded him. So yeah, not for me. Thanks.
See, the even greater thing about this is they're all saying now that the Vikings are expected to go after Sam Darnold. It's like, oh my days. It'd just
But
be so.
Sam Darnold, if you're going to rebuild, is the perfect bridge.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't hate that for the Vikings. I think that is good practice.
But then you're committed to the tank if you're going with him.
But we want them to not be committed to the tank, because it makes their tank when they get there even worse.
Yeah.
Like, we want them to think that they're competitive because they've got Jefferson.
Mm.
Pay Jefferson 40 million per, shrug his shoulders and go, we had to do it, and then try and get Darnold to give him the ball and say, we're committed to this. This is our future.
Yeah.
Sounds great, actually.
You know what? I won't be surprised to see Jefferson put in a trade request now.
Yeah, I think it will happen.
It'll be under the guise of you've not paid me yet, I'm striking or whatever, but because Kirk's gone, I think that's it for him. You cannot justify paying him now.
So I do think that Fields now has two options, and I think that Fields' options are either Vikings or Patriots.
Do you reckon they'd let him go to the Vikings? Oh, Saquon Barkley's gone to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone. Oh, the Giants are going to love that when he's running. I bet he's gone deliberately just so he can take out all his anger on the Giants.
Wow.
And go back and just have like, I'd be putting the over on him having 200-yard games against them this year.
I know, so lots of people talking about Saquon saying he absolutely loves playing in New York. Like, New York is somewhere that he's enjoyed playing in a lot. And him going to their biggest rivals?
Ooh. 3 years, 38 million, 26 million guaranteed. Could be worth up to 47 million. That's bigger than Le'Veon's deal? That's bigger than Le'Veon Bell's deal that he got. I think. He got like near the 50 million mark.
So we're also signing Antonio Gibson, formerly of the Commanders.
I'd be lying if I said I watched much of him over the last year or two, but it felt like he just fell off a cliff.
Yeah, he got benched.
Yeah, interesting.
But yeah, Saquon's obviously a great running back, but he's boom or bust.
I feel like you feel better about it's a lot of money for a running back, as discussed. I feel much better about a team like the Eagles doing that than him going, I don't know, insert random bad franchise in here. But yeah, it feels like other teams could have paid that amount of money and it would have been a disaster. With the Eagles, I mean, it's as good a chance as he's got to overperform that contract.
And you can see what the Eagles are doing now. Big contract to Dickinson, big contract done, getting the running back weapon done. Like they're just trying to rebuild their identity again after this year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
But again, if it comes off, he'll be worth it. Just depends, does he stay healthy?
So Michael Lucci's in the chat just says, Quasi calls and says you can have Justin Jefferson for 2024 and 2025 first and a 2025 for you pulling the trigger.
No. We can't afford to pay him and Amon-Ra. Could you imagine? We have like 40% of our cap wound up between them two.
God, that's tough to say no to, though, isn't it?
It is. I mean, if we're
it literally goes against everything that we've said over the past 30 minutes or so. But like,
I think I might do it.
Yeah, I'd be really tempted.
Right.
The thing is about Jefferson is that his value isn't going to reduce over the next couple of years. So if you want to do it and then trade him away again, like
just as a pure, like, just think about it. Justin Jefferson, Jameson Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, good Lord. They're going to be the greatest trio of wide receivers that NFL has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, but the interesting thing is, if you did do that, can you legitimately pay Amon-Ra?
You
I
can't,
don't.
no.
I don't think.
You can't pay Goff. That's the answer.
Yeah, but I'm
You,
part like, and I don't. This is not Amon-Ra slander in any way, shape, or form. If you have Justin Jefferson on your team, you basically have an offense there and then. I'm not saying that like you can't. I legitimately think you can go out there with Justin Jefferson, and as we've seen so many times with the Lions, you can do what you want. You can bracket him, you can double cover him. He's still going to make plays. So I'm almost like
you trade away Amon-Ra if you trade.
I think
for
you'd
Jefferson.
have to if
I
you
think
did
you'd
that.
have to as well.
Which pains me to say it, but like if you were to do
Ooh.
that, you can't pay both of them if you're going to ultimately pay a Laporta as well. It is probably easier to replace an Amon-Ra style receiver than obviously the best receiver in the game. So I'm not saying we should or would do that, but if you did, I don't think you pay Amon-Ra.
No. Corner market
Michael, why do you
started.
hate us? Don't put that out there. Sorry, go on.
Sean Murphy Bunting's gone to the Cardinals.
Oh, he's one I kind of
Opened
wanted.
up.
I kind of wanted him because his rumored deal was only going to be around 4 million. 1 year, 4 million was the
Really?
Brad Spielberger. Yeah, so apparently he's been up and down, and last year was a down.
Yeah.
So,
But that's
that
when we're
Titans
talking
team
about the
was
1
bad.
year things. That's the kind of 1 year deal I'd be all over.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, like it doesn't matter. And if he even produces,
the details are out for the Kirk Cousins contract. 4
I want to
years,
see.
$180 million with a $50
45.
million signing bonus. $100 million guaranteed.
Yeesh. There it is.
Get in there, Kirk. Have them.
But as we talk, I think you overpay. If you're the Falcons, I think you overpay and you get him. So
Wow.
I don't hate it for them. I don't love it for Goff discussions.
Wow.
Wow. Kirk Cousins is the greatest con artist of all time.
Call him the Pink Panther.
I don't know. Yeah.
Name me a quarterback that swindled more money out of the NFL for doing so little.
4 years.
And you can't use Jamarcus Russell because that was back before the rookie things existed. See, you're legitimately thinking, trying to prove me wrong. You can't. Go on, the pair of you. Who swindled more money for so little?
Sam Bradford. And it's like people will say he's way better than that, and people say he's way worse than that. And it's like, no, can we not just accept he's kind of somewhere above average?
All right. So, snap judgment. That exact same contract offered to Jared Goff. Do you do it?
Yes. Signed.
That's what I'm expecting Goff to get.
Would you be happy with that?
That's so yes, because I think
would I sheathe my sword? He said Deshaun Watson. He's got me there.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Agree.
John Runyon, former Packers guard to the Giants, 3 years, 30 million, 17 million guaranteed.
God, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money for... He's a good guard, but 10 million per? That's a lot.
I was told guards were like not in the positional value debate once upon a time. Well, this free agency period is kind of disproving that fact.
Yeah, John Runyon, he's played a lot of, I just looked him on PFF, and I think of him as a pretty solid player. He's played a lot of snaps. He hasn't been particularly good if you take PFF as gospel, which we obviously shouldn't, but I mean, his season grades are 53.8, 65.1, 62.6, 54.7 last season. So, yeah, 10 mil is not insignificant. I was really surprised with the Dixon contract. I mean, I knew we heard the guard market was going to explode with Jonah, etc. 21 is a lot, especially when it came out like 10 minutes after the Dion Dawkins one, which I think is an absolute steal. And Dion Dawkins is a starting left tackle, and I'm not saying he's the best left tackle in the league, but he's a good left tackle. He's getting less than Dixon is. To me, that's surprising at a minimum.
Hmm.
Hang on. Did Darnell Savage get signed? Did we report that?
You said
Yeah,
Jags.
the Jags.
Yeah. Oh, 39 million, says Lisa.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
For 3 years.
Yeah.
It's a lot because the safety market, as discussed, is pretty depressed right now, and even the contracts that are out there were not good. I'm quite happy Savage is out of the division, though, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, he was someone who always seemed to kind of pop up. And just on what we were talking about earlier, Ash says that he may be able to join in an hour, so say at 8 o'clock our time. I don't know if you want to talk about rotating dinner breaks and then we can keep this going.
It's up to you. I don't mind. Like I said, last year we had a show afterwards, but we don't this year.
Yeah, we don't. I'm happy just to keep going. So,
out of curiosity, Tom, what are you off to see? I'm curious.
Dune Part 2.
Oh, damn it!
At the IMAX, 70 mil.
Oh, I was gonna. Oh, well. Someone earlier said, "Were you going to see Javid Best highlights on your own?" I'm like, well, if he'd have had a full career,
if I could get that on the IMAX, woo!
Could you imagine that doing tape review in IMAX? That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? You could have. Oh wow!
Just get the combine on there. I just watched kind of cornerback pedals and things like right up there. It'd be amazing. With a dream.
Do you reckon we could do that next year? We'll do a combine watching an IMAX. We'll rent out an IMAX and watch the combine in it.
What has happened? What has happened? Ash has just said fuck Minnesota.
Fuck them. Why? What?
Oh, they've signed Andrew Van Ginkel. 2 years.
They are putting a lot of money into their defense now.
Into their linebackers.
20 million, 14 million guaranteed. That doesn't actually seem like too much for him.
10 mil per is quite high, I think, for Van Ginkel. But it's another Flores player.
I mean, what? Alex earns about $7 a year, doesn't he? I mean, guaranteed it's 14, so he's only got guaranteed a 14. Similar to what Alex is on.
It's you hate it, but it's a really good fit, isn't it? For someone like Flores, who's creative, loves to blitz, like yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of figure their linebacker room's taking a hit with like retirements and that in recent years. I think that's where they struggled a bit last year, where they're usually pretty good. It's usually corner they suck at, but they need someone steady, and that is a good signing for them. But again, they're pumping a lot of real terms money into that defense right now, when their offense is like it's not ready. This just feels like they're getting ready to go again now. But I mean, I guess if you put Justin Fields in that lineup now, if the Bears somehow let him go to Minnesota, then all of a sudden you've got Jordan Addison, you've got Justin Jefferson, you've got a legit set of wide receivers there for him to throw at. You pay a free agent running back to come in. You got Darisaw, you got Brian O'Neill, you've got other bits there. You need to. I mean, I guess if they're going to go that way, they're not far off, but this would all predicate them going after a quarterback now. Because you don't spend all this money now if you're going to go a rookie. Because they're not going to get a day one ready rookie where they're at. Like Caleb's the only day one rookie. Oh, Kirk, you're just a gift that keeps on giving. I love him now. I hate him and I love him at the same time.
The thing is, if you're the Vikings now, so you've saved all that money, you spend the money now. I mean, I assume he hasn't signed anyway yet, but someone like a Tannehill would be interesting there. With a rookie, a guy that you know can start. I'm not saying Tannehill's going to set the world on fire, but that's really what you would assume they're looking for here is a vet who can start and a rookie who might play in year one, but also might not. And I mean, Tannehill, Minshew, Brissett. I mean, I'd love Jameis to be in it just for the content. But as in, it feels like they're the kind of guys they're going to go after.
See, I've always said Penix fits their system the best. You want a pocket passer who's got, he's really good. And they've got such a diverse range of receiving options there. Like, Penix would fit them perfectly. And they could even trade back and get him and get a little bit of capital in. But if you're going to go Tannehill, then Penix is your pick. 'Cause you want someone like him who is going to learn off, who's going to be in the pocket and do all that sort of stuff and can run a little bit, not much, but a little bit. That would be a good match for them.
I'll throw out another name, and I actually think this might be the best of the lot, but it's just because I'm saying it. Drew Lock. Someone who, if he's in the right system, If everything goes right for him, he's shown enough for me, which says that he's not entirely a bust. I'm not writing him off as a future starter. So give him a shot in a system that's got an okay offensive line, good weapons, a good tight end, great wide receiver.
It's almost like, again, this is completely blasphemous, but it's almost like you treat, he turns into like early career Stafford, and he's just like, don't really know what to do, so I'm just going to throw it up to Megatron. Everyone thinks Drew Lock is the future. He gets a massive contract. Vikings get run into the ground. Terrible franchise, dead for the next 5-6 years.
You've got to invest in a QB. If they're going to do this, I think they'll go vet and they'll draft a guy. I think you've got to at this point. If you're not going to fully commit to the tank.
I think the thing about Drew is that when Geno Smith got injured, and everyone seems to love Geno Smith, don't know why, it always seems to come out in the top 15 quarterback rankings. Again, don't know why. When Smith was injured and Locke came in, there was no difference in the offense. Like, literally none. Locke was on the level of Geno Smith. So, why not give him a shot? They're investing all this money in defense. They got Brian Flores, who they're trying to keep happy. Just go for the boom or bust guy at quarterback. In Jacoby Brissett, you know you aren't getting someone who's a long-term starter. Ryan Tannehill, he'll be retired in 2 seasons, probably. Tyrod Taylor, same deal. Darnold is the other one who kind of makes sense in that sort of, his career isn't over as a starter. He can turn it around. It's just a long shot.
What about Tyrod?
I don't hate that as a stopgap. It'd be fine.
I mean, Tyrod's actually, Cousins had those meltdown games, but Tyrod's almost like a Cousins light to some extent. Like, he can pass the ball. He shouldn't make lots of mistakes. Like, yeah.
And I feel like he'd be the best mentor for a young QB as well. Like, if you're going on all these guys, he would probably quite happily, like, if he'd be starter for a bit, quite happily, I'll do my job. I'll train the next guy.
One Prado 427 on Twitch just said, how about Teddy Bridgewater coming out of retirement to go to the Vikings and be their starter again? I actually kind of like that arc.
Oh, dear.
Philip Goodwin says Gardner Minshew. I think the thing about Minshew that I can't say about him that I can about the other two that I just mentioned in Darnold and Locke is for Darnold and Locke, I think there's a non-zero possibility that they are a good NFL quarterback. Like, it's a low chance, but there's not no chance. Gardner Minshew is not a good starting NFL quarterback. He's just a really good backup, but he's not a good starting quarterback.
I'm going to agree to disagree there. I think he's got potential as a starter. Actually, out of everyone suggested, if you're going to give a guy like an opportunity to earn a starting job, like, he'd be the one I'd give it to. I think he's done reasonable enough good job with the Colts this year.
He looked so bad. He looked awful. He held that team back.
Who is this, Minshew?
Yeah.
I barely watched any Colts football this year, so I don't think I could talk properly on it. But
Stephen Baffy has the other one that I was kind of thinking of that I'm not totally out in being a starter in the NFL. That's Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz to the Vikings makes a lot of sense.
That would be content as well. He'd have, like, he might have a 500-yard game, but he's also going to have a 5-pick game. So
he can go on Grizzly Man and go out hunting with Frank. He'd like to see do the content there with them. If we're going to do this, then let Sam Howell go to Minnesota.
I don't hate that. I do not hate that for both sides. Trade a third-round pick.
Sam Howell is... there's an NFL quarterback in Sam Howell. He's just not had an opportunity.
With the Commanders at 2, if they don't trade down, what is he worth?
Ooh.
How?
Yeah.
I think he's worth like a really late pick. I don't think he's worth much at all.
But he was so good last season in what was so good. He was unexpectedly passable, which I count as very good.
What a glowing endorsement.
He showed flashes.
If I had a comp pick, I'd give it for him.
I think a third rounder would be about right.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. And not that it's for the Lions, but...
Even for the Vikings, you wouldn't give a third?
Not for the Vikings, they can give a first.
Well, yes, okay, but come on.
I'm trying to think of other players which have... So he's had 2 years in the league, is that right? So he's got 2 years left on his contract rather than one. I'm trying to think of other players that were traded after 2 years, but...
I mean, the only one I can think of is the guy that Arizona took before their incumbent, who was a disaster. Actually, that was a 1 year one, actually, wasn't it?
Josh Rosen.
Yeah. That was a 1 year gig, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then they drafted Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
That'll be a story one day. Josh Rosen just, like...
Such an interesting case.
Eagles sign Xavier McKinney, apparently.
Interesting.
Wow. A bad day just got worse for the Giants. All the Giants players are going to Philly.
That was 6 minutes ago. I don't know how I missed that, but that's Wesley Steinberg, who apparently is a Giants insider.
See, that's good, because the Packers were meant to be big in on Xavier McKinney, so he stayed away from the NFC North. And if the Packers wanted him and didn't get him, then that's good. But
I don't know actually whether this guy's legit, but he has 14,500 followers, and he broke the Barkley news 2 hours before it was broken by the national media guys. But he's also said that apparently the Giants are close to agreeing a trade for the Panthers.
I've seen that guy before. I'm pretty sure he's a...
damn. No. It's a fake. If anyone knows the Star Trek gif, probably not, because you're not nerds, neither of you, but...
It's a trap, I know that.
No, not it's a trap, damn you. No! No! Wrong nerdy thing. Did you say
Star Trek? Did you say Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yeah, admittedly, I heard Star Wars when you said it, so...
It's, I think it's a... Oh, I'm going to get the species wrong.
This is going to be a tough way for me to leave, because I need to go in the next couple of minutes. But...
Yeah, no, that's fair. I've got my dinner on, and I've said to Sarah, I'm going to eat, and I'm coming back. So, we'll keep going!
It's been a juicy start, though. For the first 3 hours, I think there's been a lot going on.
yeah.
Obviously, not for the Lions, but again, as discussed, I don't really hate that.
It took 3 hours to get a deal last time with Cam, so we weren't quick last time, but it depends how it all falls.
Going into the cinema for 3.5 hours, probably, it's going to be interesting opening up the phone after that.
He's going to
nothing might happen, but I'm going to be...
Ra's going to have a new deal. Goff's going to have a new deal, and he's going to be like, oh my God, what have I missed?
Bam Olaseni joins the Lions practice squad, yeah.
No, I bet you've got like one of the presidential alerts up for them, aren't you? Your phone would just start going off when Bam's name was mentioned. Like it would override the silencer if Bam got transferred to us. Where is he now, by the way?
I believe he was USFL most recently.
Oh, will he be in the UFL this year?
He hasn't been playing much. I actually thought about it. I need to drop him a message, but
everyone is baiting me on the live chat, and I hate it.
To do what?
Because of the McKinney thing?
No, because of the Admiral Akbar. Yes, because of that. It's a fake, and everyone goes, "I know Admiral Akbar." No, it's not Admiral Akbar.
Star Trek franchise.
He's I want to say he's a Romulan, and he's holding up a test tube of a fake test to incriminate them. Anyway, enough nerding out. Stop it, people.
No, keep going.
Experiment says Admiral Mathbar. That's so bad. Oh man. Who does Dallas have at running back now? Says Ken. I don't. They have a rookie from last year. Who did they take? Small guy.
Oh, Deuce Vaughn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But they're signing Henry, aren't they?
Are they?
Not as of yet.
I thought that was all the chat over the last 24 hours was about Derrick Henry.
He should just go to the Ravens and be done with it.
No, he wouldn't. No, Yeah, but he doesn't. He wouldn't fit the Ravens, would he?
He would.
I don't think so. But his like type of running, the Ravens like their motion backs and all guys. You can't do that. You're just running through a wall. I don't feel like schematically he fits them. Like if you put Derrick Henry on the Steelers, he fits them. Like imagine Derrick Henry and Najee Harris running at you. Like that'd hurt you very quickly.
I disagree. I think that doesn't make sense. Henry's a zone runner. Steelers run power. Ravens run zone. I don't know. I think he has the ability to do it, but
To be honest, he could go and play anywhere and probably run pretty well. But
yeah, that's true. He'd be great with the Lions. I know it doesn't make any sense at all, but he'd be really good here.
Derrick Henry, Jameer Gibbs, and David Montgomery. Like
we're playing 31 personnel. Good luck.
Well, we wouldn't need Goff in that situation. Just give it Hooker and let him hand it off all season. That'd be what you'd be essentially saying.
We run the world's very first 50 personnel.
Just God, you'd be getting the triple option plays out for that. You'd be getting wing tees and everything.
Carlton saying, did we mention Russ to the Steelers? We don't need to talk about backup quarterbacks. Just don't need to worry about it.
I don't like the fit there. Russ ain't a Steelers player. Like, Russ... Like, to be a Steelers player, you have to be a hard ass. Russ is very... I don't know the word I'm looking for. He's very un-Steelers-like. The way they play, I just don't see him fitting very... Their offensive line's not good in pass pro. Like, Ben had to... In his last few years, Ben was throwing it in like 2.4 seconds because they couldn't protect him.
Yeah.
And they've had that problem since. And it's like, Russ, he's good in the pocket scrambler, but he's not young anymore. Like, he can't scramble the way he used to and make those big plays. And the receivers there are just... They're not DK and they're not Tyler Lockett.
I will say he's not a culture fit, but we know that the Steelers have been fantastic at keeping personnel issues in-house. So if there's a person like him that, you know, that they can keep under wraps, I think, I mean, because he's just such a cancer, isn't he, in the locker room, Russ? Like, no one wants to play with that guy. And you got to assume that the same is true of Antonio Brown. Like, I'm not comparing the two. Obviously, someone is very much more CTE than the other. But, like, Russ is just so hateable.
So, Schefter's just put it out there. Should Kirk Cousins complete his contract with the Falcons, he will earn over $400 million in his career.
He's going in the Hall of Fame just on money earned alone.
Hey, if there was a Hall of Mid, he'd be like the president for life. Like, no one would ever take him down from that. I mean, what's his... I mean, it can't be... I'm pretty sure I've done this before, but...
Right, I think I'm going to go and get some food.
Right,
Yeah,
so...
I'm afraid I do need to drop.
Do you know Kirk Cousins' playoff record is 1-4?
It's better than I thought.
Not great.
No. 400
A lot of
million.
money for one win.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
That's kind of my point with him.
And you okay to hold the fort?
I am. Enjoy June, Tom. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Gents, it's a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the frenzy.
Great to see you, Tom. We'll see you soon.
See ya.
All right. And I'll see you soon, mate.
Okay. So, back where we all began. You're just with me for the time being now while Matt has his food. So, yeah.
I'm here.
Free agency. Very quiet for the Lions so far. Just the Glasgow re-signing. Hopefully, now the rest have gone out of here, we can get all the deals in whilst they're all eating, so they all rush back and be like, oh, yeah, we've got something to talk about. But it's been a weird one so far. Some really big deals getting harangued out. And NFC North, they're after us. They are after us. Certainly with the running backs, they're trying to redo their running games, trying to break through our run defense from last year. So, yeah, DT is starting to go up my list of wants now, whether it be in the draft, whether it be in free agency, certainly looking for that going forward. So yeah, Antonio Gibson gone to the Patriots. Think we mentioned that earlier, but that was one of the moves in there. But Kirk Cousins, man, 400 million in career earnings he's going to have by the time he's done, and he's 1-4 in the playoffs. Like that is rough. This is why I don't like. This is why I don't understand the hype behind him. Oh, Stafford had similar problems, but I think he's had better teams than Stafford over the years, and he shouldn't be. Here we go. Aaron Jones is gone. The Packers releasing star running back Aaron Jones. The bad man is gone. He's a three-time 1,000-yard rusher. He's had his injury problems, due 12 million this year. This is why earlier I said they were not bringing in Josh Jacobs to go with Aaron Jones. He's gone. Bad man's gone. Aaron Jones out of the NFC North. So some big news just as I come down to myself. It's just me for the time being. Glad that happened, but that's just, I guess the injuries have kind of thrown it for him there because he has been hurt a little bit, but he's carried a lot of that team. That team has been relevant because of him. While Jordan Love's been developing in the last year of Aaron Rodgers, like he's taken on a hell of a workload and he's the only reason they've won a lot of games. I am delighted that he's done because, like, it's going to be, he's been such a pain in the neck for us. Like, I can't remember which game it was, but the game where it was like the first play of the second half, we were in close against him and he ran for 80 yards and a touchdown on the first play. He's been such a pain in the ass over the years. He's such a good running back and the injuries have just done him in a bit. But the Packers, I don't like this when you give a player a big contract. Like the Packers have given a big contract, like, yeah, we don't want to pay it out. See you, bye. They've just sort of used and discarded him. And I don't like that when teams do that, but I guess they all do it. He's not gone to another team yet, Ken. He's just been cut or he's been released. My market goes Tom Grossi tears. I think Tom will be upset, but I think having Josh Jacobs come in as a replacement will at least lighten the burden on him a little bit there. Brent goes Cousins, #1 NFL con artist of all time. I've just tweeted that on our official Twitter. He is the greatest con artist of all time in terms of NFL and NFL contracts, and there is no doubt about it. He's going to have 400 million in career earnings when he's done, and he's 1-4 in the playoffs. You've got to be better than that if you're getting that much money posted there towards you. So that's actually interesting for the Packers now because AJ Dillon is a free agent. So is AJ Dillon going to go back, or are they just going to run with Josh Jacobs, or are they going to draft another guy? I feel like AJ Dillon's really good. Not got a lot of mileage on the clock. I think he's got to come back now if you've got rid of Aaron and you have him as your #2 going forward. Carlton goes, and 3 names you really think are viable options to sign for us in free agency. I think Justin Simmons is very viable for us to sign. I think we've got money to spend at the safety position. I would like us to go down that direction. So he's certainly #1. You're probably still looking at safety after that. I mean, as I say, I'm not as big on Quandre as others, but Quandre loves Detroit, and he was a big part here, and he's still playing at a decent level. I don't think he's going to cost as much as Justin Simmons either, so I think he could also be in play for us as well. Other positions, DJ Reader's the big one. I keep seeing a lot of posts about DJ Reader. I think he's right on the precipice. He'd be right on the edge of what we might be able to spend depending on the deal we could do with him. So maybe with him, I'm not sure. But I would like, if you're going to go down that route and we're not going to draft Jose Newton, then yeah, I'd go down there. So I think those 3, I think I could see us doing that. Because Brad loves his trenches. So it wouldn't surprise me if a D lineman came in today as well. Don't really know who's on the edge market as much, so have to have a little look into that there. Experiment goes, and not a free agency question, but do you like Marcus Rosenby-Jack Saint as the wide receiver X for the Lions this draft? I do. I don't know him as much as a lot of the other wide receivers, but I did watch a lot of him during the Shrine Bowl, I want to say, when we were doing our All-Star game circuit. I did like the look. He was running good routes. He was going to get some good corners as well, who I like, and he was giving them a lot of issues. So I think there's something there to work with him for sure. And again, the Georgia wide receivers, because they run the ball a lot, I don't think they get as much exposure as a lot of these other big teams do. So there's certainly something there with him, but like the wide receiver X for the draft, and I will say this, like, because like last year with Puka, I saw that he was going to be a great receiver in the NFL because of his skill set, what he does. I see exactly the same with Joshua Cephas this year out of UTSA. It's a team who's heavy when it runs the ball. Their receivers have to block. They have to be physical. They've got to earn their targets in the air. And he does. You watch him play. He's really physical. He's great at blocking. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty when he's playing. He's the exact type of guy we need here. And as a receiver, he's really damn good as well. Multiple 1,000-yard seasons. Again, in a team that runs it heavy all the time. He's playing on the outside, very physical. He's got good route running. He's got good hands. The only issue over him, the red flag, is that he's got a DUI to his name, which he's just finished serving a suspended sentence for. So if you're not akin to that type of thing, I mean, no one is, but I think guys make mistakes and I don't mind it as much. But Joshua Cephas is the guy there for me this year, if we're going someone to develop at that position. But Rosemy Jack's saying there's a lot I like about him, so I wouldn't be upset if that was the route we went as well. Lost Oceans goes, kind of thought this might happen after the Jacobs. Yeah, there's no way they were keeping Josh Jacobs and Aaron Jones. They're both running back ones. I mean, I know we have to, but we fit our system better. They're two really big players. You can't find snaps for both of them if you're going to keep AJ Dillon and guys like that as well. But I'm just glad Aaron Jones has gone. He's a terrific running back, and he's given us so many problems over the years. I don't mind the fact that he's not going to be there anymore. One Pride has got the right idea on Twitch. Goes, Dallas should be calling about Aaron Jones. I would love to see. I hate the Cowboys, but I think Aaron Jones would do well in the Dallas system. I think he would. I think he would thrive there. So as a scheme fit, I agree with it. I just hate the Cowboys, and we don't want them to do well. So maybe somewhere else. Henry Marmarka. Ken Stouder goes, safety is the one position other than running back that seems to get devalued early in age. I'd never come to think of that, to be fair, but maybe you're right. You don't see a lot of older safeties sort of on massive deals going around, and you see the guys who've been cut. A lot of them very experienced vets on decent money, but I think safeties are critical. I do. I think every part's critical to your system. It's like the last few years, everyone says linebacker's not important stuff. It is. I think it's just, people kind of forgot how critical they were, especially having a leader in the middle of your defense. They're vital. We've seen our defense get better because we've invested in guys at linebacker, and we look a lot better now. You need to shore up the middle of your defense. And I think people will remember that with safety over time. When you've got a lot of rooks in there making mistakes and you're getting burnt downfield the whole time, I think then all of a sudden you'll see it come back again. It's just, I think every position goes through its down period. Stephen goes, I would sooner give up 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns than Justin Jefferson. I agree there. I mean, I love Justin Jefferson, but again, we can't afford to pay him an Amon-Ra. That's why I wouldn't give up for Bengals guy either, T. Higgins, which you can't afford to be paying 2 wide receivers at once. Going to go that way. Draft a guy. Ken goes, I think safety is very important, but they get pushed out of the league. Yeah, it's not a sexy position. Kind of like nose tackles. Not a sexy position. So people, everyone loves the corners, the lockdown corners. They're your top premier guys, the edge rushers, premier guys. They do a lot of the flashy on-show stuff. Safeties are like DTs. They have to do a lot of ugly work against the run. You can sometimes bring them up to blitz, and then, they're providing protection for other guys. It's just a lot of work you don't see them do. But you soon realize when you don't have a good one. I think it's just that kind of thing with it. Ken goes, Glover Quinn was not ready to finish. Oh, man, I miss Glover. I will forever hate the past regime for driving Glover out of town. It's one of my favorite players of all time. He's been great. We had him on this podcast. We got Glover Quinn on this podcast, I think, in our first year of doing it. And this was back when I was nowhere near as confident at producing these shows. And I was just absolutely starstruck that he'd come on with us. And I was just like, oh my God, this is so amazing. And I miss him every single day. We've so badly struggled at safety since we lost him. And as a leader, As a guy, he's just amazing. And the fact that he chose to come on our show, you know, he's just the best guy in the world. Absolutely. Love him. Yeah, you're welcome for the removal experiment, no problem. Now they sign Cashman. Who's signing Cashman? Let's go back into the list of deals because I have been ignoring that slightly. Vikings signing Minnesota native linebacker Blake Cashman, 3-year deal worth up to 25 million. We said it earlier. We were chatting. You know, the Vikings, when you think of the Vikings over the years, the linebackers have usually been a big part of that defense, just like the edge rushers. I think because of retirement, you know, no Anthony Barr, guys like that on there anymore. The defense has suffered recently without investment. Now they're really looking to shore up that part. They're going for the middle of that defense, trying to start from scratch again. Now they've got their star edge rusher as well. They don't need to worry about paying an elderly Daniil Hunter. They've got a young, fresh guy who's on the ascendancy. They're sorting the linebackers out. Hell, if they learn how to start drafting corners, then I might be worried. But we can usually rely on them to balls that one up. Raiders free agent defensive tackle Bilal Nichols. He's going to the Cardinals. 3 years, 21 million, 14.5 million guaranteed. The Cardinals making moves on defense. They've got Sean Murphy Bunting in already from the Titans, and now they've got Bilal Nichols in from the Raiders. So they are spending a little bit of money on defense there with the Cardinals. They still believe in Kyler Murray. They're going with him next year, so they're trying to put a defense off that will give him an opportunity to win games. So interesting stratagem from the Cardinals there. Deals starting to come in thick and fast now, but yeah. Tell you what, the NFC North, they are not holding back. Bears making moves, Packers making moves, Vikings making moves. They're trying to get better quickly because we're the gold standard in the conference now, and everyone want to be like Detroit. That's what I'm getting from this. Others. Colts re-signing edge Tyquan Lewis. That seems like a minor one there, not too known about that name. Free agent guard Robert Hunt plans to sign with the Panthers. Panthers making moves. Robert Hunt, where was he formerly of now? I think it was the Dolphins, I want to say. Yes, he was a Dolphins player. Obviously, Dolphins got bad cap sitch, so they're having to let him go. So moves getting made. The Panthers signing Robert Hunt. Of course, they're in a whole world of trouble this year. They need to protect Bryce Young. They've got to find a way to get him going because they are leaving him on a hide into nothing at this moment in time. It's just not... Yeah. I think Bryce Young is a hell of a good quarterback who's been put in an absolutely rotten situation and he's been set up to fail. Give him an opportunity. I think he'll be able to prove you wrong. Mike the Marine goes, yep, Glover Quinn is great. He is. I think he's going to be one of my favorite Lions players forever. It's going to take a very long time. It's going to take a lot to dethrone him as one of my favorite ever players. Like I say, I'll never, ever forgive Matt Patricia for running him out of town like so many others. It's just unforgivable. But it's a bygone age now, and we have, oh my days. So the Panthers deal for Robert Hunt, 5 years, $100 million. Good Lord. The guard market is going crazy. 20 million a year for Robert Hunt. Wow. That is crazy. I'm kind of glad that Brad's staying away from the market here. This guard market has just been broken by Landon Dickerson. There is absolutely no way he should be earning anywhere near that amount of money. Good God. Yep. Robert Hunt, guard from the Dolphins, going to the Panthers, 5 years, $100 million. Whew. Draft me Christian Haynes, please. I cannot begin to understate how good Christian Haynes would look in a Detroit Lions uniform when we draft him this year. And this justifies it. Whew. And to think we got Graham Glasgow for $6 million a year. Wow. Brad is cooking. That is crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy money. Oh, what's coming now? Yeah. 100. So the Rams absolutely loaded up the guard position. Panthers now loading up at guard. I mean, the Rams are spending 33 million a year on Dotson and Jonah Jackson. But I mean, you look at that interior now. If that's healthy, Jonah Jackson at left guard, you've got Steve Avila at center, and you've got Kevin Dotson at right guard. I mean, that's a hell of an interior offensive line. You can tell what they want to do there. They'll burrow right through the center of that 49ers defensive line. That's the way to go. Stay away from the edges, take the DTs out, and they are planning for that. Wow. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, one pride. He would have lost the locker room for getting rid of GQ. GQ was the locker room. I love all this. Love all the love for GQ. Always be one of my favorite lines, guys. If you've got any questions or anything you want to ask, please do. Thank you to everyone who's joining us, especially. We've been going a while, but we just like chatting during this, just long process free agency. Just get to come on, chat for a bit. This is in lieu of our usual show on a Monday evening because we didn't really have anything else planned. So, any questions, anything you want to ask, please feel free to. Ken Stouter says the top 10 cap space list as of now. So Washington, nearly 92 million. Patriots, 82 million. Tennessee, 75. Houston, 63. Chicago, 63-ish, give or take. I'm rounding them up. Arizona, 57. Indianapolis, 49. Cincinnati, 48. Us at 45. Philly at 43. So still a lot of cap out there to be spent. A lot of deals to be made. Still a lot of good free agents as well. So don't expect these big deals to stop. So that Robert Hunt deal, 5 years, 100 million, 63 million of that is guaranteed. So it's over 3/5 of that is guaranteed money. That is a big old chunk of money. Let's have a look, because when his name came up, I just didn't think there was anything special there with him whatsoever. That Miami O-line has been slightly questionable, let's say, but certainly not to be able to get $100 million deal like that. So let's have a look. Robert Hunt is blocking this year. 608 snaps this year, offensively graded 76, 1 sack given up, 1 hit given up, 3 hurries given up. Actually, then he's had a pretty good year. Experienced overall, 3,600 snaps in 4 seasons, 9 sacks given up, 13 quarterback hits, 61 pressures, but this year he's been pretty clean. Solid right guard there. So maybe, but for a guard, and giving up 100 million for a guard, that is a lot of money. But hey, fair play to him. Go make your money. Panthers, we know, don't make smart decisions a lot of. And he's got a 26.5 million signing bonus. So yeah, man's got paid. He's done really well there. Colin Wood goes, in today's market, do you think we can get a 3rd round pick for Colby Sorstel? Hey, who knows? Just send the guys out there. Let's just load up on comp picks. That'd be good. Send him out there, get a big deal, get a 3rd round comp pick for him. We turn a 5th to a 3rd in 1 year. Brad is a genius. But yeah, Colby's future. Where's that at now? Is it going to be long term for clearing Glasgow? Is that why I've got him for 3 years? Do we think that's how long it's going to take to train him? Potentially. Could be a long-term plan in place for him. Ken goes, wow, on the Hunt deal, 63 guaranteed. Yeah. I think this is why a lot of GMs stay away from the opening of free agency, because this is when a lot of the silly deals get done, when a lot of the bad money and bad deals are created. And you'll go back in previous years and think, yeah, a lot of that happened on the first day. These guard numbers are crazy. Guard is not a big, positional value. Keep getting told guards are not valuable, but today's market will prove you wrong. I mean, that is what? 16 million for Dotson, 17 for Jonah. He's getting paid more money than Jonah Jackson. I've just thought about it. He's getting paid more money than Jonah Jackson. That's crazy. He's got no. Wow. These numbers are absolutely crazy. Yeah, I know he is good, Ash, but he's not that good. He's not 100 million good. That's a lot of money there. Oh dear. God, this has been absolutely crazy so far. I just wish the Lions just give me one move, Lions. Give me one move. Let's have a little something Lions related to talk about as well. Prediction maybe that Aaron Jones goes to the Vikings. That'd be upsetting. Just leave the NFC North Aaron Jones, please. Just leave him. That's all we need. It's I just don't want him in anymore. Go anywhere else. That is fine. Yeah. So going back to the Kirk deal, 4 years, 180 million, 100 guaranteed. He's 35 and he's coming off a major injury. That is just crazy, crazy money to give a quarterback. Like the one thing he had going for him was this Iron Man streak that we all heard about, and that's gone now. Don't know how he's going to come back from that injury. And you just give him so much money. He's the world's greatest con man when it comes to the NFL. There's some crazy deals getting made, but the Giants have got to be feeling bad, right? I mean, Xavier McKinney gone to the Eagles, Saquon Barkley gone to the Eagles. There used to be a day and age when trading in conference, you used to hate your rivals that much. You wouldn't do it a lot, but all their players are like, no, we want to play against the Giants twice a year. We want vengeance for what they've done to our careers. Such a shame. I remember Xavier McKinney coming out of college. Loved him. And they've just, yeah, I mean, he's a good player, but it's just not quite worked there for him. He'll do well. He'll do really well with the Eagles. So I expect them both to have really big games when they play against them. They seem like they're holding that against them. Any other question? Ken goes, I did not want to pay over 7. No. Drew goes, what would be your biggest dream signing as of right now? As of right now, Justin Simmons will be my dream signing. I just think he would be wonderful for our secondary and for our young guys there. And in a room where we desperately need someone. But he's 30. He's still in his prime. He's still got some really good years left. And with our young guys in there, we'd have a really good room right away. So he would be my big one there. Matthew is back in the building. And while you've been gone, Aaron Jones has gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and Robert Hunt got paid.
Jesus. 20 million a year. Like, this guard market's gone mental.
It's a hard position to fill. There's not very many good ones. And offensive linemen always get paid.
Yeah.
Ash did just say, because obviously I'm the one that got caught by the fake news, Xavier McKinney is still on the market.
How is he?
I'm an idiot. So just ignore me on that one.
Oh, okay, I'll blame you.
No, it's my fault, for sure. 100%. Oh, Hunt deal is just ridiculous.
Oh, no wonder the Dolphins couldn't afford him.
The problem with that, though, is that Miami already had an iffy offensive line where pieces are either injured or whatever. Losing him is just, it's making their offensive line bad again. What happens when Tua is under pressure all the time?
I mean, it's good for the Panthers. They're at least trying to give the impression of protecting Bryce Young. That'll be a big part for him. Because you've got him at right guard and you've got Thingy at right tackle, who's really good. Taylor Moton is it at right tackle. So that's the right-hand side of the line solidified for them, if he's still there. I don't know. But they've got pieces, but they need to keep going. As if they had their first round pick this year and didn't give it to the Bears.
Yeah, apparently, so I don't know whether that person is legit or not, but someone has just speculated that Fields could go to Vegas, which is an interesting shout.
I speculated that about an hour ago.
Okay. Well, quoting someone unknown, don't know if he's reputable, he's called Anthony Fitzpatrick.
Oh, I'm pretty reputable. Not.
Falcons expected to sign former Niners tight end Charlie Werner to a 3-year deal worth $12 million. No idea who he is, to be honest.
Me neither.
Why have Vikings signed 3 linebackers today?
So, Van Ginkel, Blake Cashman, and... Well, who else did they sign?
The other one was an edge outside linebacker guy that was rumoured to be going to us. Grenard.
He's an edge, not a linebacker.
Outside linebacker. 4-3 outside linebacker. No, 3-4 outside linebacker.
They're making strides on that defense, though.
Strides into mediocrity.
I'm saying if they could draft at corner, they might be dangerous. But they are historically bad at drafting corners, which is just always hilarious.
Ash says about that tight end, he's basically a less athletic Brock Wright, and if that's the comp, God help anyone who pays him, because that's all that Brock has. Oh man, that's great. Thank you for that. What's going on?
God, at this rate, our Sheik is going to get about 10 million a year.
He's an exclusive rights free agent. He has to come back for the minimum.
I don't know if we would. I don't know if we would.
What,
Maybe.
force him to sign for 800 grand? I think we would.
Maybe.
I think so.
We should let him hit the open market and just get a comp pick for him. If the guard market's this great.
Our Seeker isn't getting more than minimum. 1 million. That's it. He's not good. All the people getting paid are good. Dan Orlovsky thinks that Minnesota should sign Darnold.
So, apparently now Goff is the 16th highest paid QB in the league. With all these deals going through.
Not for long.
No. Part of me thinks, let's just ride this last year with him. See what happens. Run the risk of having to pay him a ton next year or move on. Like, do you remember when his contract was made and everyone was up in arms like, oh my God, it's so much money. This is terrible. He's literally middle of the pack now.
Just seeing someone tweet saying, as of 18 minutes ago, all 4 teams in the championship games this year had not made a free agency move yet. An external free agency move. So the Ravens, 49ers, Chiefs, and us have not signed an external free agent. It's a sign of a well-run organisation.
Yeah, you just got to be... Well, because generally you're very close. So it's not necessarily you need big free agent signings. You just need right pieces in the right areas. And you'll wait for value. And plus, if you have got there, you probably generally do have a lot of money invested in your team. Generally, by the rule of thumb, you would have a lot of money invested. Because, I mean, let's have a look. So, I've got them all. I did have them all up. Oh, trust me, I've had it up. I've had it up about 3 hours and then I've gotten rid of it. So, let's have a look.
Aaron Jones has been cut his last 5 games as a Packer. 127 yards on the ground, 120 yards on the ground, 111, 118, 108.
Yeah.
That's almost 600 yards in the last 5 games of his Packers career. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, I thought as much. So, do you want to know the cap space of all 4 teams who were in the championship games last year? San Francisco 49ers are 3.5 million in the black, so they need to cut that much. The Ravens have 2.6 million. The Chiefs have 1.6 million. And then there's us with 47 million. So all 3 other teams combined have basically 0 cap available to them. That's probably why they've not made moves. Because again, the rule of thumb would be you get to the championships, you got a lot of money invested. So I don't think that's as big a step. I think maybe the only one would be surprising to be us, but we got a lot of deals to come. So yeah, literally them 3 teams between them don't have a stick to shake at, penny at.
Patriots have cut Devontae Parker as Ashley Soden joins the chat. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Totally did not run home from what the little slight diversion needs to make, just so I can jump on and discuss all the bad deals that teams are making while we sat put and hopefully get some value.
You know when you're playing Madden and you go through free agency and there's 3 rounds and you just skip the first round and then go for round 2 and 3. This is what's happening with Detroit.
And I'm here for it. Like, I know obviously we just discussing the Hunt's deal. He's a good guard. He is not worth that. And I told my Panthers friend that, and he's like, "Oh, he's a reliable O lineman." I'm like, not 20 worths Miller, reliable O lineman.
I think it's all right. But yes, Patrick Queen. Oh, sorry, that's not breaking, and that is also a fake thing.
That Ken on his rookie deal, isn't he?
No, he's available.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a free agent. But it's a fake Schefter account that Kentley Plassey retweeted.
Oh, Kent. I was going to say, yeah, he's a free agent because they didn't pick up his 5th-year option. Because he was Joe Burrow draft class. Because it was him and...
He was. It's part of that legendary LSU team.
I knew I forgot to do something. What did we
that's
get
how you know you're getting old. That's how you know you're getting old, when that LSU team now is like reaching their pro deals. It doesn't seem that long ago.
Spotty Cloud, first time chatter on Twitch, says, I heard that Daniil Hunter, and signed with the 49ers, but minutes later the post disappeared.
I have not seen that, unfortunately.
So I assume the 49ers aren't going to keep Chase Young then, if that's the case?
They can't afford him.
I was about to say, Bosa, Chase Young, and Daniil Hunter, that'd be like, what the hell? You can't do that.
I think I think Gibbs guaranteed he wasn't going to get re-signed when he burnt him for the touchdown in the championship game.
What's your worst deal so far, guys?
Kirk is fucking hilarious.
Kirk is hilarious, but I don't think he's the worst deal.
I have to think.
Didn't we say the Jags overpaid for someone? Oh, for Gabe Davis.
Yeah, either Gabe Davis or Darnell Savage for them. Closely followed by the Charlie Warner signing, because I literally meant what I said. He's a decent possession receiver, can block, but not really much there athletically. He's like Jet Brock Wright with like a 7 RAS instead of a 9.9.
Do I go out there on this because it's going to bite me in the ass? I think Saquon's the worst deal of them all.
I can see it, yeah.
I think it's too much money.
I mean, when you give a running back nearly $50 million, then...
It's not a great look. Who else did I really not like?
Oh, you just mentioned Patrick Queen. Supposedly, he's gone to the Seahawks.
That could be the fake
tweet,
account.
Wasn't it? That was a fake tweet. I think everyone got...
That is what I was just looking at, and then I held myself back saying that it was fake, and that's what Kent just had retweeted, which was fake.
Someone else I follow's been into it then.
Because a load of Bears fans got upset because they want him, and everyone's saying they got by it.
Yeah, I can't see anything on it. Legit. I really can't believe the Cousins stuff happened for a 4-year deal, though, for that much money. That is insane.
It is. It's a bad... He's 35, coming off a serious injury. Like, that is a lot of cheddar. I want to see what the Packers have given Jacobs. If they're not willing to give Aaron Jones, $12 million this year, but you don't... Josh Jacobs wanted money. He wanted paying.
I reckon they gave Jacobs the years rather than the money. I reckon he might be on like 4 years. I'd say maybe 4 years, 40.
Yeah, but see, Aaron Jones just did that and he's been done by it. Like, when teams do you for 4 years, they'll load it to the back and then they'll cut you when you're about to get paid. Like, I feel he's going to have forced his hand and made sure they're going to pay him. Because when you look at Saquon's deal, I think they said it counts about 13, 12, 13, the cap hit. So that's evenly spread. He's going to get paid throughout the duration of that deal, whether they cut him early or not. He's protected, really. They're not going to just have him for chips early and then get rid of him and incur the cap.
Antonio Gibson is being paid by the Patriots 3 years, 11.25 million base, max value 17.25 million.
Wow.
That's a huge amount of money for someone who was almost benched last year.
Yeah, because he's a fumble machine.
It's just because people get, like, they think he's like an above-average receiver who's, like, really goes, like, oh, my God, big dual threat guy. But he's probably a better receiver than he is a running back.
He was made to look good by a certain good head coach in college. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I just don't get, why would you let Aaron Jones go for Josh Jacobs? I know he's been injured, but, like, Aaron Jones is the only reason they've been relevant the last 2 years. Like you said, you were just giving out his numbers in games then. Like, their offense does nothing without him. When it's just AJ Dillon in, they're nowhere near as threatening.
Yeah.
And, like, he's a hometown guy who they've had there for years. But don't be afraid to pay him. Although, fun fact of the day has got to be, we are paying Jameer and Monty less than the Bears are paying Swift alone. That is my favourite stat of the day.
Former Lion on the move. Jeff Okudah to the Texans on a 1-year deal.
That's gonna work really well.
Yeah, him and Sting. I can see it. Him and Sting.
I like that for him.
Yeah.
He go and get his redemption there, and it's well away from us.
Exactly.
And I mean, look at the caliber of quarterback he's facing in that conference. It's like, it's not great.
I just want to see the news, and I keep getting crap. There we go. There's the Jeff Okudah one. Yeah, so it's Antonio Gibson, 5.3 million fully guaranteed over 2 years. So that's not too bad, but
I saw the full breakdown a second ago. Hang on. I did see it. I can't remember who tweeted it out.
Mike is on the radio, apparently, but he's listening to us at the same time, and I don't know how he's doing that.
He's got a new... Yeah, well done to him, though. He's got a gig over there.
We haven't congratulated him, but it's at the local Fox station, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's cracking stuff.
He's on there several days a week now, so...
Yeah, well done, Mike.
As always,
Mike, so hard for that.
Gold standard, Mike. Well
done. So the Gibson contract, it's, this year 1.125 guaranteed. Next year, fully guaranteed. Next year, it's 2.35 mil, 1.175 guaranteed, and then 2026, 2.85 million base salary, none guaranteed. Up to 2 million a year in rush receiving yard incentives. Roster bonuses 510k per year per game. Workout bonus as well. It's basically incentive laden.
Okudah's getting 4 3/4 million.
That's quite a lot.
2.5 million guaranteed. 4.75 million altogether.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for someone who hasn't shown that much. He wasn't that good with the Falcons. Like, it's a high upside for a first-round pick, but I don't think it's too far to say that he's a bust. I do think Okudah technically is a bust.
They're saying it's 1 year worth up to 6 million now, so 2.5 guaranteed up to 6. So there's a lot of incentives in there. I mean, you're still betting on his upside, aren't you? Because he's still theoretically on his rookie deal, but you're still betting on the upside for long term. Like, if he has a good year this year, then you get paid next year. So teams will always do it. If there's ever a little bit of a fleeting glimpse left, they'll always hang a fish out there and try and go and get it.
Someone's just said, Lost Ocean, has just said, watch Aaron Jones go to the Jets to reunite with Rodgers. Problem with that is, aren't they absolutely laden with running backs?
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall, Michael Carter, if
Yeah.
he's still there.
They keep trying to replace Michael Carter, but he keeps hanging on for dear life. They signed Dalvin Cook last year to do the same thing. Signing Dalvin Cook and then Aaron Jones in back-to-back years would be hilarious.
Oh, yeah, well...
You know what? I think Aaron Jones is a good... I would like Aaron Jones to end up in a good situation. I think he's a good dude. He's just been a pain in the arse playing against... I would like him to go somewhere to the. Let him go to Baltimore. Send him to Baltimore, and I think he will ball out in Baltimore. Well away from us until we reach him in the Super Bowl.
We haven't had a real chat about Mosley and Brock Wright coming back for their money on the show. I know I kind of mentioned it earlier, but Mosley coming back for potentially 2.2 mil.
I like it. I like it a lot.
It's around the sort of money that I would have been happy with.
We theorised it could happen. Like, considering how much need we have at corner, like, there's only upside from giving him a 1-year deal and seeing if he can prove it.
Mm.
Like, if he's like 60, 70% of the player he was, then that money suddenly looks really damn good. He doesn't have to be the elite lockdown he was for that sort of money, but again, just throw the 1 years out there. So if you can get him to stick, then give him some more money next year. You've got one of your corner positions sorted.
What about Brock Wright? Is 3 mil an overpay? Or
I'm not getting involved in this.
I'm not again.
I'm not getting involved in this.
Not again.
I'm staying away from this one.
That tight end, which Ash described as an unathletic Brock Wright, got paid 4 mil a year. Brock Wright getting 3 means that maybe
I bet Ash
value.
gagged when he heard that. Did you gag when you heard that deal, Ash? It's multi-year as well.
Yeah, like I stand by what I stand by what I said on Discord. I stand by it. Like, in terms of, I wouldn't have given it him. I thought we could get him back for less. Maybe having seen a Werner deal, maybe he could have got more elsewhere. But in that case, I would have just been happy reloading. Like, Wright's good, don't get me wrong. Happy we got him back. But he's not like a superstar. We could have upgraded on him. He's replaceable.
This stuff about Cut, because Warren Sharp's got involved with this now. So through 2027, Kirk Cousins will have had 411 million's worth of earnings. 329 million was guaranteed.
Elite.
One playoff win in 12 years in the league. 411 million.
One Prado 427 and Dan Mack saying that they think Aaron Jones is going to go to Dallas, which I think is a really good fit.
It is, but I hate the Cowboys, so I don't want it to happen.
Well, I don't want it to happen, but I'm saying it's a good fit.
Yeah, I just don't want to will it into existence. Like, the Cowboys can suck, but it would work well. But they do like to give their running backs a hell of a load, though. They will run a lot there. Like, can he withstand that load on his own?
A lot. So, but Sean Murphy Bunting, his contract's kind of come out 3 years, 17.4 mil.
That is a good deal.
That's a good deal.
So
I wouldn't have paid him that.
So the projection for him, the projected money was, I think, 4 mil.
So it depends what the guaranteed is on that.
Yeah.
So obviously that's not all going to be guaranteed. So
I think very little of that would be
if you get Tampa Sean Murphy Bunting back, then that's all of a sudden a very good deal. But he was on a rotten Titans team last year, so I kind of feel like he may have unfairly taken the hit with that.
I swear he dipped when he was in Tampa as well. Like, obviously he had that good year when they obviously reached the Super Bowl, but I swear, hang on, as my laptop's logged me out PFF, for fuck's sake. But I think Eric described him yesterday because I was listening to that when he was at the gym, running on the treadmill, peaks and troughs.
More Kirk Cousins stuff. The 90 million he's due in 24 and 25 is fully guaranteed at signing. It's just no. He just has to say. He doesn't even have to earn it. There's guarantee, but this on signing, done. Jesus.
Yeah.
The Falcons now have to. That will get that GM fired if that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, he has hooked himself, ball and Kirko chains to Kirk. So, and when you're in a dreadful NFC South as well, you've got to go deep in the playoffs early. Because that'll kill that GM's career now.
It's gone up slightly more. So he also has a £2 million incentive every year if he wins Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
The 90 million, the 90 million next year is fully guaranteed at signing, and the 10 million injury guarantee in 2026 becomes fully guaranteed next March. So in reality, it's $100 million like upfront. That's what I was. Yeah, and to go back to Sean for Bunting, he had good rookie year, 66 grade, down to 59, down to 56, up to 71 in his last year in Tampa, and then last year 57. So kind of. Yeah.
That's not funny, Mike. That Will Harris contract. No.
I was just about to say he's trying to troll you, but you've seen it already, which is fun.
Mike's the same as me. He knows exactly. He's pushing buttons there. Not just at his radio station.
I don't understand the Patriots cutting Devontae Parker. I've just seen someone say it's 6.3 million dead, 140 grand of savings. What's the point in cutting him?
They must really dislike him.
Someone of note, Danico Autry's just been signed by the Texans for 2 years, 10 million. So that's someone we were getting linked to as a sort of...
He's an old player.
He's old, but who did he used to play? He was linked with us because he used to play as D-line coach. Yeah, Tennessee, yeah.
So it seems like the Texans, they feel like they're building for now. They don't think last year's a fluke. Yeah. They think they can go now.
I believe it. Compared to, say, the Giants last year, they have a solid base. I believe in what they're doing. I like how they've drafted. There's nothing about what's happened to them this year which says to me that they can't repeat exactly what they did last year.
No. About to say they're better than the Jags as well.
Better than the Jags. They're the best team in their division. They're better than the Colts.
And they're going to be playing the compensatory pick formula because obviously they've lost Cashman, 25.5 mil, and Grenard, 76 mil, as you said. And both the guys they've re-signed together are about 8 mil because it's Jeff on that 1 year, 5 mil, and then they've re-signed Lolly Johnson at 1 year, 2.5.
They're just well run. Texans are a well run organization, and they got picks. They still got picks from the trade for Deshaun.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. That trade has screwed up the NFL because it's accelerated the Texans so much.
Yeah.
And
Giants Texans Super Bowl next year.
I don't think that's out of the question. Lots of people saying something along the same lines of, we've got to get one of Snead, Burns, Sweat, or Reddick. And it's like, nope.
Yeah. Nope to all of them.
Reddick wouldn't be a fit here. He'd be a part-time player. Sweat's a good player, but he'd be worth too much in a trade. Ditto Burns. And Snead has had a good year. He's a good cornerback. But he's not worth a first or second round pick and paying him. I don't even think I'd try and sign him if he was a free agent at that sort of money.
Yeah. And to add it even more, this team preaches discipline. Try signing a guy who averaged more than a flag a game last season.
And he's just won multiple Super Bowls in a row. He's got nothing left to prove. You want guys who are hungry and want to win a ring.
Darnell Savage, his contract is 3 years, $21 million with $12.5 million in guarantees.
Fuck.
What?
Green Bay have made a really good move. They've just signed Xavier McKinney. The Packers have.
Oh, mother trucker.
4 years. 4 years, 68 million, 17-year average. Fuck.
No, for
That's
safety.
A ridiculous signing. 17 million per in
it's
a safety.
Ridiculous, but he
Holy overpay. And they've just let Darnell Savage go. Like, you may as well just have kept him.
Yeah. Nah. Yeah, to be fair, that
For
considering
money,
the price,
price points. Good lord.
That's a ridiculous signing.
It's like if it's just a player, good signing. At the price, bad. It's like with that Robert Hunt one. I liked it initially. I was like, oh yeah, and then I saw the price. I was like, no, nope.
Wow. Brad Holmes is making the rest of the NFC North do stupid things.
Exactly.
They're completely scared of this team, and now they're just trying to load up with stupid amounts of money getting paid out for positions.
25 mil up front in year one for McKinney.
Wow.
Fucking hell.
Clearly, none of the other teams believe in rebuilding properly. It's just, no, let's fast track our way. God, Autry gets 10.5 million a year. Eesh.
Nah, isn't it only 5 mil a year?
2
It's
year,
2
20
year,
million
20
deal.
million with
Oh,
10.5 guaranteed. Yeah.
The average is
That's
out
all.
at 10.5 a year-ish, 10 a year.
Right,
sorry.
that's a lot of money for him. That's way too much.
So,
Can I say so? Well,
yes, Savage gets the
7 million.
47 million less than Xavier McKinney. Oh.
Yeah.
It's an upgrade, but my word. They let
that price point,
You're paying heavily for an upgrade.
They also let go of their star inside linebacker, who I know has not been exactly great, but
Devontre Campbell, yeah. I was gonna say, how do you want me to make you hate the Jets even more?
please.
Currently, Quincy Williams is holding on my screen is holding a Chelsea shirt.
Nice. Okay.
That's it. It's spread over. Aaron saw the Chelsea method of team building, went to Green Bay, he went to New York, and now he's pumping it back to Green Bay as well. They're all following the Chelsea model.
There's some great memes about, isn't there, during this time of year? Just seen one, which is Arrested Development. It's good. I'm a fan. Does anyone like Arrested Development?
I've seen bits of it. Yeah, it's okay.
I'm a big fan.
You're saying that now. I'm just looking at one. It's like a dog looking at a phone like that. It says POV, you're waiting for Brad Holmes to make a splash.
Again, don't read into that like, the championship teams aren't spending money. The other three don't have money.
Yeah, we're being clever.
We are. We have been very clever. And all the safeties are still out there.
Yeah, Justin Simmons hasn't signed.
Ugh, Cousins hold a Liverpool jersey. Ew.
Oh, for God's sake.
LOL? It's not exactly someone I'd like liking my team, to be honest, but never mind.
Yeah. At least I can kind of get behind the whole Lions thing with Crystal Palace and Millwall.
Can Steve Avila play centre?
He's going to play centre for the Rams now.
Yeah.
He's played like over 1,000 snaps for them in college. He's very versatile. Gosh, you look at that Rams interior offensive line now, it's Jonah Jackson, Steve Avila, and Kevin Dotson. So that's actually
really good, yeah.
Yeah. If you
that.
go and get I don't know where's their pick in the draft. I don't know where their pick in the draft is, but if you get a premier tackle in with that, then Stafford's going to be Stafford might have one of his easiest seasons in terms of getting hit in a while.
Rams on 19th, so
that's perfect.
Currently, Tankathon has them getting Amarius Mims.
Oh, that'd be a mistake.
Yeah.
Dude's got way too many red flags over his hamstrings. You're that big and you have hamstring issues all the time.
and he's got a big blabbermouth.
Evan Neal, he can be Evan Neal 2.0.
Yeah.
I don't say it against as a bad thing, but the injury history is just way too concerning. So they should do something else, but they should go tackle.
JC Latham, because he probably will fall there.
Yeah.
That's my position. Here we go. So it's not going to show me. Is it? No.
Devin Singletary's going to the Giants.
That's a.
They've reached an agreement for him to go there,
Yeah.
so that might be like late swap of picks or something.
No, he's a free agent.
Oh, is he?
He was a 1 year deal in Houston.
I thought he had 2. My bad.
Goes up against the Bills twice. Not the Bills, what I'm on about. Sorry, wrong division. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm just sitting here. It's all good. What is wrong with the Packers?
You were close with the Bills, I think. He's reuniting with Dable, who was his OC in Buffalo.
There we go.
He was drafted.
That's what I meant.
I know. Trust me, I didn't like Secretary last year, though, because obviously I drafted Damian Pierce thinking he was going to bounce back.
I know this is a cash number, but Xavier McKinney gets 25 million in year 1.
Yeah.
25 million?
Like I said 5 minutes ago.
I know, but what? Ow. I don't understand. Doesn't make sense.
And somehow Chelsea are already 2-0 up against Newcastle. Jesus Christ, it's almost as bad as watching the second half yesterday.
What do you mean?
So Chelsea 2-0 up already against Newcastle.
Yeah.
Conceding twice, we're pretty much right from kickoff. Sounds like the second half of my team yesterday.
Oh, I wasn't keeping track of your team yesterday. What was the score?
4-0 to Tottenham.
Oh.
It was 0-0 at half-time.
That's bad.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Liverpool-Man City yesterday was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. Yeah. Dostil says, I would bet $100 the Lions agree to terms with a free agent from outside the team today, and another 100 that it's more than 10 million AAV. I wish I had enough money to take your bet, because I feel like that's not happening. And if I was going to take the bet, I'd take it on both things and hope to split them. But actually, I think I could win both. Christ.
Dan Quinn's giving some big deals out to all his former Cowboys players, isn't he? I mean, the Addison Armstrong are costing like 80 million between them. It's like, Jesus.
Is it Dan Quinn or is it Bob Quinn? It sounds bad.
No, Bob Quinn was good at finding O-line. That was his only redeeming feature.
Stephen Baffy said, I'm more concerned with extending St. Brown and Gotham picking up guys that might maybe work out for a little while before they are overpaid failures.
See, that's the thing I would love. Like, I don't even want to sign it. I want a re-signing. Like, even that would. I just want a massive deal for us.
So it's a 3-year, 16.5 million deal worth up to 19.5 for Singletary.
Jesus Christ.
That's a massive deal for a running back. What's going on?
I mean, that's about what Monty's getting, isn't it?
Yeah, they hate the draft class. They hate the draft class.
That has to be the answer. The thing is, I don't. I low key think that the draft class for running backs is fine.
Yeah. I can name, but obviously Corum's the big name, like in terms of our circle, but obviously Benson's pretty good. I'm not trying to be biased.
Jonathan Brooks is the top guy on the board.
Yeah, Jonathan Brooks.
Well, put it this way. Put it this way: if you think this year's class is passable, next year's will make you sploosh.
Yes.
Yes. There would be no running back this year will be in the top 10 next year. I would make that assumption, providing the right ones declare None of the running backs this year will be in the top 10 next year, or would be.
Can either of you tell me why Jace McClellan is widely regarded as a 7th rounder?
Because he didn't get that much exposure at Alabama.
But he looked pretty good when he did.
Yeah, he did, but he's not got the productivity.
I would also say that means he hasn't got tread on the tyres.
No,
True.
But generally, by rule of thumb, no tread on tyres is also an indictment.
Fair.
Yeah. So the guy who's in front of him, Roldell Williams, is now transferred to a certain college that shows the same name, stay nameless to become their RB1.
Well, there's only 2 that could be, but I'm presuming it's Florida. I chose the wrong one, didn't I? Is it Miami or is it Florida?
No, it's come to us.
Oh, it's come to... Oh. The way you said it was like...
No, because I don't want to keep talking about FS.
Yes.
But yeah,
yes, maybe not.
he's come to take the Benson role. He's come to take the Benson role.
In terms of running backs that I like in this class, Brooks, Benson, Coram, Travian Henderson, Jalen Wright, Tyrone Tracy, Ray Davis, Dylan Laub, how do you say that name? Kamani Vidal, Frank Gore Jr., Jason McClellan, Isaiah Davis, Rasheen Ali. I quite like Dajan Edwards. Isaac Garendo is going to do something, but I just don't know what. Him. Carson Steele's okay. I wasn't massively enamored with George Holani, but whatever. I think that there's about 10 to 15 guys that I'd be perfectly happy with drafting in this class.
Yeah, Garendo is going to be your sort of... He's probably going to be a kick returner, but he's going to be like Godwin Ikubuke. He's going to be a special teamer that then you can hit an 80-yard touchdown if you give him the right blocking.
We haven't seen the Josh Jacobs contracts yet, have we?
No, we haven't, which is annoying. Because I want to rip that apart as well.
Yeah, you're right, Stephen. There's not a lot of running back ones in the draft this year. A lot of depth running backs, but not running back ones. I'm surprised if any of them made it to be running back one, to be fair.
That's it. I won't tell you who this is because you can probably guess who it is by the kind of rhetoric it's given out. Packers lock up 2 of their biggest needs and now can turn their attention to the draft where they have all their picks plus 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. That's 12 picks total. The hype train has officially left the station. Bookmark.
I don't hate that narrative, though.
They're the danger in this division right now.
100%.
Like, they're much more dangerous than the Bears or the Vikings.
Bears are going to be funny.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming, because they all say, oh, Rand Paul's is this master fucking genius who never says this, never says that, but they've quite clearly been trying to trade Justin Fields. Like, everybody's said it. And, like, if his market's not there now, he's either got a decision where he's got to keep him with Caleb, or he's got to say, right, well, we'll stick with Justin. But then you're saying, well, we're going to stick with a quarterback that literally no one else in the league wants. Like, it's a bit hard to go back to Justin now and say, hey, look, you're our guy. We'll give you loads of money, because they're going to have to give him loads of money. I think they've backed themselves right into a corner here.
I really want to stay up for what Eric said was going to be a busy 2-hour period, but I just don't think I can do that long a show.
No. Well,
I mean, he said it was 4 till 6, wasn't it, that he was busy?
Yeah. Oh, that's now.
That's now,
quarter
yeah.
past 4. It's quarter
It's
past 4.
8 till 10.
So-
Sorry, I'm still not counting the bloody hour change. I hate you, daylight savings time. I'm just saying. It's nothing personal, but I hate you.
Whose idea was it?
Mr. Daylight Savings Time.
Nope. I see someone doesn't watch their Nick Cage films, if you don't know. Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin, it's in National Treasure. Because it's how they get one of the pieces, it's how they get the special eyeglasses. It's because they have to look on the dollar and they're scared they miss the time, and then it actually turns out, because it's daylight savings, they've got another hour to get there, and then they manage to get the magical spectacles to read the secret map on the back of the Declaration of Independence.
Stills made a really nice point, which is the danger for the Packers is that they actually find out now that Jordan Love is actually mid and they've paid him like a franchise quarterback.
They only paid him for 2 years, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
They didn't pay him that much. They just gave him a little extra, because he's on year 4 of his rookie deal, technically now. They didn't give him that long. I thought it was an extra 2 years.
It's an extra 1 year, 22.5 million extension.
Which is this year, isn't it?
The rumour is that as soon as he becomes eligible for an extension, which is on the 3rd of May, which is after the first year of that 2-year deal, that they're going to sign him to about a $50-55 million deal. That is the rumour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think the Packers are that stupid.
Well, but they can't let him play like he did and let him play out the last year of his contract, because then he'll do the Cousins and just leave.
That's this year. That's this upcoming season.
That's what I'm saying. So they have to pay him this off-season.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd just run the risk, personally. I would run the risk. And hell, if at worst they lose him, then they'll get a good comp pick for him, because it'll be a lot of money. And probably franchise tag him anyhow.
Yeah, for like 2-3 years, but they'll instantly be paying him near 50 million. And then it'll be 20% on that, so then it'll be 60 million. And then it'll be, I think, 50% on that, so it'll be 90 million. And then he's gone. So he could just have him over a barrel.
Packers just might fool everybody and go quarterback this year in the draft.
RJ Graham has asked, is the NFC North getting better in free agency as a division?
Yeah. I mean, the Bears made a couple of decent-ish signings.
You have
Vikings obviously took one of my favourite free agents in this entire class. Bastards.
But they don't have a quarterback.
True. What do you mean? Don't you trust in Nick Mullins?
I wouldn't have Nick Mullins as their starter at the 2 they have.
If he was playing against us every week, then he'd throw for about 6,000 yards.
You fell for my trick. Tricked you into praising Jaron Hall.
I like Jaron Hall.
Same.
Yeah, so it wasn't a trick then, was it?
I know.
Oh dear. Mike Colucci says, I want to see Reynolds and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson get massive deals so we can get some comp picks next year.
One of them will
Josh
be getting
Reynolds.
Yeah.
Josh Reynolds is fifth in the PFF like wide receiver rankings for free agents.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him get 6 to 8 million per.
I mean, if he gets a deal from the Jags, he might get 20 million a year the way they pay wide receivers.
It's true.
That's his best bet.
If you ask me if I'd rather have Josh Reynolds or Gabe Davis, my answer's fairly fucking emphatic.
Josh Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds.
It's Josh Reynolds all day.
And for those saying, I don't know, I'm saying this half jokingly, but it's because obviously I've heard you guys talk about it with Tom. For those wanting to trade pick 29 for T. Higgins, why not stay at 29 and draft the next T. Higgins?
How about no?
I did like how Dr. Evil that was given Ant's appearance.
I've still got to do the thing with I've still got to convince my friend to let me do that $1 million thing with the cat. We're still in negotiations about that.
Yeah.
I love that film. The third one was shit, but the first two are gold.
Yeah. And the Colts re-signed Grover Stewart, 3 years, 39 million, which is an overpay, but I also wanted him.
Who?
If you wanted a one tech.
Yeah. That's a good lot of money for a one tech. 13 million
It
per.
is. It is. I liked him. If you want, he was kind of someone I was like, if you wanted to sign a one tech, I would have allowed it.
Only on this show can you have lots of engaging NFL chat, but also have someone say, I blame Woodrow Wilson. I'm just saying that now. There's no other Lions show that could get those comments.
Wow, the Steelers are going to can Harvey Preslin. They've got a new punter.
Cam Johnson from the Texans, yeah.
Bye-bye, Harvey.
I am also...
I've never known a punter be hated so much by a fan base.
Because he's the worst punter in the league by a long way.
See,
is his long snapper any good, though?
True. See, we were discussing him earlier. Hang on, it's just come up. Gus Edwards to the Chargers.
That's a good signing. That's a good signing.
He'll get to flourish without having 10 other guys in the backfield with him.
Never mind that.
Yeah.
If you think about the head coach that's gone there and what he likes to do, that fits perfectly with him.
And then take it a step further. Who's the Chargers OC?
I actually still don't know who that is.
Greg Roman, the former Ravens OC, until they got rid of him and got the Georgia guy in. Who did Gus Edwards have back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons with?
Yeah, great
Greg
fit.
Roman.
Oh, Carlton reminds me that the Chiefs have agreed a contract for an outside signing in the long snapper James Winchester. I think it was right at the time that was stated, but never mind. Ken Stauder says that he thought the best guard in the class was Mike Onwenu.
He's not signed yet, has he?
He hasn't signed yet.
His agent's going to be like...
Can I also say, as someone who's got back into playing Skyrim again, the fact that we have a channel who's called Whiterun Guard chatting in our Discord, in our YouTube channel, is making me quite happy.
Oh, I like that. Top tier name, whoever that is.
I mainly deal with thievery and petty. I don't know what the line is.
I'd like to announce a crime. Someone stole my sweet roll. Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll.
Your sweet roll.
No, someone did steal my sweet roll, so that's a big crime.
Oof. So you're saying that, and then into my head pops the explanation for I used to be an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the knee. Because it's one of those weird facts I just found out, and now it's just stuck up there in the filing cabinet that is my brain.
Oh man, this is fun. I literally could just spend most of my time just on stream, just chatting shit. Be great.
Yeah.
Wonder how much that Gus Edwards deal is, because it's an odd signing to do on day one of free agency, unless you're paying him a lot of money. And all of the running back money, roughly speaking, is becoming at about 5 or 6 mil a year, which I think is a bit of an overpay for him, really. What do your eagle eyes see, Ashley Soden?
You really don't want to know what I've just seen. I'll just put it in off topic in Discord, and when you're not on stream, you can peruse it. No idea what that's on my Twitter timeline, but we move. Exactly. I was scrolling for news and I just see that.
I'm beginning to feel like the deal will happen. I'm beginning to feel like we'll not get a deal until we go off air. I feel like that's going to happen.
It's going to be like, remember?
Sorry.
Exactly.
That's the worst hazing incident ever. Oh my god. That's awful.
That's like you see my eyes bug out. I'm just scrolling. It's like news. That.
That's from 2016.
Yeah. Delirious Force reposted it. Yeah, it's because It's right between a next gen stats tweet about the Devin Singletary signing, and then PFF Brad talking about the Grover Stewart signing.
So I've just found a really good tweet. I
Come
just realised that the Falcons passed on paying 26-year-old Lamar Jackson $200 million over 4 years, so they could pay 36-year-old Achilles tear Kirk Cousins $180 million instead. It's true.
Yeah.
Could have had Lamar for a little bit more. There'd have been some first-round picks in there, but still would have had Justin. Wow. That deal is just...
outrageous.
It's funny. Just when I thought I'd ran out of Kirk Cousins contract material, I now have 4 years worth of material to go with.
What you should do is, the video of John Cena from yesterday at the Oscars, just get that and then just tweet it with, like, the picture, the Falcons own an alpha blank after paying the Kirk Cousins contract.
That was something, that was.
It was very The Emperor's New Clothes.
Yes.
Thing is, he can get away with it because he's ripped, but like, you made a regular person doing that. Just
You can't see my penis.
I mean,
it's funny because someone put the picture up and said, why are they showing a picture of just a microphone?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Joke as old as time, but it's still funny.
It's really funny.
I mean, it made such good sense as well because it was the costume award. I was just like, you know what? That's a great way to do it. It's like the Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger skit with involving Michael Keaton when they were presenting.
See, I feel bad now because apparently Jarl Balgruff is a Lions fan, and I just overthrow him every time in Skyrim because I'm a Stormcloak. So like, usurping a lot. I'll have to think differently in future about how I treat him.
Ooh, that's a good signing. For Geno Stone from the Ravens to the Bengals, second in the NFL with 7 interceptions last season. I like that signing a lot. Very much a lot.
I just remember the amount of shit we took last year for paying Monty money when no one else was paying running backs, and now it's just like everyone wants to be us. It's all right when your lot do it, but when we do it, oh no, it's terrible. Monty's deal looks so good right now. Like,
yeah.
It just looks even better than it was when we did it.
Didn't you see what I put in Discord earlier?
Yeah.
We are paying Monty and Gibbs combined less than what the Bears are now paying Swift.
And Swift, Bears could have just given like 3 or 4 million to Donta Foreman instead and probably got similar production. Idiots. Bengals need O-line anyhow. What are they doing? Draft some O-linemen, Bengals.
They do. They just draft really bad ones. Hadi McKenzie? Anyone?
Xavier McKinney tweets, say cheese. How about no? How about no, Xavier? I'm not going to say cheese.
Just had Everything King, who's a Lions YouTuber and Pistons YouTuber, I think, say that he thinks that Danielle Hunter's going to go to San Francisco, which is something I can absolutely see San Francisco doing, but I can't see them affording it. But it's what San Francisco's done over the last few years, is just get guys like that.
He might take a 1-year cheap deal to go win a ring. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they've got no cap, as we've said, because you've got to be under the cap by Wednesday when the league season begins, and they don't have no cap, so they need to cut some people to help that.
No cap.
I think they're about 2.5 under, under. They need to cut still. If they're going to give him money, then We need to cut more. Feels like it's gone really quiet now after the initial rush.
Yeah.
2 years, 15 million for Geno Stone.
That's such a good. That's actually kind of cheap.
So 7.5 mil per.
Yeah.
6 mil
Roughly,
signing
yeah.
bonus.
I think that's about his value.
Yeah, that's a really damn good sign for Bengals because it means he can be the free safety. They can put Jordan Battle down into strong, and then they can play Dax Hill like we play Brian Branch. That alone, obviously they've lost Jesse Bates last year. That's a damn good safety room. I'm jealous.
I thought Schefter's just tweeting it, but Rap's already got the contract details out. You're
Yeah.
really late on that one, boyo.
Boyo. Oh, boyo. I don't know why I did that. Sorry.
Just casually retweeting a tweet that says Cooper Beebe, you are a Detroit Lion.
I'd love to see it. I'd love it. The more all of this happens, the more I think we're trading down.
Yes, please.
Because the thing is, it's really funny. There's two arguments, and I buy both of them, and not both of them are true. Go and get your guys. Trading up is absolutely fine, which is something we've heard from multiple people. I hope I'm not misattributing it to you, Ant, as well, but I feel like you said go and get your guys. Is that fair?
Yeah.
But also, it doesn't matter where we pick, Brad Holmes is going to find good players.
That's
I believe both of those statements. But if you really believe that it doesn't really matter where we pick, why do we have to trade up? I don't understand it. RJ Graham says, why don't these players want to come to Detroit and be a part of history? And Lisa Di Lorenzo with a perfect response, because they'd rather get paid. It is about the money.
Yeah. Or we just don't want them.
exactly.
In a perfect Shane McMahon sort of walkout way, here comes the money. Absolutely is what it's all about.
Well, the Commanders and Raiders are after Austin Eckler. Like, why let Josh Jacobs go and then go out and get Austin Eckler, who's injury prone and not as good as people say he is?
Eckler's probably not going to get the same money, though. Eckler's going to get 4-5 million per.
The way running back contracts are going today, I don't know.
Did you guys see the quote from Jalen Johnson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just a weird thing to reveal in a press conference.
It is.
I also,
that's why.
as one of her biggest fans, I also didn't know that the thing about Billie Eilish now after the Oscars yesterday. You see that?
No.
She's the youngest ever two-time winner.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That I did know,
22 years old. She's got 2
Yeah.
Oscars. That's nuts.
Did know that because obviously it was No Time to Die and then what I was made for.
Yeah.
Mad.
Love her.
I've admittedly, because I've seen it on Twitter, I know it makes sense why the Raiders are in for Eckler. Because the Raiders GM is the former Chargers GM, who's the one who's drafted him. Tom Telesco.
Telesco, yeah, he's just a bad GM, isn't he?
His first deal is to give out 110 million. Yeah.
Yeah. But Murphy Bunting contract, more details have come out. It's 3 years, 25.5 million with 17.5 guaranteed. Now I'm a bit less happy with it. That's
a lot of money for someone who's not been good recently.
Well, Geno Stone had a 3.7 RAS. See, folks, RAS is not everything it's made out to be.
Especially not at the safety position.
No.
There are positions where it matters more. Safety is about mental processing, and you don't track that with RAS.
So, Barkley's decision came down to the Bears. He chose not to go to the Bears. That's funny.
Xavier McKinney is now the 4th highest paid safety in the league.
Ooh. After all the safeties that have been cut, I'm guessing Jesse Bates will be 1.
Nope.
Oh, is he on more than Jesse Bates?
He's on more than Jesse Bates.
Wow.
Guess the top 3. I suspect Ash already knows it, so...
Yeah, I'm not. I know it, so I'm not participating, unfortunately.
One of them is on the tag.
Big clue.
The best safety in the league.
Richard Grant's not eligible for a tag yet.
Close. Same division. We played him twice last season. That's like the biggest clue.
He has the opposite of lose in his name.
And he's the son of a former player who played for the Eagles.
No, I don't really care. You can read them out. I'm not really that.
Antoine Winfield Jr., Minka Fitzpatrick, Derwin James. James is number 1.
Yeah. He might be a trade candidate given the Chargers' sitch.
Cut candidate, potentially. He's been awful recently.
Well, someone's got to go from their lot by Wednesday.
What else do we got around here? Ken Stouter says, Bobby Wagner. I don't fancy paying someone who's 37 years old 15 million per.
Yeah.
Lisa De Lorenzo is saying they're saying that Green Bay are paying Jacobs around 10 million a year.
That's palatable.
Yeah, it's an overpay.
Yeah, it's just come out. 4 years. It's 12 million. It's 4 years, 48 million per short support.
That's what they were paying Aaron Jones. I know that. So Josh Jacobs was the rushing leader 2 years ago. It's like Aaron Jones, I don't think has ever been the rush leader.
I guess a lot of it'll be what's the guaranteed for it.
Yeah. That's it's the headline numbers. We've got to break it down properly.
But I mean, Ali, guys are paid. NFC North's overpaying for running backs. Big time.
We have our resident and favourite Bears fan. Maybe I should reserve favourite. I will ignore podcasters in favourite Bears fans. Got our favourite Bears fan in the chat, Bailey, saying, "Hey guys, happy off season to you all. Poles spending big money on a very average running back is not how I love using our cap space, but we'll wait for the whole process to judge."
Oh, Mike Ford's got a deal with the Texans for $4.5 million. Bless
Former
him.
special teamer.
Good player.
Yeah.
Good player. Solid backup DB and good special teamer.
Yeah.
I am a fan. So what's the biggest deal so far? It's Kirk, isn't it?
It's Kirk, by far and away.
Kirk, Wilkins, Hunt, all 100 million plus. Ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Josh Jacobs, total guarantees 12.5 million.
Oh, so there's very little guaranteed money then.
Yeah.
That's what Spot Track is saying. It doesn't have any other contract details though.
I mean, that's just nothing.
Probably have a team option after the second year then, basically.
Yeah, they'd probably cut him for nothing. Probably do what they've done with Aaron Jones.
Lisa says... sorry.
As the market shrivels up for Justin Fields, the Raiders are kicking the tyres with a possible reunion with offensive coordinator Luke Getsy.
Oh, please, 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 please.
Lisa,
please, I just want him gone.
Lisa De Lorenzo says, I just have to say this. If a player just wants to get paid, are they a Lions guy? And the answer, I think, is clearly if they just want to get paid, no. But I think for every player, it's always a balance of getting paid and being competitive in a team where they actually want to play. But quite often, money trumps that because the teams are offering it to them. It's not like they have... It's the agents doing the deals. The agents are doing it on behalf of the players. So I've got a deal on the table for this team, and yes, no, and
So the trouble is, though, if you say that, I'm like, what if Penne comes and says, "Oh, I want to be the highest paid tackle in all of football, like ever"?
Yeah, we should pay him.
Then you're like, exactly. That doesn't mean he's not a Lions player. It means that he wants what he's worth.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, as you see with these types of situations, too many players get screwed over by teams where they'll just cut them. They'll be like, well, take a pay cut. Well, why did you give them the contract in the first place if you can't afford it? And you're going to make them take pay cuts and that. That's why I will never, ever disagree with a player's decision to look out for himself. Even if I love him. If Penei Sewell went, I'm going to test free agency, I would respect him for that. It's like, go get yours. And with Jonah Jackson, I have no ill will towards Jonah Jackson whatsoever. I am delighted he's got paid so much money. Good for you, but really good for us. Go get yours. Do not mind it. Doesn't mean he's not a Lions player. It means he's going out to get his while he can. Because so often teams will just shut the door on a player, pull the rug out from under them and deprive them of the money they have earned. Like Aaron Jones. He's earned all that money the Packers got him and then they're like, nah, see you, bye. We want rid.
So the Packers
are treating players like shit.
Yeah, so the Packers are playing Josh Jacobs 12 million and have a cap hit of 12.3 million to have him there. As the Raiders have signed Gardner Minshew on a 2-year deal.
They'll be back up to Justin Fields.
Bailey, our Bears fan, also went on to say, we decided it would be fun to get rid of a better running back in Monty who was loved by the locker room just to turn around and give Swift more money a year later, who is clearly worse. It's true. It's so true. Carlton said, Ash, you sure Swift is getting more than Monty, Gibbs and Reynolds?
I didn't say Reynolds. It was Monty and Gibbs combined. They're paying Swift more because Monty's 6 and I think Gibbs is about $1 million on his rookie deal.
Is it? Can't be that low. Not a pick 12.
Let me have a look.
I'd have thought pick 12 would have been on substantially more than that.
No, Gibbs this year is getting about in terms of yearly cash 1.5 mil. It's because obviously most of the signing bonuses last year. So last year's AAV was 10 mil, and now as the contract goes down, it goes 6, 4, 4. in terms of like how much it is in the rest of the
Right.
contract.
So it has to say cash paid rather than cap hit.
Yeah.
Right. So there we go, Carlton.
Oh.
There we go. And Nicholas L saying, "Go Lions! Love my brothers from across the France. Appreciate you, Nicholas. What's up, Ash?"
Devon Duvernay, the All-Pro special teamer for the Ravens and also a very good slot receiver, signed with the Jags. I like that. There we go. Eric's just tweeted it out about this. So for comparison, they're saying with the stuff. So for comparison, we are paying our entire running back room this year $14.8 million for our entire running back room. I'll put it in the.
I think I'm going to call this when the hour comes up. By the way,
No
we've
worries.
been going a while.
And then as soon as we do that, that's actually decent. 2 years, 8.5 million base, up to 12.5 for Duvernay. That's a decent little.
I don't like it. I think that's an overpay as well.
He is. Imagine Jamal Agnew with 10% less returning ability, but double the amount of receiving ability. Like he's a functional. He's
a functional wide receiver 4.
He's Khalif Raymond. Is Khalif Raymond for fight?
Yes. Mark Khalif is Khalif Raymond. That's who he
Leaf's
is.
faster. Leaf's faster. Duvernay's better route runner.
And you okay with me canning the stream in about 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Probably actually end up editing this tomorrow morning because I just don't have the strength to do it.
I can't wait for us to make a signing in 12 minutes.
That's what I said.
And Jags making moves.
Yeah, Duvernay.
Where's Fields going?
Anywhere but Chicago.
Yeah, that's the thing. So I think John Whittaker tweeted about it. They should have traded him last week, but teams knew they wouldn't. They were asking for too much. They've just waited, and now it's tanked. It's tanked the stock.
Yeah, and now they've got to decide whether to actually take Caleb Williams or to stick with a quarterback that the rest of the league has said they don't want.
Yeah.
And has 3 250-yard games in 40 appearances. Like, that's not good for a passer.
That's a lot for Minshew. 2 years, 25 million. It includes 15 million guaranteed.
What?
Yeah. He's getting
I'm sorry,
proper money.
What was that about Gardner Minshew not being an NFL-level quarterback?
I didn't say he wasn't an NFL-level quarterback. I said he wasn't a starting-level quarterback. I said he was a very, very good backup. He was QB 33.
I wonder if the Chicago Bears will give Fields to Minnesota.
Yeah, it's looking like in an arena where the number of places are shrinking.
Just
that
take
might
what
be
you
the
can
one.
and be done with it.
What's this going to do for people like Bo Nix? Because the number of places that sort of level of quarterback can go are shrinking rapidly.
He's going to be a backup wherever. He's not going somewhere to start. Like, outside of Caleb Williams, none of these guys are going somewhere to properly start.
Yeah.
Well, disagree with Washington unless they trade out.
New England. Jaden Daniels is going to be the starter in New England.
What do you mean? Jaden Daniels isn't going to New England.
They shouldn't be, though. That's what I mean. They're not starting level caliber right away, but they will.
True.
JJ McCarthy's going to the Patriots.
No, the Chargers are trading up to 2 to take JJ McCarthy.
That's my theory, by the way. I was the one
see,
who said
you said
that.
it, but Matt didn't say the rest of it. I said trade him, and then at 11 with the Minnesota pick, they take Blake Corum.
Ah,
I was trying to
I
finish,
did
but I
it.
kept getting interrupted.
I know, erupted,
Blake
but exactly.
no, Lisa, I don't think Xavier McKinney's worth the payday he got. That's way, way, way too expensive for him. I think the Packers have had the pants pulled down a bit there.
Yeah.
I do think Blake Corum should be the first running back off the board at pick, I don't know, mid-30s, mid to late 30s. I think he's a top of the second round guy.
I'm just looking at, again, just because I'm a Tankathon, because they're the ones I usually use to track.
Respectfully
picks and
disagree.
stuff. I mean, I don't think he's the first one off the board for Tankathon.
Probably not.
Yeah,
but
it's Jonathan Brooks. He's only second for. So for them, they have him going 69th to the LA Chargers.
Of course, Jim Harbaugh's going to get him.
I mean, the thing about Corum, though, is that his vision is the best thing about him. But when you can do that many reps on the bench, when you outdo all of the defensive tackles, I think
he might have done.
That's a special dude.
I put the over-under. I reckon at least 3 Michigan players end up with the Chargers.
Corum, Cornelius Johnson, JJ McCarthy.
Cornelius Johnson's not getting drafted. Being undrafted free agent.
Why? He's good.
No, he's not. See, I reckon Zinter goes there. I reckon Corum goes there. And depending on what they do, because they're receivers, if they're cutting all their receivers, Roman Wilson could end up there. He would love Roman Wilson for Justin Herbert to throw at. But Jim is fiercely loyal to his players. You were going to get several Michigan guys go to the Chargers.
I think JJ McCarthy's draft point is the thing I'm most excited about finding out in the entire draft.
He's got an Anthony Richardson boom or bust scale.
Yeah, that's fair.
He could go 2, and he could go 32, and I kind of wouldn't be surprised either way. If you know what I mean.
Maybe. So much money.
I've got to love the ignorance of our media sometimes. So the Daily Mail Sport has tweeted out, Swift follows Kelsey out the door in Philadelphia. Former Eagles running back agrees to $24 million 3-year deal with Bears after team long-term center announces retirement. So they're linking DeAndre Swift leaving to get paid with Jason Kelsey retiring.
I mean, how can it be any other way?
Exactly.
Oh, I want something to break in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm calling it. Austin Eckler and Blake Corum are going to be... Sorry, Blake Corum's going to be the starting running back for the Chargers next year. He will make him that guy.
Gus Edwards went undrafted as a fullback. That's nuts.
The Gus bus.
Let's see, where do Chargers pick?
Their pick 7, I think.
No, but where's after that? 37, 69.
Yeah, so they're 5, 37, 69, 104, 139, 180, 225, 253.
I'm calling Corum at 37 to the Chargers now. He'll do that.
I think that'll be about right.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like the fit.
Gus Edwards and Blake Coram. That's going to be amazing.
Got a bruiser and more of a dual threat guy.
I think Blake could have a career like who the Chargers have just let go at running back. Why?
Austin Eckler.
Yeah, I think it could be a similar career.
Chargers? No, keep an eye on the Giants as a potential trade destination for Brian Burns.
No.
Interesting.
Did you guys see that apparently the guarantees for Swift, the 3 years 24, the guarantees are 15.3 million?
Yeah.
Holy God.
Look forward to them getting to experience the same sort of inconsistent, injury-prone guy as we did. And they talked a lot of smack about him when he was here. Like, there's going to be a lot of receipts kept from that as well.
There's a signing that I didn't realise had happened. I don't know if you guys had seen it. Foley Fasakazi went to Houston.
Yeah, that happened a few days ago.
Ah.
And I was very sad about it because he was another one was one I was targeting for One Tech.
The reason why I thought that might have happened today is because there's no contract details for it still, compared to everything else that's coming out today for everyone else.
Yeah.
But he's an underrated good signing.
Yeah. Yeah. I like him a lot. He was one of my sneaky One Tech guys. As much as I want a free tech in pass rusher, I know we need a proper One Tech to start next to Aleem, so
Brent says, the more I see what the Bears, Packers and Vikings are doing, the more thankful I am that we have Brad.
Exactly.
We need to think about our show for next week, because in the calendar we've got doing a positional breakdown for the Lions, but I do kind of feel like a little free agency recap, if we do anything, might be warranted.
Yeah.
But I guess if we don't do any business whatsoever outside of what we have already, it does make doing the positional breakdown easier, because we're exactly where we thought we'd be.
It depends what happens with free agency first, I guess. I guess that dictates it for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Brad's got
Go
60
until
seconds to do a deal.
Lions trade for Justin Fields.
I think
to be fair, him as in a Taysom Hill role, as I've been saying all season, I can see that working.
Sorry.
Oh, what are you seeing now?
Nothing. I'm not even going to share it because that's just rough. Twitter is a cesspit.
It really is, yeah.
Right. I think I'm going to start winding this down.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, it's been a great show. I know that not a lot has happened, but it's been fantastic to chat with you all and to just have some fun with this. RJ Graham says, you guys coming to Detroit for the draft? For myself and Ash, it's a definite yes. For Anne, I believe it's still a maybe leaning yes?
Maybe.
Hopefully, RJ. Our next show, as I just said, is going to be probably positional prospects show. We just need to identify what position we're going to do. We were waiting for free agency to see if that kind of decides some things so that we can decide which way we're going to go. We'll let you know. We're going to focus just on a few shows on the positions of need. So at the moment, it looks like it's going to be defensive line, corner, X wide receiver. I think those are probably the three biggest ones.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to be our priority. So we just need to decide which one of those is in play, unless we make a signing between now and Wednesday. And then we need to decide who we're going to profile. So we need to split everything out, and hopefully everyone can come back and talk about it. But yeah, it's been a great show. Find us on Rural Lines UK in the usual places. You know what to do. Have a great week. And Ash, cheers for this. And Tom, who was here earlier. Well done, Amp, for doing the pre-show show, which was really good fun too. Guys, we'll see you maybe for the college show, depending on what's going on. I don't know what's going on with that, Ant.
Yeah, I'll be up soon. I've just had a lot on my plate recently doing all this draft stuff, so
fair.
But it will be around the corner, so we'll let you know when.
Have a great week. See you soon. Ciao for now. Bye.
Bye.